Invest in early stage companies. We will normally put $100,000 checks into companies, and we do lots of them. We will invest in up to 50, maybe even 60 companies next year. So one thing we know, whether we're right or wrong, who knows, but one thing that we know and we see a lot is early stage entrepreneurship. So I do this session every year for Victor, and the idea of the session is to make it really interactive, but it's for folks who are looking for one thing. And it doesn't matter if you're launching a movie, it doesn't matter if you're launching a small company, it doesn't matter if it's entertainment related, although that would be more fun and more relevant if it was. And what it really matters is, are you looking to have an enterprise which will generate revenue? Okay, and if it's not going to generate revenue, it's still awesome, it's just a hobby, right? But if it's something that's going to generate revenue, and hopefully something that's going to generate revenue that's going to sustain you, that's what we're going to focus on today. Now, I'm going to run through it in about 3 or 4 ways, which will all be extremely valuable to everyone. And I don't even put this on the agenda beforehand because I want it to be a nice surprise when people come here, as opposed to the reason for people coming here. So the first half an hour, I'm going to go through in general. There's only a few of us here, so I'll find out a little bit about what you're looking for and what you're trying to get from this, and I'll try and incorporate as much of that as I can. As I said, the value of me seeing 2,000 to 3,000 companies over the last couple of years is there ain't much I haven't seen. And I don't even need to be that smart anymore. I just need to have 2 ears and be able to listen, and then 2 eyes and be able to watch. And that's what I see all the way through. So I will happily share my experience with you and try and see if we can give you some valuable takeaways. At 9:30, I'm going to bring in a chap called Jason Fishman, and Jason's one of the top digital marketers I know. So a lot of the things I'll talk about will be offline. How do you build? How do you grow? What type of things you need to do? And whether the blockages are communication, whether it's product fit, whether it's branding, whether it's growth, whether it's legal, whether it's foundational, I'll focus those areas. Jason's going to hit it on digital. And then we're going to bring in some investors. And the investors are all investors in different area. I've got a chap who invests in movies. I've got a chap who invests in entertainment. I've got a chap who invests through their fund, which is Tech Ghost Angels, which is one of the biggest angel funds in LA. And then I've got another chap who also invests through another fund as well. So we have a really nice spread of angels, investors, and folks who'll go through it. But let me start by just throwing it out at a few of you to make sure that I can just see what you're trying to get from this session. So, good morning. So, hit me. Who wants to hit me with what you would like to get? When you walk away this morning and say, yeah, this has been really good, I got something from it. What does something look like? Do you want to start? Yeah, either. Yeah.
So I'm trying to find ways to be more relevant. I'm more like media and technology guy more than entertainment. So I'm just trying to become more relevant.
Right. So it's really, and you have a really interesting space. You are cursed and blessed at the same time. And you're blessed because everybody needs a guiding hand to help them go through, even folks like us, because we're too close to the woods and the trees. It's very hard for us to tell. I can tell strategic decisions for every single one of you all day long, but for us it's more challenging because we're emotionally involved. So management consultants as a role is an incredibly important role. However, it is cursed with 2 things. It's cursed with, number 1, there are bad actors, and those bad actors are what people remember a lot of the times because they don't know the good actors, right? Because a lot of the folks that are in the space where not the Accentures, not the really big folks or the Johnson & Johnsons, but the lower end, they've worked with somebody and said, I'm going to help your business and I'll try and do it. But the second part is that the term itself is a feature rather than a brand. Like just the term management consultants, it doesn't inspire a desire. So even public relations, for example, public relations is a brand. Because if you say, well, what do you do? I do public relations. I'm like, cool. You mean you do? So I immediately thinking, how can the person in public relations help more people find out about me? Well, when it comes to management consulting, because it sounds like a feature, it sounds like just a thing, people don't immediately see where the value is to them. And you have to somehow, I really think the folks who are amazing at being a management consultant are the folks who immediately are thought of as either business growth officers, are outsourced strategic officers, are folks in that kind of thing. So I would almost put it back to you and say, like, what is the area that you are you have been demonstrably most skillful at as a management consultant with your previous clients?
Definitely technology, strategy, technology roadmaps, and becoming a sort of technology strategist.
Okay, so what does that lead to? Because again, they are all features, right? And they're good features and they're important features. The problem with features is that, people don't remember. Nobody will remember, what I say, and nobody will kind of remember what I do today. But you will remember how I feel, in the great words of somebody very smart, right? So you want to be able to communicate a feeling to people. That's what brand is. And by the way, I love that we're starting on this because we have a structure that we work through with companies who come through our program. Now, we'll take them through stages first, and then within the stages, we'll take them through things which are imperative. So the stages we'll take any company through are, first is the Viking stage, which we believe at the start of a company, you just have to be a vicious beast. You have to get onto your boat of like 30 other people who are other vicious beasts, and you have to spread fear and woe across the ocean. So villages of 1,000 people will run for their lives because of the Vikings with the shaven teeth who are coming looking for them, right? That's the power of brand and outreach. First, their brand is so powerful that they scare the living daylights out of people who have never met them before. And this is pre-internet or telephone or anything, right? This is just folks with scars in their head who came to the village and told them what it was like before. And number two, they have the wherewithal to actually go out and get on that boat and go to that island, right? So we believe that at the very beginning, as a company is expanding, the brand and the outreach are absolutely everything. Every single day for every single person does not start with creativity. It starts with outreach. And that outreach is combined with a brand that tells people not what they need, but why they need you. So I love that we have, because brand is our part that fits into there. Now I'm going to get to the gladiator phase in a second, but just within the Viking phase, within that brand, you don't want to say, or you can say, hey, look, we help with technology and we're technology experts, because that is what you do. But what you more want to demonstrate is why is that helpful and vital for a company. And just think about it. Most of you listen to me for like 30 seconds and then you're like, well, I'll either do some emails or I'll listen, or this is just could be good, I could get something from it. So we have a tiny period of time to get their interest. So what is it within helping people with their technology that is going to be important to you? And by the way, if there's other folks in here and you're doing a movie, especially, is anybody here doing a movie, by the way? No way. Yeah, you're doing a movie, right? Thank God for that. I would have been worried, right? But it's even more important when it comes to making a movie, because you have to get it across in those first few seconds why something that they immediately, maybe an investor I'm talking about right now, or someone that you want to be engaged in the movie, why they would initially think, this is going to be good or this is going to be bad. I don't know, but it's not for me. Why you have to make them feel that not only is it for them, but they have FOMO that if they miss out on it, they're going to do something absolutely terrible. So how can you just rephrase what you do to communicate that to me? Because I have an accelerator, we need technology people, but I'm still not convinced that we need you. Too generic. Too generic because it's okay. It's okay. It's like Gandhi saying, I want to help people. He does. Like, it's cool. It's what he does. He helps people. But it doesn't communicate why Gandhi is one of the most influential figures on the planet. So just go in a little bit deeper. Think about the client that you helped absolutely the most, whereby literally they got on their knees at the end and said, you saved my life. What did you do for that person? Okay, that's good. It's so much better. So now you're going to a phase. Now you're getting to why you do what you do. And there's a great talk, by the way. We're brand geeks. I think every single person here, if you get brand right, if people really feel why you do what you do, they want you to succeed. So at the beginning, I said to everyone here, yeah, we're an accelerator and we invest money in companies and we help companies succeed, blah, 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 blah. None of those things are a good brand. All of those things are functional characteristics of what we did. Now, if I was to start this morning by saying, I believe that America used to be great. I believe that we used to have the greatest entrepreneurs on the planet, and we used to follow formulas that no one else in the world was able to do. And we used to have the ability to break through walls that people would only dream of breaking through. And that is truly what made America great. And I believe that with all my heart. And then I was to follow that by saying, I believe entrepreneurship is at the brink of extinction today. And it's at the brink of extinction because money is destroying it, because our entrepreneurs are not being taught the practices of working real hard. And the countries all around the world are kicking our ass. Like sanctioning China is not going to make a difference. They've already got better than us. We're at a Roman Empire moment, and entrepreneurship can save us again. And I believe that by people like us coming in and really studying and understanding entrepreneurship and trying to rebuild what we started with at the beginning can make entrepreneurship great. Now, the thing about this is, I actually believe this. I do. Whether I'm right or wrong, who knows? But I truly believe this. I truly believe we're at an almost extinction moment unless we get back the spark that made us great. But I found a purpose. And when you get brand and you go deep into brand, you have to have that purpose. They have to feel that you're doing something that they want you to be successful at. Whether they like you or don't like you, who cares? But what's important is that what you're doing has to be successful. So when you start using words like, we believe that many companies stagnate because of lack of inspiration and innovation. And our company are dedicated to transforming the company from the inside so that you are able to find those new products and innovations that help you compete and stay ahead of your competitors, which in turn will earn more money for you and, more importantly, help your clients and customers be successful. You start moving to a new level. And look, this is not some BS rephrasing of what you do. It's got to be true. Like you're bringing it out. Like I had I'll use one last example, which I think really exemplifies it. And then we'll touch on brand as we go through for the rest of the session as well. But I have a guy who he makes these small containers that you put seeds into, and then they grow plants on their own. They grow like tomatoes and vegetables and all those types of things. And but when he goes out and he speaks to people, he says, and they say to him, "What do you do?" He says, "Well, I'm solving food insecurity in the world. We have never been in a worse place with disease and food and everything else. And it's not a problem of hunger; it's a problem of food insecurity. And I am single-handedly leading the charge to saving our planet through food." And the thing is, when someone says that to you, you want to follow it up by saying, "What are you doing?" Right? That's what you want them to say. You want them to care. So whether it's me saying, "Oh, what do you guys do?" "Oh, I'm an accelerator." "Oh, cool." "What do you do?" "Oh, I'm a management consultant." "Oh, cool." You want them to say, "Wow, tell me more about that." Because now they're engaged. Now you've won the first 5 seconds of the battle, and they're going to stick with you. Okay, but we'll come back to brand. But I would say even after today, did you see the Simon Sinek video, the Art of Why or the Reason? Has anybody seen that? You've seen it. How good is that video? It's incredible, right? It's life-changing. He says he codified how to make people feel. But honestly, if you don't do it, you're wasting your time. You want to make sure that when you go out there every single day, you're living that Viking brand. So Simon Sinek, I think it's Synik. Anyway, it's an amazing talk. What about yourself?
I am in the cannabis track here.
Okay, cool.
We are stuck as, we're not a bad actor.
Yep.
We're part of the baby thrown out with the bathwater.
Yep.
I'm Arthur Anderson, KPMG.
Nice.
How old I am.
Yeah, I'm like, there's probably 3 of us here, including me, that remembers this. It's so shitty.
Arthur Anderson, Waterhouse.
Wow. Okay.
We've done, I got 2 different products, THC, CBD, and another business line in digital business, finance, crypto payments, and promotions. And people say, "Oh my God, you're going against Facebook."
Mm-hmm.
With THC CBD, people say, "Oh my God, you want to go fight against MedMen."
Yep.
And I have two products and all the technology. 90%
So are you growing and touching the plant, or are you are?
sales.
Okay, so you have a grow yourself, do you?
We just one of our clients, we just harvested 20,000 plants in Oklahoma 2 weeks ago.
Okay, nice.
We got another client. We're doing 15 license applications in Illinois as consultants.
Okay.
We want to do the hands-on.
Okay, you want to move into the grow space.
Our clients.
So I'll tell you something fascinating about the cannabis space. God, I don't want to spend the whole morning on brand. Well, I kind of do, but I don't, because it won't be fair to you. But if you look at the cannabis space, it is a brand race. If ever there was going to be a sprint marathon to the end of just branding people, it's cannabis. So if you really notice it, the way the cannabis space started off, and it's a great lesson to all of us about how companies, because it's just more demonstrated here. At the beginning, we were maybe 10 years ago or 8 years ago, and I was looking at the cannabis space, and I was looking at the grows and everything, and obviously it was just illegal. and also not so much bad actors, but more folks who didn't know what they were doing. Like I have a chap that I work with. We haven't invested in him, but I know him. He's a good friend of mine. And he tells me about the first time when he got into cannabis, and it was the guy from the field that he met, and he had the Adidas bag, and then this guy's now got 10 Adidas empty bags in his office to remind him of the first day or first time he got involved in cannabis, because each one of them had a bunch of dollar bills when he was paid by it, right? So nobody's ever, when you get into the investment space, who here is looking for investment? Okay, so does it really, the rest of you don't need money? Damn, okay, cool. Okay, that's great. Okay, well, you guys are here for investment. Like I said, you're in for a treat when you see the investors later on. But the investment space is in many ways a very manipulated, unfair space. Like you would think the best companies are going to break through, but if you look at the best companies that we have, certainly in America, the unicorns that have come through, many of these guys are schleps. Like, is Instagram the greatest entrepreneurs we have? No. They just happen to be part of Facebook, and they just happen to be part of the biggest venture funds, and they just happen to get billions of dollars. Is Uber the greatest car share company in the world? No. They lost like $2 billion last quarter. They just happen to have SoftBank as a major investor. So they're always going to be good. So our great entrepreneurs are always going to be destroyed by our terrible entrepreneurs who have access to a lot of money. And it's a terrible thing to say, but it just happens to be the truth in the world. And the demonstrated example was WeWork, but honestly, there's loads of examples. DocuSign have never made money. Salesforce don't make money. Of the 130 or so unicorns we had last year, I think 6 of them actually made money. So when you realize that that's the petri dish that we're coming from, and the position that we're in the cannabis space, you multiply that by 200, because the investors are thinking, and suddenly, if I just maybe lay this foundation to also put it into context. When I looked at this 8 years ago, all of the folks were folks in a field with tattoos who were like with bags, Adidas bags, and they were carrying cash to a place. So you've got investors who are saying to themselves, I really want to get into this space because it makes money. It solves a problem that many of the other tech unicorn industries don't solve. But at the same time, I can't be giving money to a bunch of folks with tattoos on their neck, right? So here's what happened. As I watched the conference from 8 years ago to ArcView, is it ArcView, right? Yeah, and to the ArcView conference in the Fairmont Hotel only a year ago or 6 months ago, everybody's an investment banker, right? Everybody works for Goldman Sachs. There's no tattoos, and if they are well hidden, right? These boys and girls, they came through Harvard, they're all investment bankers, they look impeccable, and it's because the investment space decided we are going to have multiple unicorns come through here, and the unicorns are going to go through the Canadian Securities Exchange, and they're all going to IPO, and some of them are going to make money at the start, and some of them will fall back, and nobody's worried about that because they know that it will settle itself. However, you need to fill your board and team with people. It's not the message, it's the people. You need big, badass people that the investment folks will look at and say, we will invest in this company. And if you can show, and starting it by hacking your way through and building up the companies and the brands around you is a great way. But just bring in some great people, fill them around you, and then make it great. That's what you do. And then, so you're looking to break through. You're looking for some business growth strategies, are you?
Yeah, the products are 90% developed, but I still need some angel capital for both.
Okay, good. So the investment stuff will be good for you later on, but just keep it in the back of your mind. Every investor that sees you, in every other industry, we look at what's the product fit, what's your growth plan, what's your go-to-market plan, what are you going to do in your space? How many Goldman Sachs guys have you got with you? And I feel ashamed even saying it, but it's how everybody will look at it.
I've met with some former investment bankers who owe me $15,000 for the first proposal, and I got an MBA in finance, and I can do better work than that.
Yeah, and it's not about, you don't want to hire them. Don't hire them. Yeah, don't pay them money, right? This is about marriage, not a one-night stand. Do not pay these guys money. You are getting these people into your team. These are people who have to believe in the vision of where you're going to and what the team looks like. And it's a long-term relationship. And investors will only invest into teams which are cohesive and with long-term relationships. But that's good. We got the investors. Who else wants to throw? Sorry, yeah?
Just a side note.
Yep.
The Vikings were before my time, but I played rugby.
Yeah, the Vikings are still awesome though. Who else? Who else wants to throw something out there? And otherwise, I'm going to go into some structure. Yeah, what you got? You're looking for investment, right?
Yes.
Yep.
My name is David Stevens. I'm the CEO founder of the Scientific. We're a technology software company. We invented a new app plugin for Excel spreadsheets that will allow you to generate your data or visualize your data in seconds. It's the only product that will be on the market. It's very cheap and inexpensive, and it requires no programming. And the average Joe can use it. Point and click command.
Okay, so I know you feel you used some benefits in here, but just to give you a good straw poll, because the reason I like doing talks like this and getting everyone engaged is we can get some real value from it. How many people finished that pitch and thought to themselves, I want to download this and use this? Really? You really thought? Do you know how to use it? I don't know how to. I have no idea how that's going to benefit me. You're a nice guy, okay? And you're like, I want to put up my hand. So it's really important that we understand. So we're now moving on to communication. So the Vikings didn't say, I haven't gone to a dentist in a long time and I think my teeth need looking at, right? The Vikings said, I need to eat people. My teeth need to be sharp, okay? So tell me the people you're going to eat. I need to feel that I need to download or upload or have an app for what you have, or my life will not be full. So I want you to forget all of the other crap. Forget about you're a CEO, you're a founder. And CEO and founder is a bad thing, actually, in many cases, because if you're a CEO and founder, what does it mean? Super young, right? Like, you're super young. Because what the hell is a CEO and founder going to be doing here? You should be in the British Virgin Islands, right? You're going to have your vice president of bullshit tasks here, right? So we don't care about CEO and founder. Actually, we don't even care about your name. The only thing we care about is, what do you have that can do something for me? So let's just do it again and tell me why what you have is going to be valuable for me. And by the way, if it's not valuable for me, pick the person who's your perfect avatar and why is it valuable for them.
Okay, visualize your data in 3 simple steps. Download, analyze.
I don't understand the words visualize your data. Because I think I can visualize my data. Because I don't understand what you mean by data.
Data is a set of numbers on a spreadsheet or on a
But which set of numbers?
whatever you're testing. It could be your
So who am I? If I'm your perfect client, who am I?
you're an accountant.
Okay, good. Okay, so your avatar are accountants, right? So you are not speaking to me. You are speaking to this gentleman over here. Okay, so you're speaking to him now, and you are saying, as an accountant, you will use us because why?
Why have your bookkeeper spend hours and days cutting and pasting information from
Well, hang on. Are you speaking to the person who has a bookkeeper, or are you speaking to the bookkeeper?
the person who has a bookkeeper, or if they're in
Okay, so you're speaking to me now. So you're speaking to me because I use a bookkeeper at the end of every single year to do my accounts. Okay, so bring it back to me. Okay, so I'm your avatar. So your avatar is a business, are a person that uses a bookkeeper. And again, I just want to circle this back around to everyone. This is vital. We are terrible at this. America is the greatest nation on the planet for brand. At least we used to be, right? And now the other nations have copied us. And folks who we were just miles ahead with, they've gone a little bit further up. But internally, just on a one-on-one, we sometimes struggle with that brand message and to get it out. And the communication is everything about this. So I need you to speak to me not like it's a pitch, not like I'm an investor, not like you're in a room, not like you're in a conference. I'm your buddy in a bar, right? We're having a chat. We've just had 2 beers put in front of us. And you're saying to me, Brian, I invented the most friggin' awesome thing in the world. It is going to really help you at what? End of year accounts time? Okay, and then it's going to do that how?
It's going to allow you to do it yourself versus call a tech department and ask them to run numbers for you. Because it requires programming today. The art is programming. You don't have to program it, self-program with a point and click. It will allow you to do it yourself.
What's your background?
Engineering.
Okay, I can tell that. Because you know why? Because you're way smarter than me. And that challenge you're going to have, a lot of the time, when I don't do it so much these days. My little guy is 13 now. But when I used to talk before, especially when I wasn't sure about the topic, I would practice in front of him. Like, I'm not going to practice in front of my wife because she's going to judge me and I'm going to see the face and I'm going to be like, oh my God, it's been 30 seconds and I'm that bad already. I'm not going to do it in front of my colleagues in work because they know me too well. So they're not going to give me a chance. I'm going to do it in front of a 12-year-old. So you have a great thing and you have a challenge. And many of the rest of the people in here have this as well. Like, you might be a movie producer and you're an amazing movie producer and you know everything about production, but the folks that you need to get money from are the folks that you need to engage are not that great at that level. So you're an engineer, so you need to take this all the way down to the level of a 12-year-old. And you need to be able to speak to a 12-year-old like I can speak to my 12-year-old and say, hey, listen, Liam, here's the deal, right? You don't have a business yet, but when you do have a business, you're going to file accounts. And when you're going to file accounts, the accounts are going to look a little bit like this when they're for you. They're going to be in a spreadsheet, and it's going to be difficult and hard and impossible to make it out. And that will take you approximately 12 hours to pull together every single expense and everything you have. It is so terrible. And you could be spending that 12 hours playing with your friends or having fun or doing baseball. And what I did was I invented this tiny little widget. It's actually so tiny you can't even see it. And the widget fits into the inside of your computer. And all you have to do is press one button and it makes that terribly complicated spreadsheet that would have taken 12 hours suddenly only take you 20 minutes. So here's what I do for you, Liam. Who's your best friend? Jenny. Okay. I give you 11 and a half hours every single year to play with Jenny that you would not normally have. And that's the way it has to be. Has to be for all of us. Brand, communication. Super simple, super easy. We say it to our entrepreneurs. Many people believe when I'm starting a business and building a business, I have to build. Hey, Jason. You're going to have a treat with Jason in a little while as we go through digital marketing. But, you know, most people believe, I have to really work on creating business plans and strategies and building. And the reality of life is it's much simpler than that. It's about how do I get you, who is a person. And it's actually, Michael keeps saying this to me all the time. Yeah, I know it's a big company. But a big company is a person at the end of it. And it is. And we forget this. And we think about these elaborated pitches and how we explain it and how we put it together. And in reality, it's just John. Right? And John has got the same problems and issues and everything else that I have. And rather than trying to work on some dumb, stupid, recorded message, I should be just working out, what the frickin' hell does John need? Because if I can solve that problem and I can find out if what I'm doing, if John's my perfect avatar and he doesn't need me, well, thank you, God, because I just got the truth. My solution is not as good as I thought it was, and I need to fix that. And if John does want it, then I focused on John, and I'm building the most important thing within the product, which is the user experience. Who else wants to throw something up? Yeah, what you got?
I'm really passionate about the disconnect between reality and what's broadcast
Yeah.
And I want to create, I've actually architected a system that defines some checks and balances in the way people consume media. And I have no idea how to fix that.
Yeah, and what it actually turns into. But it is a fascinating topic, and the topic is so relevant right now. I actually I had somebody pitch at TIE, which is an Indian investor group. I had them pitch a concept which was all about real news. And it created a platform that made sure the news was real and it made sure it was validated and everything else. And like how 100% correct it is or not, I'm not really sure. But it brings us on to another topic in business growth, which is how do you actually galvanize an audience around you so that they want everybody to hear what you have? So with you, it doesn't always start. I mean, I remember right now we have an accelerator. We do $100,000 checks. We put it out to everybody. We're known for what we do, and we've moved on. But in the early days, I didn't have an accelerator. I didn't invest money in companies. We didn't even have training programs. In the early days, I just recognized that there was a huge, huge problem with the toxic relationship between investors and early stage startups. So I started Pay It Forward events. And our Pay It Forward events brought in investors, and then they brought in startups, and we got the meeting, and we did it in a very nice, easy, relaxed environment. And suddenly we had 400-500 people turning up on a Monday night in the Victorian Hotel in Santa Monica, because all of these people got engaged. And then what happened was we had all kinds of folks who were coming to me and saying, Brian, we want to help you. We want you to build something bigger. We want to get it better. So the question is, for you, it's not so much how do I build a platform and how do I get the technology, but it's more about how do I galvanize a community of people who feel as I do, and more importantly, how do I make sure that I elevate my influence level in that space, that they recognize that I'm a horse that they should bet on fixing the problem that they all realize is an issue, right? So you got to do two things at the same time. And you don't have to become an expert in the space straight away. It can take you 6, 12, 18 months. It doesn't matter. The actual space may make you an expert in the space just by doing it. But what you do have to do is you have to become the ignition for folks to get together who are more brilliant than you, and then you become that catalyst for it all to happen. So if it's about fake news, how many people are writing about fake news? Everybody's writing about it. But where are they writing about it? They're writing about it in Quora, they're writing about it in Medium, they're writing about it on Facebook, they're doing it in multiple different areas. So how about if you gave the impression, because you are going to do it, that you are building a methodology to be able to filter out fake news? And by doing that, you want to make sure you have the smartest people in the world around you because you want their opinion before you build anything. And then suddenly you've got the huge people in the world who are the folks that you're then going to need to promote you in the future, and they will promote you because they'll have been a part of your journey. So I would set a quantitative objective every single day. I do it for ourselves, we do it for our startups, and I suggest it to every other company that we have out there. Whenever you're starting a business, you want to have your objectives broken down for whenever the period that you want to achieve what you need to achieve is. So it might be 2, 3, 4 years. You then have let me try and give you an example which is better. We had one of our companies yesterday who are they're creating a marketplace for coders that have code and for folks that need code, so large corporations. And what she said is, I'm going to blow it up. We're going to make it really big. Well, that's not really an objective. That's just a nice conversation, right? Let's turn it into numbers. And she said, okay, well, I'm going to get 5 coders on the platform tomorrow. I'm going, yeah, but that's okay. It's nice. It's definitely better than we were before. But are you really just running a race with no finish line? Or do you actually have something that's tied into the end? So we got to a place where she said, look, I believe we can have 5 to 6 million coders on our platform within a 5-year period. And I believe it will cost this amount of money to attract these people to our platform, which is venture capital money. So she is now working backwards. Forget projections and all those types of things. I'm talking about a milestone that takes you to December. And it says, how many activities do I need to do to attract how many prospects, which is going to get me to how many customers, how many folks who are either going to be free users or are going to be paid users. And that way, you wake up every single day and you are either panic-stricken because you've fallen behind or you are exhilarated because you've gone ahead. But if you're panic-stricken, it's awesome because it inspires a reaction. So you want to build, you want to take the influence level. You know the two things you have to do over the next probably 6 months. Build your influence level, which could be said brand, but influence level is more Kylie Jenner type influence level. It's more you. It's about people looking at you as a domain expert, not because you are the greatest person in the world on fake or real news, but because you are the greatest place for great people to go to. And then it also involves you to make sure that you get all those people around you. So you have the affiliates, the partners, you're building your influence. But every day you're building milestones, and your milestones tie into what you want to build and when you want to build it. Okay, but I love, by the way, influence level is a funny thing. We have Richard Dreyfuss coming over to our place next week. And we had a conversation. You speak about THC and CBD. We have one of our companies is a terpene company. And terpenes are a component within the plant that are actually fine for you. There's nothing wrong with terpenes at all. But what they do is they're an enhancer. So if you have terpenes properly, they make the THC a little bit stronger, but they also work really well for the CBD. So think of them about the 5-hour energy in the cannabis space, without it being harmful to you. So they have this, and they're working it, and they're trying to distribute it and put it out. But what's the problem they have? Problem is that there's a lot of folks working in the terpene space right now, and these guys are awesome in nutraceuticals, which is what we call that space. But there's a lot of other people can come through. So how do we make sure that we build a strong enough moat that they're going to be okay? So we have 3 folks that we're going after. We have Mike Tyson, who I think is the most perfect guy to put on the front of a packet, which is showing that within the cannabis space, which he's deeply affiliated with anyway, that you can become a beast. We got Jeff Bridges, who's the dude. So if the dude tells you to do it, your dude says you're going to do it, you're going to do it. And we've got the Marley family. So you want to get the influence level that best ties into the product that you have. But I'm telling you, if we have Mike Tyson on the front of a 5-hour Red Bull type product, which is terpene based, which works, it's going into the dispensaries. People are going to buy them. I don't care what competitor comes into the market. They are not going to beat us because it's too powerful as an influence level that goes with it. So you want to build that around you. But build your domain expertise as well. Anybody else, just before I jump into some more stuff? Okay, we're good. Is this useful, by the way? The format that I'm doing this in? Okay, great. Okay, awesome. So if I say, the first stage, and I'm going to go back to the components in a second of building, because it applies to absolutely everyone. But the first stage I mentioned to you is the Viking stage. It's super important. And it's even more important. I want to just highlight it a little bit more. Most companies, the reason that we came up with this concept of Viking stage is that most companies are formed with people who are phenomenal creatives. They are incredibly smart, brilliant, creative people who are coming up with an idea. And this is also why the management consultancy is so needed by these people, because they've worked out this is missing. A brilliant person, a Leonardo da Vinci, needs to fix this problem. I am that Leonardo da Vinci. But what's the problem? We're going to spend all of our days drawing pictures of helicopters, right? And it's the most brilliant thing on the planet. But the difference between those successful, if I leave aside the investment and the manipulated, horrible world that we're in, the difference between the Leonardo da Vinci's are many of the great artists who ended up broke in the past, and those great people who build really strong companies that are real companies, is execution. So you want to reverse it around, and we just continually had founder after founder after founder who are coming through with great creative ideas, and one after another after another after another, and it was taking too long. And we know that the burnout stage for any project is normally 18 months. Now there's some people who are beasts and they can make it beyond 30, 35, 36 months. There are some people who make it to 10 years, and honestly, many of those people should not be making it to 10 years. There should be a cutoff point, and if they had milestones, there would be a cutoff point way before that. But we want folks who are spending so much time on creativity, and it's taking 18 months to realize objectives. We want them to realize it in 6 months. And we want them to get to day 2 and to be focusing entirely on business development, entirely on growth, and entirely on building the perfect customer experience. You can work. I'm an offline guy, which is a problem. This is why I always bring Jason in, right? Because as an offline guy, it means my offline customer experience is generally pretty good. Like, I'm generally pretty amiable. I want to help people. I want to work with them. And if there's a good fit, there's few other accelerators that we will lose out to. But we're not in an offline world. We're in an online world. So your online user experience has to be off the charts when you're building this thing through. But anyway, so that's the Viking stage. You get your user experience right, you get your business development started at the beginning, you milestone everything, you make sure that you have specific objectives for every single day, and then you get past it. But you then get to month 6, 7, or 8, and you've done great. You've managed to build the user experience, you've managed to build the users, you've managed to get your business growth going, your brand is working really well, and people know you, and you're building. But you now have a huge problem, which you couldn't really fix at the start because you didn't have any money, but now you have a little bit of money, and more important, you have confidence. And that confidence can drive FOMO with investors, but it also drives FOMO with partners and people coming into your company as well. If you continue as a Viking, you will die. There is no question, because a time will come where, like, the dudes that you keep on attacking are going to say, man, it's just a little boat of 30 people. Why don't we, like, drop a stone in there or get a catapult and, like, get those guys before they hit the ocean? So you have to form a structure. And we visualize it by saying the structure feels more like a gladiator structure. And as that gladiator structure, what does that mean when you think of gladiators? You think of the process, you think of the procedure, you think of the foundation. There's nothing random in them winning or losing fights. It's about how they prepare beforehand and how they're ready. So it's not that we give up brand or we give up influence or we give up business development. That continues. But a strong focus moves towards building the right foundations in your business. Have you got the right automation in your business? Have you got the right efficiencies in your business? Do you have all of the right systems in place so that if you get hit by a bus tomorrow, it survives and keeps on going until you're back in there again? And everything moves to that area. The entrepreneurs who are capable of moving from the first stage to the second stage are the entrepreneurs who have a huge chance. And the first stage, the most of the folks, the 80 to 90% who don't make that transition, they just slowly work harder, and they can't break through because they see people who just race past them afterwards. So you have to make sure that your whole focus moves into that area. Now, what's the hard thing about that? It's that actually it's a different CEO in many cases, right? I'm the first CEO. I am a Viking CEO. You can put me in boats all day long and I will attack and pillage and be really happy. But I will do it in an ethical and responsible way. But I will be very happy getting in that boat at 6 o'clock in the morning and going out and picking my next island. But when we move into structure and process and procedure, we're now moving into more of a COO type person. So as a company, you want to start surrounding yourself with people and possibly management consultants, folks who can, in a way that makes sense to you, help your company break through to the next level. Because once you break through and you have the sales and the outreach and the brand, and you also have the process and the procedure, your website is built, everything is working the way it's supposed to, then you have a real company. Now you can say, I am a CEO and founder of a company, because now you are. At the beginning, you're not. At the beginning, none of us are. We are just guys and gals who are hoping to God we have enough money to pay the rent this month, or the mortgage, or the groceries, or whatever it is. And we call ourselves a nice name because it feels better in the midst of that poverty. But once we get past that stage, now it's different. Now we have people, process, procedure, and outreach all beneath us and all making sense. So it turns into something else. And then the next stage, once you're at the next stage, you've made it. The next stage is the Knights of the Round Table. And that means that every single person that sits around that round table is better than you at what you do. Your CFO is better at doing your finances. Your CMO is better at doing your marketing. Your CTO is better at doing the technology. All of these people are better. And actually, you're kind of only there because you look nice. That's it. And because people like to reminisce how things were. And that's not as far out as you think. That's not 10, 20 years out. You can do this within 3 to 4 years if you are incredibly strong. And there's a great story about Jeff Hoffman, who is one of the co-founders of Priceline. And Jeff's been at our place a bunch of times, and he talks about how when he went into Priceline one day, and one of the guys was there, and the guy said, and he walked in, and the guy, he says to the guy, "What do you do?" Or he said to somebody else, "What do you do?" And he's like, "This kid's like the greatest developer we've ever had in here. He's building a brand new algorithm that's going to change the way Priceline is done." And Jeff walks over and says, "Hey, I just wanted to introduce myself and just tell you who I am." And the kid's going, "Okay, great. Listen, I would love to talk to you, but I'm in the middle of building this thing here, and it's really important." And he's like, "Hey, listen, would you mind going to get my dry cleaning, because I need it picked up this afternoon," because he thought he worked there. And Jeff said, "No problem." And the guys afterwards came over to him, and he went out and he got his dry cleaning, and he brought it back in, and he handed it to him, and he says, "Hey, listen, that's awesome, glad I could help," and didn't even tell him who he was. And then afterwards, one of the guys said to Jeff, "Man, what are you doing? You gone out getting dry cleaning for a kid, and you're the CEO of one of the biggest companies in the world?" And he said, "You know what? This kid is going to increase our revenue by this, this, and this. If the best job that I can do today is make him feel good while he's building the greatest company of tomorrow, I will wash his car this afternoon." And that's how you want to be at that stage. And that's how you grow as a CEO. And one of the challenges is you're building your company up. And then at the end of it, you get to a sensei at the very end, okay? So that's structure. Jason, can I bring you up, mate? Please. I want to bring Jason up. I want to talk to him, because otherwise I'd be talking all day. Jason is one of the best digital marketers I know. He's the CEO of DNA, and DNA are a marketing agency that we've pretty much used in the dojo from the beginning. We've used them for, I'm actually going to get you to do a conference next week, but we've used Jason from the start because A, he cares about entrepreneurs, B, he's really good with entrepreneurs, but he really understands the digital outreach. So for all of you, I just want for the next 15 to 30 minutes, and I'm going to keep Jason up here then when I bring the VCs up, but for the next 15 to 30 minutes, I want you to get as much as you can about from the, I've got my company, I've got my product, I understand that brand is really important, I understand I need to grow, how do I make sure that I do it in the smartest digital way possible, okay? So a big round of applause for Jason Fishman. Thank you.
Morning, how's everyone doing? All right. I'm Jason Fishman. As Brian mentioned, I'm a marketer, part of the Forbes Agency Council, in the process of launching my podcast. I'm about 10 episodes deep right now for Test, Optimize, Scale. Spoiler alert, that's my whole philosophy towards marketing. I sum it all up in those three words: test, optimize, scale. And we're going to talk about some different approaches, overall strategy and tactics you can look at for your own launches. To give you a bit more information on me and why I'm up here, why all of this matters, why these insights could be of value to you. I have been doing this for a bit over 10 years. I have worked on all sides of the marketing table, from agency. I've led in-house marketing teams, been part of startups from ideas on a whiteboard through $3 million seed rounds into actual activations. Have been on the advertising technology piece of things and worked with many top 100 advertisers for theatrical and home entertainment launches, all the way through e-commerce platforms, airlines, tier one automotive, you name it. I've run campaigns for them, if not spoken with their agencies and in-house marketers. So was asked to partner in DNA, and we incorporated in January of 2014. Have worked with over 300 brands since, and we focus on growth marketing, on these launch campaigns. And in startup marketing, oftentimes one budget has to produce the next. So we have to be very, very conscious of every dollar, where it's being spent, and most importantly, the results that it's producing. And often in the first month, the first 3 months, where a traditional campaign is measured more over 6 to 18 months. So as an agency, where we like to start is with the strategy. And Brian was getting into this in many of his different recommendations there. A lot of great quotes I use to talk about the importance of a strategy or a marketing plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And we've built a system called the 8-point marketing plan. happy to send any information to anyone about this, but just to go over the outline, the first two sections are all research. You have to have your pulse on what's occurring in the industry that day, and I'll tell you, we've worked on many of these, and we're always presenting new info to our clients. So there's always more out there to be sought after. So the first part of an industry overview. The second part, and the most valuable part to me, is the competitor marketing audit. You need to understand exactly how digital market share is being obtained in your vertical and similar verticals. So which social channels are being used, the frequency of posts there, the content that's getting the best engagement, the influencers that are repurposing that content, the writers that are covering it, how often they're sending out emails, advertising. You could look and find exactly how much they're spending on advertising and on various channels. You could see the ads that they're running. If they're continuing to run the same type of evergreen creative, it tells me something. It means it's working. So you can actually see what are the driving factors for them. And success leaves clues. You can really stand on their shoulders and work on your own model from your findings from the competitors in your industry. And if your industry doesn't exist yet, as that's something that's been told to me working with entrepreneurs, finding comparables, similar types of verticals, so you can see what's really going to move the needle for you. So those are the first two sections. The next three sections are the framework of your strategy. Target audiences, marketing channels, and creative. So targeting audiences, I break down to the persona level to personify the demographics we're going after, so I can have an understanding of, hey, what does this audience do? What does this guy or girl do on the weekends? Where do they go online? What are the biggest influences to them? Is it their friends and family, coworkers? How can I actually create an action from this audience? The marketing channel section is then laid out in perfect form because you're able to understand, again, the digital touch points of those audiences. And you want to look at both paid and organic. Paid being advertising, organic being content marketing. And I've seen different brands shy away from advertising. It's highly effective. I love advertising because it's very scalable. If I can find an audience, a creative that's performing well on an advertising campaign, it's algorithmic in terms of how I scale the results. Where if I get an excellent write-up from a publisher, it may be few and far between before the next one. So with media buying, I can A/B test 4 to 10 audiences at once at a low daily budget. Start seeing upper funnel performance, upper funnel meaning reach, clicks. Lower funnel performance will come at a later stage for conversions, particularly when someone is retargeting and hitting frequency of about 7 times or more from those audiences. That's when we really see performance, is the 7th touch point or further. And I would keep that in mind because I've seen a lot of startups approach it as reaching an audience once and expecting performance, which is simply not the case. So when you're media buying, let's say on a platform like Facebook, you can set up those 4 to 10 audiences, multiple creatives each, and within the matter of a few days, start getting an indicator of where you're getting the best results. You can optimize or work with consultants, coaches, people like Brian at Expert Dojo have great resources. We always welcome a good marketing conversation. People will give you their thoughts on what you're doing, and you can shift who you're going after from there. Oftentimes pivots are required either for the audience or the messaging that you're going after. It doesn't generally work right out of the gate. And then the third part of the framework, the 5th section of the strategy that I was mentioning there is creative. So videos, graphic design, copy that you're going to be using for each channel. Have all that laid out in the plan. Don't be bringing that all together the day you're looking to launch an advertising campaign or send out an email blast. Have it set up, think about it for a while, go back and forth with different experts and consultants, and you'll see your perspective on the messaging that you had initially drafted change, or I should say evolve over the coming weeks. But start that early. Don't hesitate on that side. The 6th section I highlight as its own. It's strategic partnerships, and I highlight at its own because it is how I've seen companies, projects, campaigns grow the quickest. if you could tap into an existing audience, if you can find groups here in LA with 5,000, 10,000 members and connect with the organizers, and they're promoting your product, your offering to that existing pool. And it's of benefit for that organizer to do it because of the strategic partnership you've built, which can look in many different ways, shapes, and forms. You're in a good place. You're going to be able to see things grow quicker than even if you were going after those 5,000, 10,000 individuals yourself. And if you're building a map of different organizers, a map of different groups, a map of different co-branding opportunities that you can go after, you'll see a low conversion rate of it, but enough volume and enough good partners can really, really do something tangible for you. Section 7 is the plan, if you will, and it's my second favorite section. It's projections. So it's showing what you're looking to measure, from impressions to clicks to conversions. Those 3 stages and associated metrics: impressions, clicks, and conversions for each channel, both paid and organic, both advertising and content marketing. Do not think an influencer post is going to do it for you as much as project how many people are going to see that influencer post, how much traffic you're anticipating from those clicks, and most importantly, how many conversions based on average conversion rates, which are typically about 2%. So if you're driving 100,000 people there, 2,000 clicking through on the next page, and more times than not, it'll be 100 people, 1,000 people, and you're going after 2 or 20 conversions. So be conscious of what you're looking to produce, because if not, you could end up scrapping a channel that works really well, just needs some optimization. Meaning, if you're seeing that the impressions and clicks are at a great level, that tells you need to do conversion optimization. You need to have some new messaging in there that creates more immediacy, a stronger offer that, again, is going to produce more action and improve that conversion rate, where the marketing channel itself is doing its work. Again, the impressions and clicks are coming through at a strong rate. So it's not the channel that's not performing. It's your landing page, the destination of your traffic. So by putting together these algorithms, you could identify where in the process audiences are dropping off, and then focus on that stage for conversions. So the only way to measure anything is with numbers. Make sure everything in your marketing plan has not just one number, but a full algorithm of what it's setting out to produce. That's how you want to really perceive digital. And then the final piece is an activation section, bringing together all your work. They say the real value of a marketing plan is the process itself versus just the plan that you're looking at. So you want to be able to convey it there so that any third party, be it an investor, a new marketing partner you're bringing on, an internal marketing staff member you're bringing on, could get a full understanding of what you're looking to create, how you're looking to do it. I work on business growth. I focus on marketing because of the element it plays there for over startup launches. So that's the strategy. I could get further into content marketing, advertising, and direct outreach here, as those are focuses. I have excellent case studies, but want to check in regards to that strategy, the 8-point marketing plan, which I would recommend doing over about 4 weeks before you launch. I'd like to open it up. Are there any questions on that? Anything overall or specific? Yes.
Does that change from a product-based perspective as a service-based company? Like, you don't have a product at the time, is that different? Would you implement a different approach initially at launch versus growth from a services company?
Excellent question. So I actually use that framework for all brands, all verticals, all products. I've put a lot of testing around it, and have found that it's still strong, fundamental strategy organization. And in doing so, the actual elements of the strategy themselves are going to change. So, for instance, I run a marketing agency. It's a service-based business versus, let's say, a piece of tech hardware, maybe a auto-follow drone or some type of consumer-focused product. We do this for cryptocurrencies to CBD, both business to business and business consumer offerings. And if it's service-based, you're still able to look at the industry as a whole and focus more on the service side of things. You're still able to look at competitors and find their key drivers, which is where your target audience is going to be looking. You're able to map out your target audiences. You're able to look at the digital touch points. Now, they may vary B2B versus B2C. So your B2B campaigns may be more of search advertising with very specific keywords than banner advertising to retarget. LinkedIn outreach, and I mentioned direct outreach is a big part of what we do, works beautifully for B2B, and you're going to see about a 10 times higher response rate from a cold LinkedIn message than you would from a cold email message. That's after connecting, but there's a whole process around it that's very systematic and effective. You are likely going to be doing more direct outreach as well too. Maybe it incorporates some non-digital channels, such as a cold call or something else. And there's multiple channels when going after these prospects. But I would still use that same formula to get where you want to go. I would still place an emphasis on that section 7, the projections, where you're putting numbers behind everything. Even if it's calls, maybe you need to make 100 calls a day to have 20 people pick up and 4 good conversations, but then one of those conversations can turn into something for you. 25% closing rate, so that's rather strong. But just to give an idea, this framework would work for that too. Sure. So I actually back into it from results, meaning when I'm putting together those projections, I'm looking at acquisition costs of a B2B customer, a B2B lead, a B2C customer. I mentioned we do investor acquisition campaigns for cryptocurrency, for equity crowdfunding, for crowdfunding. I'm able to back into it and say, okay, what's this marketing budget actually going to do? And therefore, how much budget do I need to hit milestones? Because if I'm just saying, hey, we're getting $50K in seed capital and I want to spend $10,000 on marketing, but meanwhile, I want to produce $1 million in sales, I'm looking at a 100x type response there, which is few and far between that can produce that. Perhaps it's a B2B conversion that's worth that much, and it is more plausible. But I'm more number oriented around that for acquisition costs. That being said, and to your 20% number, I've heard recommendations of everything from 10 to 35%. My encouragement is usually go higher on marketing for early stage projects, and I shouldn't say early stage, for startup launches. Early stage can mean many things, but for startup launches, once you're actually going to market, because I usually don't see companies failing because they're spending too much on marketing. I usually see them failing because they're not spending enough on marketing. And in all fairness, we're running an equity crowdfunding campaign. They've spent $50,000 already on legal and financial audits. They have 15 left to spend. And, that's where I go back to that budget has to equal the next budget for them. If I'm able to produce $75K to $150K in fundraising for them on their equity crowdfunding, they're able to pull more budget. They're able to move things along quicker. If I'm not, they can have the best, operating agreement in the world, but they're not bringing new investors to their digital funnel, which is what an equity crowdfunding campaign is. So, not because I'm involved with it, but just because of the utility it plays in your overall growth, I would try to account for as much as possible towards marketing. And allocate it intelligently. It doesn't mean spend blind. It doesn't mean, hey, it's not working, just keep throwing dollars at it. You want to have pivots in there. But cracking that code and finding what will work for you and give you a good acquisition cost that's scalable can make all the difference for a startup. Questions? Okay, very nice. So I'd actually like to get into fundraising a little bit further. I could dive into that more. We've worked on over 100 fundraising campaigns. We have a unique portfolio with equity crowdfunding campaigns on platforms like Start Engine, WeFunder, Republic, Microventures, Seed Invest, the list goes on, and kind of fell into it, again, working with startups. Right out of the gate, we were being asked to work on pitch decks for investors, participate in investor meetings on behalf of our clients, work on their revenue model, and have the marketing channels producing their milestones and showing exactly how they'll be delivered. And one day we got a call saying, hey, while you're working on that for me, can you help me structure my equity crowdfunding page? And I was familiar with crowdfunding. I was given the whole legality of how they were selling shares and securities there. I brought third-party data from an ad network that I was working at, one of their partners, for high net worth, high household income, and private equity type investor behaviors. And the campaign worked very well. We then started getting calls from other equity crowdfunding platforms and built a portfolio around this. For media buying, we could get a campaign up and running quickly. We have first-party data of investors who have participated in multiple deals. So we've been able to play a role in a lot of these initiatives and show a strong return on ad spend consistently. I still recommend the best practices approach where you're putting together your full strategy, perhaps looking at a pre-launch while operating under compliance. There's things you can and can't say for an equity crowdfund, but I recommend pre-launches for all initiatives these days. And then doing a good content marketing funnel, driving traffic into it with advertising while performing direct outreach on LinkedIn. And we've raised 9 figures. We've worked on campaigns that have raised 9 figures to date at this point. Always looking for more ways to provide value to startups there. We'll then work with companies on user acquisition, post the investor acquisition campaigns. So, I use that as an example because I know a lot of all startups are always looking for their next round. It could be a lot of work, but if you're getting an anchor investor, if you're getting a lead investor, they can be excellent vehicles to amplify what you're doing offline and therefore bring more funding, bring more resources to your company by doing so. They're different than reward-based crowdfunds as well too, which are more about pre-sales. You're not giving away any equity. Typically, you're raising less on a reward-based crowdfund, but it's in a shorter window of time, and you're not spending on legal and financial audits. Some interesting stats around reward-based crowdfunds, and when I say reward, that's Kickstarter, Indiegogo type platforms. You have to build a lot of trust because 75% of companies never deliver their product to the company. Frankly, don't have the operating costs that they mapped out required to actually produce and deliver. So a lot of distrust in that industry. By showing third-party validation, you're going to be ahead of other groups. And it all comes down to the pre-launch. So you want to launch 3 weeks, 3 months, somewhere in that window ahead of time. You want to drive audiences to a landing page where they could submit their email address. And I would shoot for 10,000 email addresses or more. The reason why that number is so important is I mentioned a 2% conversion rate earlier. This is historical for digital conversions, and that gives you 200 conversions on day one. If you don't hit 70 to 80% of your goal on an Indiegogo or Kickstarter campaign in the first 24 hours, you'll likely fail. I said that wrong. At 30% in the first 24 hours, there's a 70 to 80% chance you'll fail. Rarely have seen anything not produce a third in the first day and actually hit its goal. What you actually want to shoot for is more of what I said on accident, 100% of your goal on day one. You'll actually get into the Kickstarter and Indiegogo algorithms and be on a key placement for your entire month if you hit 100% of your goal in the first 24 hours. What that means is put together a low goal. Often see brands map this out as an internal goal and an external goal, and the external goal being low, the internal goal being what they actually need, because the secret around it is once you pass 100% of your goal, that's when people actually start paying attention and want to become involved in what it is that you're doing. So we'll see groups do a $10,000 goal, blow by it the first day and, raise six figures in the course of 30 days. Where if they put 200K as their goal, the way social proof works out, the way validation works out, if they raise 10,000 the first day, they're at less than 5% of their offering. Statistically, they won't raise it. And it's all about that perception. You want to create that line around your block. So, whether it's for a theatrical film release and you're getting people excited about that first Friday that it's live, or it's Thursday now, whether it's for a sneaker launch, an iPhone launch, you want that line around the block. You want people waiting. You want people sharing the date with their friends. It all comes down to the pre-launch. By the time you're live, it's already over. Any questions on crowdfunding, equity crowdfunding? Yeah. Yes.
Are you saying they are failing raising money or they are failing delivering the product after?
Sure. Yeah. To clarify the raising money. So if you don't hit a third of your goal in the first 24 hours, 70 to 80% chance, depending on what source you look at, that you won't hit your full goal in the first 30 days. Yes. So that's the metrics around it. Of course, there's stats. You can operate without it. But at the same time, the message there is to have a lower external goal. Get past it as quick as you can, because the percentage raised is a key number when someone's looking at your offering. Same is true with equity crowdfunding. I mentioned there's some rules around compliance, so you can't actually announce the offering until it's live on the most common regulation crowdfunding campaign, Reg CF. There's different rules around different filings, but those are you'd still want a legal approval before announcing your deal before it's live. But same concept, and that's why I was recommending an anchor investor, a lead investor. If you go on a portal, an equity crowdfunding site with 5,000 raised, you're going to get very little attention, and the sites will tell you that themselves. If you have your pre-existing audience ready to participate and 50K, 100K is put in the first week, you're in a substantially better place. The sites will actually promote you to their audience at that point. If you're able to do 200, 300 of, let's say, $1 million, the cap for Reg CF's 1.07 million of a $1 million raise, you're statistically in a far better spot to hit your goal with that anchor investor, that lead investor, with the similar concept of validation and overall social proof. Investors want to participate in something that has momentum. They don't want to be the one saving it in most scenarios. As much as they see something moving, they want to participate. They don't want to miss out on the opportunity. Would certainly love to provide value outside of monetary projections in some cases, but they want to know it's a moving ship that could be of great benefit to them.
Great. Hey, Jason, can we, what I would like to do, let me just grab this for one sec.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not going anywhere. So okay, so here's what I want to do. We're going to bring our investors up. We're going to have everybody here sitting at the table. Can you hang with us for a little bit longer?
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay. So Jason's going to sit here. I'm going to bring up Andrew Fielding from the Fielding Family Office, who's a later stage VC. Andrew is a great friend of ours over at the dojo. Has helped out many companies. They're prolific investors. They specialize very much within the late seed, early Series A stage. So you're going to get a great, and Andrew, just grab a seat. Could we liven up the mics, please, if you don't mind? Thank you, sir. So you're going to get a great feel from Andrew on why they invest in companies. Now, you will be able to ask questions on, like, do you like this type of company and what do you like? But more important, I'm going to be focusing the questions on, as an investor, what do you suggest, what do you like to see companies do? What do you see with successful companies? Right. We've also got Sunny Singh, who's going to come over. Sunny Singh is an exited entrepreneur, so he has done it himself. He is also, again, an investor. He exited out of the healthcare space, so really knows that area. But he's also a rising star in Tech Coast Angels. And those of you who know Tech Coast Angels, is it the biggest angel group in Southern California? Am I right in saying?
In the nation.
The biggest one in the nation. Yeah, wow. Okay.
We have 500 members.
In
in Southern California.
In Southern California, so crazy. So if Tech Ghost Angels like you, I mean, just firstly getting in front of an audience like that is so huge. But if Tech Ghost Angels like you, then obviously it's massive for you. And then I'm going to bring up Vishal Arora as well. Vishal is LP in the dojo, a phenomenal friend of mine, a great investor. You speak about your Arthur Anderson days. He's more in the Accenture days, but it's the same thing. Nothing changed. It's all the same from before. And again, a prolific investor, but Vishal likes the early stage space. So you have early stage space and how he looks at, and it's really fascinating. I mean, I'm in the early stage space, and I think it's the hardest job and the easiest job, right? Trying to pick the entrepreneurs. It's the hardest job because in many times you've got nothing to work off except for the people. But it's the easiest job because you have the people. And success leads clues. And when you look at people who are really successful and you look at the perseverance and the success that they've had previously, even if it's not in companies, there are clues that you can find. So we're going to find out from Vishal what he believes should run a great business. So, Vishal, I'm going to start with you, if I can. Can you tell us, when you're looking at entrepreneurs, what is it you look for? But more importantly, when you see them being successful, what do you see great entrepreneurs doing?
So for me, because I invest in a very early stage startup, there are 5 key components that I look at,
Okay.
which is team, technology, traction, market potential, and revenue. Revenue is subjective sometimes because it's very early stage. So depending on where they are at, whether they have a product market fit or whether they are like entering into the revenue, that is a little bit subjective. But these
Which is your key? I always heard this great statement, which is that in a entrepreneur, you look for integrity, you look for emotional intelligence, and you look for bullish. But if they don't have integrity, don't even bother looking at the other two. So what is your number one that you look at and say?
Number one is team. Number one is team. I look at the team and team composition. Sometimes my preference is not to invest in a single entrepreneur, single person startup, because that person might be exceptionally amazing, but you need a team to move it forward. So I look at the team, founding team composition, where you have somebody who knows technology, somebody who knows a little bit of business aspect of it, somebody who actually knows a little bit of operational aspect of it, and together they can run the overall and company together. It's very important because what happens is that if you have one person, it's not scalable for one person to focus on all the different areas. And sometimes because the founder is basically the original innovators, basically they are so much into the technology that they will not even understand the business aspect, or they will not be focused on it. So they need this ecosystem of support to grow that. So I think that team is very fundamentally important.
And what does a solo entrepreneur do if they don't have the team yet and they need to get the team built? Or maybe they weren't thinking of doing the team. Thanks.
Yeah, it's very important to focus on this aspect of it, because I have one company where the founding CEO, basically, he is also a chief technical engineer. And he was the innovator, he came up with the idea, and then he built a team later on, technical team, to help him. But then this is the one person who is also focuses on business development, doing a minimum viable product. First they are developing a minimum viable product, then they need to go out and reach out to the clients and basically do the product market fit. Then also basically they need to run the operations, they need to also focus on funding. So it's not scalable for one person to focus on all these different areas. That's why team is very important. You don't need to have 10 people team, but you need to at least have maybe 2 people who can basically complement each other to have put that foundation together to move forward.
Yeah, and I will say this, as a entrepreneur myself, lifelong entrepreneur, if I could go back in time, I would have a co-founder on every single company. If I could go back, not because they would have been more successful or less successful necessarily, but because they just would have been easier. Like if you do it on your own, you're working 18, 19 hours a day, and it's not that that's a terrible thing, it's just that it's not necessary. It's that and it's also, you're spending extra time doing it because they're not your skill set. So you're talking about skill mapping all the way through, right? And making sure that a team is there.
Absolutely right. And one more thing is that because this is like for every startup founders, it's their baby, and they have their biases, which allows them to have that tunnel vision. You need somebody in the team to keep you grounded, sometimes challenge your thought process, to have a constructive discussion within the group to put together a right go forward strategy for the company.
And by the way, so everybody's nodding and everybody's going to go to this place. So if you're either one of three people right now. You are either a solo founder, in which case you should be thinking, it's not that you will never get investment as a solo founder. I've got investment before as a solo founder. It's just way harder. You need to justify way more to show that you can break through huge barriers. But you are better off with folks who fill the gaps. Or you have a team of people who possibly are not that good, right? Which actually is a huge majority of the cases. A lot of the cases, you got the team, but there's 2 or 3 people there and they kind of suck. And now you're screwed because they have a large percentage of your company and you will never ever escape. You are done and doomed unless you can find a great way out. Or you have a team of really good people. And if you have a team of really good people, or if you're thinking of a new company, you want all of those people to make sure that all of the gaps that you have in the company, that they're covered. So I want to ask everybody else, because they're all going to say exactly the same thing. I will ask you, go on Andrew, you got something to say?
I want to add something. And one of the things about having a team is whenever you have an investor meeting, have both people in that if you're a 2-person founder. Because as Vishal said, one of you will have tunnel vision, and the other one can then see the feedback that the other person will clearly ignore. And that is one of the most important things that can allow you to improve and get further along in your business. So if you are going to have a team, try to have at least 2 people at every important meeting.
I can't stress what Andrew said enough. A disjointed team is almost worse than no team. And later stage investors will see it every single time. And they want you in there because they want to see how well you glue together. If one person is in there of a 2, 3, or 4-person team, what it says is the rest of the team doesn't give a shit. Pretty much, right? Or you're so embarrassed with the rest of the team that you don't want to put them in there. And then they want to have them there because they want to say, these guys have got to build. Like, think about what we're doing. It is so easy to say, I'm going to build $1 billion company. It's so easy. But you know how hard it is to run 400-500 staff and how much responsibility comes with that? And you may think, well, I'm not at that stage, Brian. Why are you hassling me with that right now? It's because you're asking an investor to bet that you will reach that stage. And if you don't have the gaps filled to get you to that stage, it's going to be incredibly hard. Hey, Andrew, tell me, startups that you've seen, business development that they've done to go from 0 to 1, what are some of the best things?
A lot of it is just networking, to be honest. We primarily invest in enterprise companies. We have found that in the earlier stages, the pay-per-click or other web advertising is a little less effective. We're looking at contract values of over $100,000 generally per item per month for the companies we like. So it's really hard to find the person who leads that buying center with an ad. It's a lot easier to find them through networking. The other thing that is huge is properly incentivizing and legally incentivizing referrals. The legal issue is actually bigger than I think you may expect when you're talking about enterprises and referrals, because the money can't necessarily go to the person, it has to go to the company, and a lot of ways around that. But if you can properly incent referrals, we've seen that be the best growth hack is saying, hey, we'll give you $1,000 or give your company $1,000 Starbucks card if you can if you introduce us to someone in your same role at another company.
Yeah, it's a great point. Actually, yesterday evening at the dojo, we had an event for a homeless technology, but some of the highest level people that you will ever see were at that event last night. And there was one particular booth. Now, I wanted it because my son wants to create an affiliate website where they can make money and give money to charity and all kinds of stuff, but it's based on affiliate links. So I saw this great booth, and it's the ones that have the keys, which are jewelry, and then you give them to folks. And I met her, and she's like, yeah, we have this great thing. We're like dealing with all these superstars. I said, oh, sounds awesome. Give me your affiliate link, and I will share it with people. And she says, oh, we just don't have time to do it because we've been so busy and we're a 2-year-old company. I'm like, you know how easy it is to do this? But sometimes people have such a long to-do list, and because they're so creative, they're focused on making sure that the beauty of the product is done. Things like affiliate links are so easy.
And with affiliate links, even if you don't think you can serve the customers that you're going to bring in, you can always put customers on a wait list.
Yeah.
Wait list is always an option. We have companies that think that they're growing too fast. We tell them, just create a wait list. people will still be on it, they'll be in line, and that shows you, and it really helps you raising money. If you can say you have a qualified wait list, which is essentially your qualified sales, your qualified prospect list, that's huge. And, you've already asked these people to fill out a short survey, do whatever they need. So you know that once you have the capacity, a certain percentage of people are going to buy.
And it feels so good. Like as an early stage startup, you're used to like hearing no all the time. Your first customers no, your first investors no, your first partners no, your first everybody no. It is great to be able to say the word no to somebody else. You'll just feel great. I've got a wait list. I'm sorry, you can't come into my bar. We're full. We got too many people there. Because what it will do is, there is a huge placebo effect as well in startup. And if you're really focusing on the business development, and Andrew's point, like, it could be the affiliate links, it could be just a decent referral process if you haven't put the structure in properly for the technology yet, or it could be just networking and going places. Is the majority of people, they will not go that extra yard. They will not walk over to the two people who are talking and say, hey guys, I just want to introduce myself and tell you what I'm doing. They would rather sit in the corner, because we've had that excessiveness beaten out of us when we were kids and told, don't disrupt people, don't annoy them, don't go over there. So this is about showing that you are going to get to the people and the places that you need to get to. Sonny, go on, Andrew.
The networking side, you don't have to actually find the head of that buying center. If you can find someone that knows the head of that buying center, they can warm intro to you to them, and that's almost as strong. So just keep that in mind, that even if you can't get to the perfect person, you can likely get to someone who knows them, or someone who knows someone who knows them.
Yeah.
And those multiple degree connections are how many great businesses are built.
Yeah. Like think about Ring, right? When Jamie started Ring, I mean, okay, he went through Shark Tank. He made sure he put himself in a position to get onto Shark Tank. He then got seen on Shark Tank by a bunch of people. He then got approached because of all of the people that they had reached out to before by, who was the influencer? They had a super
Shaq.
uber, it was Shaq.
Yeah.
And then he got Shaq, and then hey, presto, he has a generally shitty product, which is the same as everybody else's. I have got a doorbell, which happens to have a camera on the front of it, but he's $1 billion company, and he's $1 billion company, I believe, through nothing else other than great, incredible networking.
Don't shit on a local company.
Dude, the guy's awesome. This guy's awesome.
Not many
But I say it in a
companies
really, I actually say it in a really, he's right, but I say it in a really respectful way, because a lot of the time we go so deep into building the most incredible analytical, machine learning, artificial intelligence, like hardest thing to compete with Silicon Valley and everyone else. And here we have a product of which there's many other on the market. There's no defensibility really, and he brilliantly got in. I mean, it's not.
There is definitely some defensibility in network effect. That's what they've built their defensibility on. But
I'll be nice, because Andrew's going to be like, don't be messing with my boy Jamie.
I'm a very critical person, so the fact that I'm defending them is somewhat, I think, surprising Brian quite a bit. But they have network defensibility that I think a lot of their competitors would love to have.
And once they got Shaq in, it was game over. Once they got onto Shark Tank, everybody saw it in Shark Tank. They built up their sales. They then got Shaq in. It's game over. And they did it all through building their network and making sure they did their networking
Their
properly.
neighbor's product basically creates its private policing network, which is kind of weird and dystopian. But that's really that's how they grew. Actually, was like getting people to put that sign in front of their yard saying "protected by Ring." Their next door neighbor sees it, and it just that cycle. They did really well in the growth hacking, actually.
Yeah, but we do love them, by the way. Sonny, what you got? Great things that you've seen entrepreneurs doing. Let's take companies as an investor, as you're looking at those companies that have grown from zero to something incredible. It can be in any sector.
Yeah. So I'd say most people have this misconception that you need to spend money for marketing. You need to spend money for growth. You need to spend money for this, money for that, money for everything. In the beginning, entrepreneurs have time and less money. Later, you'll have less time and a lot of money. That's just how companies progress. So in the beginning, use your time wisely. Go to networking events that are free, and there's a lot of them. Make sure that you use free marketing, and by free marketing, I mean stand on the shoulder of other giants you know. So there might be one person who knows 100 investors, market through them. There might be...
You know a lot of angels.
Yeah, well, so the
500.
The point is, it's important to use your time effectively in the beginning to get ahead of the competition, because your competition might already be funded. And many people are like, oh, this company's already at $100 million valuation and I'm just starting out. You have an advantage. You have an advantage. You have a time advantage. You have an agility advantage. Use that advantage, and then you can get ahead of the competition. Later, you won't have that time. So do it right now. Use your time effectively. You don't have to have a lot of money to grow in the beginning. So people who budget a lot for marketing and growth in the beginning, that's a red flag to me.
And just look for sometimes the audacious things. And I just see, because Pauline's just walking in, I'm going to give a great example of a company, Star News, right? Because sometimes we look at stuff which seems impossible and we stay away from it. And then maybe we'll go to a local networking event and we'll meet the 3 people who'll smile nicest at us, while actually that audacious thing that we could have done could have been the game changer. So Star News, African company, US citizen, but he recognized that there was an opportunity in Africa. The opportunity was the distribution of influencer type content out to the market. He knew that he could get access to a few influencers, but he also knew there aren't really apps in Africa. Everything is done through cellular technology. So he immediately went and made sure he networked with the folks who were the cellular carriers. And he said to the cellular carriers, because in that country, this was a conversation you could have, guys, how would you like to make a bunch more revenue? Because there's X amount of people who are never using the phone at any one time because they're waiting to have it refilled up. Everything is add your payments as you go along. And after persevering and persevering and persevering, he got a cellular carrier. And he got the main cellular carrier. And then he went to the next country because he then had a warm referral to Andrew's Point. And then he got the next country to get exclusive access through their cellular carrier. And what do you think happened as soon as he got access through the cellular carrier? Suddenly, Universal, who were the biggest network for artists in Africa, came to him and said, dude, you got exclusive access through South African or 1 or 2 of the other countries. You think we could do an exclusive with you as well? And suddenly you have a small single entrepreneur on his own in a country becoming the most important person in that space, in the influencer space. How many subscribers do we have now? Like a couple of million? Yeah, like a couple of million subscribers. How much money? No money. Zero money. A revenue share with the carrier. A revenue share with the folks from Universal. And how many revenue? $100,000 a month they're bringing in right now for themselves, and that would probably jump to $300,000 to $500,000 a month within the next couple of years. Go hard, and go hard at the people in your space, and don't be afraid of going really big. Zero spent, zero cost. They're advertising; they'll have to spend something soon, but they haven't had to spend anything yet because they built a model which was frictionless within the people within that model. So I love what you're saying, Sonny. It's there. The problem that we have is sometimes, and this is why I love this analogy of Vikings, because sometimes we have this problem. We go, dude, this guy here raised $2 million, $3 million. Yeah, we just made that guy soft. Like, that $2 million was actually the biggest favor they could have done for you as an entrepreneur, because that guy over there has got $2 million sitting in their bank, and now they're planning their company retreat in Vegas with their 15 employees, which they're already planning with their org chart to get it up to 45 people by the summer of next year so they can do their next round. You, on the other hand, are a beast, and you are afraid of no one, and you are stocking up your Viking ship and you're going looking. So I sometimes feel, and this must be a really interesting dichotomy, and I'd love to get everybody's feeling on the panel as well, I sometimes feel that as soon as people start getting real money, actually is the scariest time in the company. What do you think? Anyone?
Yeah, I agree with that for 2 reasons. One, I think money changes the entrepreneur because they feel that they have the resources to execute on their quote-unquote plan. But the problem is that when you bring external investors in, the control dynamics of the company change significantly. And that's something people don't understand in the beginning, especially when you've never raised money before. The control of the company changes drastically. I don't think anyone's going to give you a lot of money without changing either the board structure or the control in the company, especially if it's an institution. You're raising from individual investors, that's fine. Family and friends, that's fine. But if you're going to a VC fund, they're going to change it's going to get a lot more complicated, a lot more formal. That's where you have money, but your time constraints will start increasing. You'll have to go to board meetings, you'll have to report So there are pros and cons. In the beginning, even though it seems scary, you have a lot more time and freedom to do things your way and to put that time towards the most effective events. Afterwards, there's a structure and you can't do anything about it. You just have to go with that structure.
I would agree with that, especially after your second round of funding. So generally an A round, that's when the board is not always fully controlled by the founders. But generally in a seed, the founders can do almost anything they want because they're going to control the normal board configuration, 2 out of 3 seats. But I actually would disagree with this. I think the scariest time at a company is after, as they wind down the first batch of cash that they raised and they're running out. And
Explain that a little bit more. When you say wind down, what do you mean?
So I should have been more clear. As they run out of their first batch of cash.
Because I'm going to use that phrase when we go home and we're struggling in the mortgage next month, and I'm going to say, love, we're just winding down the cash that we have.
But that's when a company really has to figure out and prioritize, because almost always, companies don't start raising in time for the second round. Generally, you want to start raising 6 to 9 months before a round, 3 months if you're the hottest startup on earth. Like we have companies that we've committed to that are super hot, and yet it still takes time to close rounds and do everything. So when that company realizes they're almost out of money, that is definitely the scariest time in a business. Less scary the second time because they know how to deal with it, but that first time when you have to see what the founder's made of, I think that's a very, very scary time, and in my opinion, the scariest. And that's when I generally start meeting companies.
Yeah, and
especially when milestones aren't met as well.
They're
it's
never
very
met.
difficult to ask for money for the same thing a second time.
They're never met. That's my
but
experience.
some traction, right? Being able to show like, hey, this injection is actually going to get us to these next goals from this proven record. So being able to scale something like that.
Yeah, and I'm seeing it after these guys, pretty far after these guys. So a couple of years generally.
But it's very important in this, right? Because if you look at it, I agree with him that once the money starts coming in, because now you have enough money, you will start getting a bigger place, start getting a high performance system, have some fancy things for their team, and then money runs out. I have seen the companies which has gone through like 2-3 rounds of Series A, Series B, raised $25 million plus, and now they are winding down because of they didn't control it very well, right? My thought process, I'm not at the series level, I focus on an early stage, but I personally believe that simplification is very important and value proposition is very important. And I always coach all the startups that I have in that way, that just focus on the price. Nowadays, everybody's throwing the words like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and they think that talking about these words will get them more money from the investor. Maybe sometimes it might be true for some people. I doubt it. But the thing is that you need to just focus on what problem you are trying to solve. It could be a very small, simple problem that you are trying to solve. And then once you have a traction, once you start getting some direction into it, then you can start diversifying and start basically enhancing that. It is very important. But in all this, I always basically tell them, anytime you do anything, just ask one question, whether these things, whatever you are planning to do, adds the value to your overall program or adds the value to your company. And if it doesn't, just throw it out, don't do it, right? Because that value proposition is very important, because if you create that thought process within the company, you will eliminate some of the challenges that we've been talking about. It's very important in the early stage, because early stage you don't have enough money. And that's where you need to keep thinking about simplification and value proposition all the time.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. So I suppose if we're going to simplify it into 2 areas, my feeling from what I said at the start, money makes people soft. I think it's made many of our entrepreneurs soft over the years. So there's 2 parts. Part 1, you start your business, you build your business, you do everything that Andrew says, you network, you referral, you do affiliates, you find everything that Jason said, you make sure you have all of your channels working on full force. And even if you're not selling, even if you don't have your product built, even if you are the wizard behind the curtain and you are just trying to show it's there, but you are providing some form of value to someone, you are raising your level of expertise and everything else, and you are doing it on your dime in your area. What you do after that when it comes to money is actually a very serious decision. You may feel, oh yeah, but these dudes are just investing in me. No, they're not. They are lending you money. It's in the form of debt. And I had an entrepreneur say to me the other day, not for me, but for $3 million that he took on top of on something that we were engaged with. Yeah, but they invested in the company. No, dude, they did not invest in the company. They lent the money to you. They may not be legally able to come after you in a heavy way, although some do. But they lent the money to you. Like, you took real cash that was made by real people, and you said you were going to do something, and you didn't do it with them, right? So it is a huge commitment that you're going to take. And I've seen, and Andrew's right in what he says, but actually the moment from when they take the money to when they're running out of money because they haven't hit their milestones is just one long moment, right? Once they get that money, the commitments that are in place that need to be done all change. For the very first time, you're beholden to other people for money that you've taken from them. Plus, you are now playing a game. You have moved from starting a business which has to bring in profitability, value, substance, all of the things that we want in companies, to building a company that can lose money all friggin' day long. Like, it's okay, as long as you're hitting milestones that can be hit. In my book, I pray every morning that we can have more companies like Star News, more companies that can build revenue and do it themselves and not be reliant on having to get multiple rounds from investors. But if you are going to go down that road, you have got to know that you are only on a question of time before you lose absolute control of your company, rightfully so, because you've brought in millions and millions and millions of dollars. So when you do it carefully, okay? Andrew, what do you want to see from founders once they get to that stage? They get to their Series A, you put the investment into them. From your view, it's an investment in the person, and you are lending the money to the person. What do you want to see happen after that?
So we look at two different types of companies generally, and I think it's important that you generally look for somewhat slightly different things from each of them. So we look at some deep tech companies that are going to be selling in enterprise, and then we also look at less deep tech companies that are just pure SaaS businesses with some small level of protectability, but still enough of a moat. From those guys, a lot of what we look at is going to be churn and revenue. We also want to see that the team hasn't made mistakes that would have pissed people off and maybe turned to be negative to their character. But generally, it's the revenue, the churn, and the plan to go forward. I think that's where it is. And we're talking about recurring revenue. I don't really care about one-offs, because one-offs are not reliable enough, especially with where we are in an economic cycle. I don't think people are still going to be buying one-off purchases going into the future. When it comes to the deep tech stuff, we don't always have to have a significant amount of revenue, I think, because deep tech requires a lot more cash to get going oftentimes. But we generally like to see decent amount of revenue, maybe $1 million recurring, at the 500 to $1 million on the lower end, and then significant contracts in the pipeline. And for the stuff that we're touching, we generally like to see at that point a clear PMF, product market fit.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but we're not playing in the life sciences space as much, where you're not going to have that till a C or a D round. But for us, that's generally what we're looking for in the software businesses. Okay,
and then good communication, right? As you're going forward.
Yeah, good communication. Don't commit fraud. I know it sounds stupid that I have to say this, but we've encountered that
many times,
way more often than you'd expect. Is people lying about metrics. We've had people lie about everything. We've had people lie about co-founders, lie about their technology. Don't be stupid. It's that simple. If you can't stand behind it, don't say it. And you will get associated with what you say if it's a lie.
Yeah, it's true. And by the way, when people are telling those lies, they don't often cases realize that they're telling lies. It was a tiny thing that they kind of sort of felt maybe kind of sort of happening in the future, and then suddenly, like, over a period of time, it turned into, stay very true to your values.
And then be honest. If you made a mistake previously,
just come back and say it.
Tell me. I'm going to diligence you. And if something comes up in diligence that's a red flag, I'm going to pass, and I'll have already found out who else you're talking to. They're going to ask me what I found in my diligence. I'm going to ask them what they found. And if I find a red flag, I have to tell them what that is, because
we share information, and that could kill your entire round and kill your company. So don't think you can tell one story to one VC and one to another. We all talk. That's the business.
That's great. And also, you brought up a really good point about Jamie as well, which is worth going back to, which is how to build virality into your product. How do you get your users as your raving fans? So whether it's the local community police that you put in place or something else, have you seen any other good examples of that the founders have done? Because it's the best form of marketing.
We don't
right?
invest on virality. That is not something we actually traditionally invest on, but I can look outside of what my investment thesis is and see that was a good one that no one else was going after. And what that got is actually that Neighbors program led to police department partnerships. So they were essentially police endorsed. And they were the only one in the space who had multiple police departments saying, hey, get a Ring camera, share the stuff with us.
And Headspace did a similar thing, right?
I'm not super aware of the Headspace game. I think that's more wellness, and I'm not super knowledgeable.
Yeah. Sonny's nodding.
That area.
Well, I invested in Headspace, so yeah, it's a wellness platform.
Oh, you're a smart guy, Sonny.
But
you invested in Headspace?
yeah,
Headspace are doing great.
But more importantly, to Brian's point, the only company I've seen in so many years that's overshot their projections, it's rare, but they overachieved what they were projecting. They used a marketing hack which cost them $0, and it was amazing how they achieved virality. I can't mention the name of the company because I'm an investor and confidentiality reasons, but they used a local university right here in LA. They went into their student internship program, and students in the entrepreneurship program at these universities, they're required to do an internship at a startup. That's just how it is. They just took those people and said, we'll give you some sales experience, we'll give you some internship experience, come and do cold calling for us, come and do emailing for us, come and do postcard for us, and they didn't pay them a dime. They got their internship certificates, and they have a 200-person marketing team with zero spend.
Doing cold calling.
Doing cold calling from their houses and dorm rooms. So.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Love it.
You don't always need money to grow, is what I'm saying.
Have you seen the example of OnePlus phone? So OnePlus used a very unique marketing strategy where what they did was they knew that they kind of called themselves a flagship killer. So they wanted to compete against iPhone, Samsung, and their marketing strategy was genius because what they started with is that they knew that they will not be able to meet the demand. So they just publicly announced that you can't buy the phone. You can only buy if the people who already has it, either they recommend you and you get that basically a code for that, or if you are a basically critics who basically evaluate that. And they grew from that, and now it's one of the most popular brand in Asia Pacific. Even in US, many people has it. But that strategy was amazing because I was the buyer for first few versions of that, and I needed to line up for that. Literally, I needed to get it from a friend of mine because initially I didn't got it. And if I come to you and I can tell you, you might have a deep pocket, but if I come to you and I can tell you can't buy this, you will be more willing to buy that. So they kind of use that human behavior to market that, and it was amazingly successful.
Brilliant. Jason, anybody else? Any other good hacks that you've seen?
I love the internship program of things, and I know that pays out well. I mean, I was an intern when I was in school, and I still reference some of the projects I work on, so I don't look at it as a free unpaid thing. College campuses are such a great place to focus on. You have an audience that's captive. They're thirsty to get involved in projects, to be able to build up their portfolio. I've read up on different types of growth hacks, even involving one of the dating apps where they're going to sorority houses and getting signups on the app, then going right across the street to the fraternity houses.
It's Tinder, right?
Yeah, Tinder did that.
Tinder did?
I know you guys have a heavy portfolio. I didn't want to. Yeah, I invested in that, and this is what they actually did. So but I read up on this whole study, and it became a whole national program that they launched from there. Meaning, not only did they have a model that was working in one geographic market, they then scaled it from there and continued to replicate, which for me as a marketer is what I drool over, is scalability.
So here's what we're going to do. But firstly, look,
Superhuman
this-
is also a great growth hack, the way they function.
Yeah, so look, this is my plea to everybody, just to be brilliant. When you're looking for investment, investment works on a relatively simple principle. You build confidence based on actions that you have done that are unexpected. Just doing some Facebook ads around a good product is okay, but it's not building confidence, right? When you do something like Airbnb did within the code that they build on Craigslist and they sucked in hundreds of thousands of users, or we talk about like interns, like what happens with investors is they see a leader that is prepared and able to look outside the box and build something incredible that other people are not able to do. And they're not as worried about competition or defensibility or anything like that, because who friggin' cares? Because in 6 months they'll come up with another brilliant idea to be able to get past that. So be that person. And as you do it and you become successful in it, what happens is investors and people start to see other people who are brilliant, and people invest in other brilliant people that are doing great things. So FOMO comes in, and once FOMO, the fear of missing out, comes in, investors will start to side with you, and you will start to find that something that seemed like this very logical and sequential process turns into a very emotional process. Okay, I want to do one thing, and then I'm going to open it up for questions for the folks, right? I want to take up a startup that I know. Michael, do me a favor. Just give us 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes if you like, on what your business is and what your value proposition is. Then I would like you to say the biggest challenge that you have, and I would love to hear from the investors, from Jason, on what they feel that you should do to grow your business.
Thanks for preparing me before.
Yeah, that's what I do, my friend, and I'm going to add in the gaps, so don't worry. But let's just take it from the top, what we do, and take your time.
All right, so most live music performances, being live music performances on a stage that happen between bands and their fans are not being captured. These moments make for incredible content. Just like sports does, and food does, and weather on TV, these moments are amazing, but they never get captured. They're happening in the thousands every day around the world, but never being captured. Why? The cost of capturing these moments are way too high. What we have is that we plan to launch the largest production company in the world by using people's phones. People take their phones out of the concert, they record the concert, and our software takes everybody's videos and stitches them together. The other problem is the audio. The audio is crap from a phone. So what we do is we have a device that sits on the desk, easy to plug into any desk in the world, and records the audio, and it automatically masters that audio, which is something a sound engineer would do and an external desk would do previously. So almost instantly after the show, we can create a full live music performance. And now what all bands have is they have fans. So there's people who desire this content all over the world. And using our technology, we're looking to create the largest database of live music moments in the world. We have an app. All these moments can be consumed in the app. Think of Instagram for moments, or Spotify for live music. And our cost of producing all this content is very, very low.
And you've built all of this on a platform. It is not a manual process. It's out of Israel. It's very deep technology. So when he says not being captured, he doesn't mean like some crappy YouTube video at a concert. He means there is not studio level audio and visual recording at concerts, all of them, capturing all the live moments. So if I wanted to see everything that was happening in some great concert up in New York, I would be able to see it, but through the lens of the fans. So you're turning, really the record studios are becoming the fans. And then you're putting a gamification in there. I'll just add in the last few pieces because you kind of left it out. But you're putting a gamification in there where the fans are getting paid for recording the music, the influencers are getting paid, stroke the managers for referring over the fans, and the artists are getting paid for music that comes through the platform, okay? So we know the platform, it's very interesting. I've seen the technology, we invested in it. What should he do to grow his audience over here? All of the back end is built, everything is there, it's just the user experience they're
Is
building.
that his biggest challenge, is growing the audience?
Is our biggest
What's your biggest challenge right now? Because I thought
Growing the audience.
What's our biggest challenge? Our biggest challenge is, well, first of all, one of the biggest challenges, we are creating a new behavioral pattern. Okay? So no one's done this before, what we do. So a lot of people, there's no road map to follow. So a lot of the investors that you meet don't have something to compare what you do.
Wait, so is raising money the challenge, or is it something else?
is it investor education or user education?
exactly.
Because he said that either creating a new behavior pattern for those you can't hear, and they're having trouble getting people to understand that.
Not people.
I don't want to rush you, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe the user acquisition we can get because our product is good, and the bands want to use our product, and they have communities around them, and they can drive the usage.
Why somebody would record that and send it to you? And it's like, for example, let's say I'm one of the user. You expect, if I'm attending a concert, you expect me to take my phone out while I'm enjoying the music, take some recording, and share that content with you, which you will stitch together at the later stage, right?
So you'll get paid for it,
Okay.
number one. Number two, all the users are already taking their phones out. So they're already taking the phones, but the content has bad audio in it. So when you take your phone out and you use our platform, you will get audio synced to your video.
I completely understand, but how much I get paid, that will also basically matter to me whether I'm going to take my phone out or not, right?
Yes.
From the user. I'm trying to understand that how you are going to make money, because you are offering them the money as well, right? So have you streamlined that part as well? Because user are only because you are asking me, means I'm going to a concert to enjoy the music.
Yes.
Now you are asking me to take my phone out, which is going to have lots of pain in my hand later on. But there are lots of different things, like people think it in a different way. What is their motivation factor that you are appealing to? Maybe they might get a content of the copy as well, right?
Yes.
But then sometimes there are privacy issues as well, because you don't know what type of content that they are capturing and things like that. Essentially, they need to know that what's in it for them,
Yes.
right? And what they are going to get out of it, because that will be the primary driver for your user acquisition.
Yeah. So we're creating a system that will be similar to the Uber or Airbnb, which recruits drivers or hosts and takes them through a process to become that person. So they'll get paid. Good content providers will get paid to be on the system.
I think the percentages that he's looking for is, look, it's going to be 60% to the artist, it's going to be 20% to the platform, and it's going to be 20% to the person who actually takes the thing. And that 20% is split between the folks who actually use their video along. And the idea is that you have a sufficient amount of videos that are out there, and you become the recording studio for your favorite artists. So people will engage for two reasons. Number one, because why do people engage with Instagram and give Instagram the largest database of photos in the world? Well, it's because they want to be able to share and be part of it with their friends and family and everybody else, and they want to be part of the fan experience. And number two, because as it builds and there's millions and millions and millions of users on the platform and they're all paying for it, then a share of that revenue will be going to the folks who are actually taking the videos in the beginning.
I think the part that I'm not clear about here is that for example, on one given concert, let's say there are 500 people who are recording it, right? They are going to get some level, some amount from you for recording it and sending it to you. Who is going to be the buyer of that content that you produce, and whether you're going to make enough money to support this or not?
Yes.
That's the part that
So there's three levels to how we're going to monetize the content. Level number one, we have the largest database of live music performances in the world. The consumer will have a freemium model where you can get X amount of content for free in our app. And then there's a subscription model. Number two is pay TV. So the same as cable TV, which is a channel like Comedy Central and the Weather Channel. They will pay us to have our channel in the pay TV model. And then non-linear SVOD, so video on demand. Non-linear, like channels like
going internet and digital, but the medium that reaches most Americans is still radio and TV, significantly so. So, that's audio, visual. These are content that we can provide them with at a much lower cost globally.
So have you had discussions with these people who have high production costs? Have you talked to them?
Yes, very much so. So
Yeah.
in every country, there's a region in the TV world, in the linear TV world, that people buy content for the different regions. So, for example, I'm from South Africa, it's an Israeli startup. We installed a jazz venue there. A very exciting music scene is happening in South Africa. If anyone follows, for example, the biggest DJs in EDM are coming out of South Africa. So it's very rich in creativity and art. So there's a new movement in jazz, which is the combination of, doesn't matter, ancestry and Western jazz. And that in itself is a niche of maybe, let's say, 10 million people around the world who like jazz and would be interested in that.
Yeah.
So in 6 months of having our technology there, we have the largest ever recorded database of South African jazz music. All right, so we went to a content conference. We met someone from LA, the African American channel. They provide African Americans here with content. A big trend now is content from the diaspora. All right, and they heard that we have this catalog of content, and they started discussions with us on looking at potentially buying the content. Our cost to produce the content was close to zero. So that's just one. I don't know if that answers your question.
Why it is zero?
Well, when I'm saying the cost, is we're not hiring videographers, we're not hiring video editors.
So you are saying that all the content you receive from the phone, it could be a different format or different basically quality. You have a system and automation in place which produces the very high quality
Yes.
content which can be consumed by these TV channels?
Yeah.
Or-
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we Universal Music has got a standard that they provided us with, and we meet those standards of quality.
So they built machine learning into it so
Yeah.
that it can tell the best. I want to, Andrew, I know, so because it's 11 now, and this last half an hour, I'm going to keep very fluid, but Andrew's got to jump as everybody else will slowly as we kind of go to it.
Yeah.
Last words, Andrew.
I just want to say, first thing, you had mentioned that you were having trouble getting people to understand that this was a new method of function, a new standard of use, almost. And yet you then made the example where you said that Uber, Airbnb, they all got people to do things that they didn't otherwise do.
Yes.
And there's a lot more examples as well. And that's something to harp on, I think for sure. But really you need to find closer examples. So there wasn't a standard of use to record news events before. Now people do, because they know that there may be, first of all, it's interesting, and the other thing is that they may be able to make money on them. I think that's what drives a lot of people, recording every little thing they see. And you could talk about that. You have lots of things to talk about, I think, and you also just, as for everyone here, you always have to find the right investor.
Yes.
I love this business. I am not the right investor for this business.
Because you're later, but you love the business.
No, because it doesn't fit my market. It touches consumers, and that's something I strictly do not do.
Yeah, of course. But you like the idea of what he's
I
talking
think
about.
it's very interesting. Yes.
What do you think he needs to do? I'll just let you ask this before Andrew goes. What do you think he needs to do most to make it attractive to investors like you, but folks
He's never
going
going
to
to make it
not
attractive
for
to
you,
someone
not
like
for
me.
you, but I mean for investors
For
who have,
investors,
would have
you just to
criteria within consumer.
get numbers.
Well,
Hit your numbers.
Can I ask a question? Because, if you don't mind.
If it's quick, I do have to get going. I have a flight to catch.
Everybody, but like, so for example, the previous event, the investor event we did, everyone's now in ad tech or meditech and stuff like that. So investors go, oh, I understand that. I can see how your product fits into this, right? Now, with something like us, with the new behavior patterns, it's more the investors that we're meeting who don't have the experience within this kind of industry that we want to go into.
That you need to find music investors. There are lots of people with significant backgrounds in music in Los Angeles who will understand this. And you need this is saying no one's ever going to have you meet all the investors. They're going to get you some meetings, but you have to do most of it on your own. That's just the way it works. You have to find people, because no one's going to know all the music investors for you, but also know some med tech investors. That's just not how it works. People I know enterprise investors and consumer investors. I do not know music investors. So you just have to find them. The best investors are often specialized.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks so much, guys.
Great last words. Okay, so you get, but he also said something else, which is, I said, what does he need to do the most? Thanks, buddy. The numbers. The numbers. It's all about the numbers for it. Sonny, what would you add on? I also want to get something from Jason as well about how he's going to build the numbers, because it is all going to be about the numbers at the end of the day. Like, you look at it and you'll say, well, I don't know anything about this space, but if I see people engaging.
So my group has a few, and we call it entertainment tech. We have a few entertainment tech investors, and because we're so generic, see so many different types of companies, have a little bit of understanding of most industries. Regardless of the vertical, one thing you can take away for any business is you have to know your value proposition and your revenue model like that. You know, so when someone asks you, hey, what's your biggest problem? Being the CEO of the company, that's what you should be dreaming about anyway at night. You should have that answer right there. So when someone asks you, what's your biggest problem? It should come out like that. That's the first thing. So you need to do some introspection and look at what your revenue model is, what your value proposition is. Those are the two key things I would tell you. And then, who is your client? What does a typical client look like? And I'm sure he's going to say that marketing's always targeted. So what is a typical client for you? Demographics, age group, type of income. Are they consumers? Are they businesses? Is this a technology you could sell to Comedy Central? Is this a technology you could sell to a studio? Is it going to be a business-to-business sale? Is it going to be a business-to-consumer sale? They're very different. You need to know all of these things. When you say I want to grow my user base, what is that user base? Is it the end consumer, or are the studios your user base? You know, and the sales are extremely different. To sell into a business, it has to be personal relationships, a lot of face-to-face, a lot of on the phone. To sell to consumer, it has to be mass marketing, a lot of high touch, but more broadcast. So I would say these are generics for any business, regardless of vertical. Get your value proposition, your revenue models in place, know your target consumer, and then you can ask your question and say, this is what I want to do. You have to be very focused, pointed in your question. That's my opinion. So,
What do you got to add, Jason?
Yeah, excellent response. I agree with everything there. On top of it, it was a question on where you're focusing. I would focus on strategic partnerships while talking investor conversations. And obviously, if the technology is contingent upon capital, you're going to want to put more of the weight over there. But the strategic partnerships, both in terms of what was mentioned earlier on how it's a great way for free marketing. If you're putting together these relationships with venues, with artists, with different types of organizers, it adds value to their whole experience, their product, if you will, and they have these existing audience groups. So great way to do user acquisition for very low costs. I never like saying zero because there's always something involved, but next to nothing costs. And it's going to add more enticingness to the investor conversation. If you say, hey, we just put together this deal with this ticketing platform, they have thousands of events they're doing a month, and for this reason they're going to be promoting us. We're going to have access to these audiences. You're able to show alignment with different artists. Comedy Central was mentioned. Maybe it's Viacom. Maybe it's a bigger media company that you're able to show a letter of intent. But that type of momentum goes a long way. I also hate seeing projects get stuck in the investment conversation, meaning we can't do anything until we get an investment. I don't fully believe in that, and if you're able to do these things, it's going to support in the way investors are responding to you. So both strategic partnerships and really refining your investor presentation which was recommended.
Okay, and I want to toggle back to Jason in a second, but I want to keep it on that area. Everything is about the confidence of the solution that you have. I know your solution. I am entirely confident that a 17, 19-year-old girl or guy are going to feel that they want to be part of the production, the inclusion economy. I am entirely confident that they will go to a conference knowing that if they can have their name listed as the recording studio for the Rolling Stones of whatever a 17-year-old watches on TV or in concerts, that is a dream for them. And if they get money, it would be entirely different. I am entirely confident because I know you and I know your product. But that confidence has to come across. It has to be transmitted. Everything the investment do, you feel it needs to be a music person. I don't necessarily agree. I think you'll get a music person and you'll get 4 other people who are not music people. Ask Guy, ask Pauline how many people of their investors are music people, are influencer people, content people. None of them. The most awesome dude they have is a random guy who did mergers and acquisitions for Morgan Stanley. He wouldn't know a friggin' concert or influencer content if it smacked him in the face. But he knows a great entrepreneur with a great concept that's time has come with confidence in that concept. He has to be like that. And it's for all of you. When I ask a question, it has to be within 2 seconds. Now you have to be humble enough to realize that we don't know what we don't know. But we have risked our life and our time on this because we are gambling that we believe that our concept and we've nailed the particular answer. Now we're humble enough to know that if we need to change stuff. Every day I rely on these guys to say to me, is there something that we should change in our accelerator, because I respect their opinion. But going into the conversation, they feel that I have confidence and knowledge enough so that I am driving the car, but very welcome to another driver joining me. Okay, so you have a great thing. So for everybody else here, this is what you want. You're in front of them. This is my avatar. This is my market. This is our market entry. If you guys are going to give me money, God bless you. If you're not going to give me money, F you, I don't care. Because I'm going to build this anyway, and we're going to build our users anyway, and you can come on the train later on. I don't mind. But by the way, you ain't coming into the economy level carriage later on. You're coming into the first class carriage later on, because that's what you're going to have to pay for. So no problem. Everything comes with a cost, but they have to feel you, the CEO of the company, are going to drive this thing no matter what happens, and that you know exactly what's them. Yeah, Michael.
It's an amazing opportunity to speak to you guys at the site. It's we here in LA, okay, the epicenter of the entertainment world, right, which is incredible for us. The regions that we've been in, Israel and South Africa, people jump at you with this technology. So here, everyone's seen everything. It's much more difficult than that. What we do have is we speak to universities right at the top there. We started this discussion with live nations. The major players that are going to make it successful are going to be interested. We've already done an experiment with university. So the artists are loving it. Everyone's going, this is amazing. That kind of reaction. So now where we act as investors are going, I want to see traction. I want to see user scientists. The big industry guys like Live Nation and everything, we want to see financial analytics. We want to see other things before we talk. Where we at now is we need the right investors to come on board and say, hey, I can see that you guys, I can see people are looking at you. I can see people want to play with you guys. But we need to play a very careful game, because the door's only going to be open once. Live Nation can build a platform to get into this track. So we are in this in-between space now, right now being in LA and having a limited time here to get into the industry and make things happen. Is it a dream? Is it realistic to go to an investor now and help us achieve our strategic goals that we're trying to achieve here?
So timing is going to be very important for you, right? And I think clarity needs to be there, because you are doing so many things, right? You are one side, you are talking with all this basically studios and all this. We guys, another, you need to basically build your user base as well. I come from a technology background, and I still don't have a confidence in the AI and machine learning model that you are talking about, that it could produce a quality results. And I will tell you why. If you look at lots of content that is being produced, there are editors who go through it and kind of streamline it to see what is being done, right? How it's projected. That human component to give it a final touch, to make a very consumable content, it's very important. So I'm not saying that it's not possible. It could be possible, but I don't have enough information to have that trust that just machine or machine learning algorithm can bring all this content together to build a right set of basically right content which can be shared. On the top of that means you will need some level of basically scale before all these labels and everybody gets interested into it, right? You need to build that repository before they basically get interested into it. So talking to Universal and means like it's like talking to somebody over the tea that, hey, I'm building something, what do you think? Yes, they will give you their opinion and ideas, but just to talk in front of basically going to the next step, before that you have a lot more work that you need to do before you take that next step with them, right? So I think there are lots of pieces around, as Sunny was talking about earlier, right? And what I was mentioning, simplify it to the level that what you are trying to do. What is the core minimum that you need to do as a first step? See what value it provides to the user that you need to build the user base. See what value it's going to provide to the initial investor you need. See what value it's going to provide to the basically all these channel partners, right? You need to have that small core, and then you can build on the top of all the different things. But to build that, you need to have that minimum viable product with the right set of content, with some user base. Maybe there are lots of different approaches to achieve this, right? It's a larger exercise, but think in that direction. And as Sunny was mentioning, right, at this stage, you are not going to get too many opportunities to go either in front of these people or investor, right? Know all the things that you want to do, right? Know your answers, right? And paint your vision in front of them. And you are not going to, there are limited investors who will be basically interested. So go to the selected ones who actually invest in this kind of startups, right? Because you can talk to 100 people, but 90 people might not invest in something like this. So you will be wasting time with that. Yes, they will give you an opinion, but advice is always free. Whether it works for you or not, it doesn't matter, right? You need to be the right judge to see what works for you. But focus on that core product that you want to build, right? And validate that with these three different people, because without money you can't move forward. You need a money to move forward to build something like this, but then you need to have a support from user side and also the channel side. So
mentioned that we have built the engine. So this actual thing is built. The content that coming out of it is fantastic. So we've done over 500 shows, and already some of the shows were being broadcasted on the Israeli radio, even though it's not video. And a lot of the content has performed well. So one of the experiments we ran here, we worked with top venues in the US already, owned by AEG and Live Nations. We recorded a massive Russian band, so we could get into 50 million views in Russia. But that content now is going from the venues here, where 1,000 to 2,000 Russians are interested to view it here, into the discussion with Deezer, which is the main streaming platform in Europe, who's feeding the content in there. So,
do you have anybody other than you who can tell me that this content is absolutely amazing?
yes.
And who are these people? Influencers?
No, Deezer in France, we do
Right.
due diligence.
Perfect. So if you have these people, right, get their feedback and basically build on the top of that hey, go to the consumer, go to the other people and tell them that what these critics are talking about as far as your content is concerned, right? Build on the top of that, right? Because any positive momentum you have, I think, and Jason might agree on that any such positive momentum you have or some good feedback, build on the top of that. That will basically attract even more people on your platform.
So he's saying, so we need to wrap it up because there's another panel actually starting at 11:30. So I want to finish it. It was great that you finished up there, because as we started at the beginning, everything was about how do you build your influence level using third-party references so other people can say how great you are. So us in here talking about Headspace makes somebody over there think, shoot, I didn't know about Headspace were that good. I might go and do it. So third-party references are so valuable and so powerful. So thank you for finishing there. I want to finish with just last thoughts on the panel for everyone out there. Maybe a last message. Sonny, you're tremendously successful as an entrepreneur and as an investor. What's your last piece of advice to everybody here before we go?
Keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. You know, because you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Boom.
As I mentioned, simplification and value proposition are the two best things. One more thing I will add into it is that there are there are two triangles that you always need to focus on whenever you do something. One is people, process, and technology that you are building about. Whenever you are building your organization or do something, it's all about people, process, and technology. And this is what you something mentioned early in your earlier talk. And the value levers on the other sides are cost, quality, and time. If you manage this 6 parameter properly and focus on simplicity and value proposition, I think that I can't still say that you will be always successful, but it eliminates 80 to 90% of the noise that we go through.
Did everybody catch that, by the way? I think it's an incredible, easy summary on how you can value if a minute was successful in the day. You all got it? Okay, great. Thank you, Vishal. That was great. Jason?
Excellent recommendations. Pleasure to be up here. Working with startups is difficult because of
I love how you sigh as you say that, because you know how hard it is, mate. This is like
years of emotion behind that sigh. 9 out of 10 startups fail in the first 12 months. Working with the right consultants, the right advisors, the right team around you significantly improves those success metrics. And I've seen it firsthand, not to plug or anything, but I've seen it firsthand at Expert Dojo in Santa Monica. Wherever you're getting that type of coaching, make sure you seek it out. It's not going to just fall on your lap, and you want to do whatever you can to hit your milestones, take your company to the next stages. Again, I believe in the team, build a strong team. When it comes to marketing, as I started my presentation, test, optimize, and scale. Don't be afraid to pivot, but build the right team around you to give your project the best shot at hitting its goals.
Yeah, and I would just finish it by saying you've already done it. Like, you turned up. Most people don't. Most people have, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll look at it later on. I'll go to that conference. I'll speak to that person in 5 minutes. I'll get started in a couple of seconds. But you did it. You turned up this morning. You were here on time. You got to listen to 4 incredible marketers and investors and entrepreneurs actually in the space who've been tremendously successful. Hopefully you got a couple of great little tidbits on ways that you can bring your own business forward. I'm always happy to help. My email is brian@expertdojo, and the guys here are always happy to help as well. And just have a great rest of the day and be great. That's it. Thank you, guys. Let's have a round of applause for our panel.
Thank you, Brian.
Good morning. We're going to space. This won't even cost $250,000.
If they were ever to jump ship to
So we could probably, are we going to actually wait a few minutes? Okay. Marty, do we want to wait a couple minutes?
No. No, people will drift in and out. We don't care. I mean, I'll identify you again if it gets exciting. People wander. They wander. All right, so here we are. The false identification of what we're going to do this morning is our space future, a 5-year moon and Mars strategy. We're not going to do 5 years. We're going to do 10 and K-12 space education. So we have, I know, some educators in the room. I recognize at least 2 of you. And that's what we're going to focus on primarily is, how do we raise a new generation of space enthusiasts and orient them correctly in the 6 axes that are relevant. And we have a remarkable panel for you, half a dozen, and you're going to dig it. Rod Pyle is the editor-in-chief of this rag. There are copies of it up here. Get them before they run out. And basically, Rod's superpower is he knows everybody in the space business, which is a great thing.
Yeah.
Next to him, that handsome fellow with the thin tie is the head of the Columbia. Remember Columbia? It's the second one that poofed. Memorial Science Center, and Ben Dickau is a STEM educator, and he's well primed both to talk to us about stuff and to enlist us in doing his good works. Negin Cox. I would love to have this kind of a title before I die. It's not going to happen, though. Tactical Mission Lead, Curiosity Rover Flight Team. Cool, right? Very cool. And Susan, right next to her, Susan Carlin is a late add to this, and we're so glad to have her because she's a serious journalist. Not that I and my colleague Rod are not. We're semi-serious journalists. But Susan's a serious. She writes for magazines you got to actually know stuff to get published in, like IEEE Spectrum. And
Wired.
And
Fast Company.
Right. Yeah. Fast Company, real stuff. So she'll keep us semi-honest, but I'm here too. Another rule, by the way, that's going to be different, and why you're going to remember this panel amongst all the forgettable panels, and there are many at our show, is we're going to have the microphones live. So we're actually going to yell at each other. It's going to be great. This is going to be different, right? Last guy down, that handsome dude, Dennis Young, also a late ad. He's from JPL. And he's the only one of all of us who's a real business person, besides his many other accomplishments, which he'll tell you about briefly. He was in the Navy, lived in 35 countries, and lived on 3 continents, and studied Spanish and all this stuff. He born in Peru or raised in Peru?
Raised in Peru.
Dang, man, in the Hidden Valley. The dude is actually one of the actuarial type folks who green lights or ungreen lights, little things like Curiosity Rover. I'm sorry, but we just don't have the money for that. That comes out of his lips. So he'll keep us honest as well. And he's also one of these STEM crazies. He's talked to 10,000 kids in his time. 10,000. I've warped the minds of at least 10,000 kids, but not as purposefully as we're about to do this morning. So here's what we're going to do. Everybody's going to get 90 seconds to introduce themselves. Then we're going to do 2 minutes of your vision for 10 years, space exploration, not just US, but anything you want to talk about. Then we're going to argue about K-12, enlistment of a new generation of space enthusiasts, and then we'll open it to you, and it'll be fun. Who are you?
Rod Pyle, last I checked.
90 seconds,
first? Okay.
88 seconds, don't waste it.
Okay. Good morning, educators and others. Thank you for having us here. I'm old, as you can see, so I was born just before NASA was. So I was fortunate to have grown up during the Apollo era, which made me a bit of a space fanatic. While my friends were outside doing sports and revering football players, I was inside watching moonwalks, at least the part that the networks would show us before they cut off to reruns of I Love Lucy. So it was a really exciting time to be alive, and I've spent the rest of my career trying to communicate that to the broadest possible audience, but including young people. So as Marty mentioned, I edit this magazine called Ad Astra for the National Space Society. If you're not a member, you should be. It's really inexpensive for the first year. We've got a bunch of copies up here. And I've written 17 books, the most recent of which was Space 2.0 commercial. Okay.
Thanks for that. No, that's great.
Yeah, okay, no problem. It's the only handbook for new space so far. I know there are others coming, but so far this is it. Good for junior high and up. So that's enough of that. So in addition to my work on the magazine, and as a writer, I've also worked in visual effects for Star Trek and Battlestar Galactica, and worked in documentaries for a number of years for the History Channel until we started doing things like Bayou Billionaires, and then I just had to leave. And that's when I got into book writing. So that's it for me. Ben.
Ben.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Dicko. I'm the president and executive director of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. We're a space museum and hands-on science learning center located in Downey, California, on the former NASA facility that built all the Apollo spacecraft that you watched, and all the space shuttles, plus a bunch of other stuff. Our mission is to ignite a community of creative and critical thinkers. We feel that science, or STEM, really is the human ability to creative and critically think, and our job is to make sure that everybody, all communities everywhere, have access to that and enthusiasm for it. We do all kinds of things, outreach programs, events, exhibits, just like any sort of standard space museum or science museum. Two of our premier things, we coordinate LA Science Festival called the City of STEM. It happens the entire month of April. We do a big launch the first Saturday of the month, and usually see about 10,000 people in that one day. This year, or 2020, it'll be April 4th. We have about 130 different STEM organizations around town coming together to do STEM activities every single day of the month of April, and it's been endorsed by the mayor of LA and the National Science Festival Alliance and all that kind of stuff. We also are expanding the Space Center. We have the 1-to-1 scale mock-up of the space shuttle. So we're going to build a new home for that in the next few years. But actually, that's just an object. What this building is all about, seeing our mission kind of be in a space so that we can really serve all people in Southern California and get them enthusiastic about STEM.
Dynamite, wonderful. Nagin.
Good morning. My name is Nagin Cox. I'm an engineer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, but today I'm here kind of speaking for myself, and especially when we start arguing and interrupting each other. Those are definitely my opinions. So I've wanted to work at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory since I was 14. JPL is responsible for the robotic exploration of the solar system. So before we send people, we send robots. And because it's the robots that go first, that is why I was very drawn to JPL. I was actually born in India and grew up in the center of the United States in Kansas City. And that's where I decided this is what I want to do. I want to be a part of something that brings people together. Given my situation, there was not a lot of money in my family for the girls to go to college, so I was lucky to get an Air Force scholarship, and went to Cornell University, got a degree in engineering and a degree in psychology. Sometimes it's not clear to me which one I use more. And then got some space operations background in the Air Force that allowed me to join JPL, and I've actually been there for 20 years now and have worked on Mars exploration missions, Jupiter exploration, extrasolar, and the thing that is amazing to me is after being there for 2 decades, it feels like every day is still as much fun as the first, and that is attributable to the teams that it takes to put these complicated missions on other projects. So I feel very privileged to work at JPL and also to be here today.
Wonderful. Susan.
Hi, I'm Sue Carlin, and I write about the nexus of science, technology, and arts primarily for Fast Company magazine, but I've also written for IEEE Spectrum, New York Times, Scientific American, Discover, Newsweek, Forbes, places like that. And I've traveled to every continent. I've reported from almost every continent. I have gotten sick on every continent. And my science background is, I'm a recovering pre-med, but I never lost my love for science when I fell in love with journalism. And so I've always, wherever my journalism career has taken me, it's always kind of come back to various aspects of science, whether it's engineering or medicine or more recently space, because now space is hot. And I just got my next article coming up in this arena is I just came back from diving with some astronauts off the Florida Keys. I'm doing a story on the Aquarius research Base and the Coral Restoration Foundation, which are connected. And so, what is that? Is that
Oh, that's
your
the guy who runs the show. That's Victor.
what?
Victor runs the show.
Oh.
The boss.
Oh, okay. Which show? This show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So apparently we have to be really nice to you.
I didn't leave her a pass. She talked her way in. That's
No, I have a pass now. So that's my next article coming up, and I think for this panel I may talk a little bit about some of the STEM stuff going on at Burning Man.
Ooh, good.
Yeah, so I'll tease that.
Okay, could you raise your hand if you've been on all the continents, please? Check it out. Check it out. Okay.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
I was about to say, yeah.
Just need Africa.
We get around.
How many have you got?
I have 6 of the,
You have 6?
5 of the inhabited continents. I've seen Africa, but I haven't set foot on Africa.
But you've been to Antarctica?
No, the inhabited. I don't.
Oh, I get you. Okay,
count
he gets 5. That's it.
Nagi's the cool one.
Antarctica.
All right, great. Dennis, who are you?
So I am Dennis Young. I'm with JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and quick disclaimer, just like Nagi, my opinions are my own. They do not represent the Caltech, JPL, or NASA. So now that is out of the way, everything that was said about me before, but I got to say that I got into outreach, STEM outreach, because I have 2 kids, and I showed up one day with a Mars rover to my kids' school because my son told me, I want to be a firefighter, I want to be a cop, because somebody else's dad came for come to work day kind of thing. And I said, oh, I can top that. And he's like, no, you can't. I'm like, oh, you just watch this. I brought a Mars rover to his school, and the police officer dad wanted to drive the rover, and I'm like, sorry, man, only the cool people get to do this.
The kids.
And then I had a daughter. And I got to say, I echo much of what Nagi said about the pride of being able to work in something that's bigger than myself at JPL and work with amazing people like Nagi. But my greatest accomplishment has not been STEM-oriented at all. It's been a thing that I started for my daughter called Women in STEM. And I started to notice very subtle things. People would go up to my son and say, oh, your dad works at JPL. Are you going to be an engineer? You're such a smart boy. And they go up to my daughter and they'd say, what a pretty girl. I'm like, she's smart too, And I just think that if the world got to see the amazing women that I work with, like Nagi, I think we could change the perception of women in STEM. And it's not the Amy Fowlers on The Big Bang Theory. Great TV show, very funny, very entertaining. But it's not what you see. That's not the reality. And I would like to help steer that reality. And so we have presented to several thousand high school girls throughout the Los Angeles area, bringing up to 3,000 pounds of NASA equipment, up to 20 speakers like Nagi, and they get to rub shoulders, these high school girls get to rub shoulders with real women, not astronauts, but rocket scientists. And what an amazing experience. So thank you for the privilege of speaking with you here.
Bless you. What a panel. And give it to him. Come on, give him the love. This is, by the way, this is Victor, largely. And in this case, I also have to compliment Rod, for assembling this remarkable collection of people. I'm really grateful to have you. Okay, now, in little 2 to 3 minute bites, let's talk about the future, the coming decade. Let's summarize space, though. We have 60 years, right, roughly, since 1957, Sputnik, right? 62 years in orbit. In the 60s, it was, for the US, basically these were military rockets that were used. The Atlas was a military rocket, and the Titan was a military rocket. And so were the earlier funky things, the Pioneer and whatnot, were launched on, naval rockets. And in the 70s, we moved from heavy launch vehicles anybody been to Houston or to Florida, to Kennedy, Canaveral? Go there sometime. And what they've got is they got the whole Apollo unit. And it takes you about a minute and a half to walk from one end to the other. It's longer than a football field.
363 feet.
Very good.
It's a monster.
Only 13 of which came home.
Right. Yeah, dig it. And so we ended that sort of basically German-derived Werner von Braun, heavy lift stuff, and we looked forward to reducing the cost of space launches. And the shuttle came in the 70s, right? And then we blew one up in the early 80s, and then we blew up another one later in the 80s. And the cost benefits of the shuttle were never fully demonstrated. And the shuttle was so one shot, as it were, pony. And then we went into sort of a dark era where the robotic stuff was extraordinary, and it was extraplanetary, it was beyond the range of the first planet. But people's interest, grown-up people's interest, flagged, and I suspect kids' interest somewhat flagged, because this wasn't an emergent, clear, dramatic goal that we had. We weren't going to the moon or even Mars. We were just, looking around and probing planets and getting incredible information. Not just probing planets. They stick things into the ground on planets and do chemical tests and report the stuff back. Meanwhile, we're getting information from rockets that were launched 20, 25 years before, still gathering the data. But it was I would describe it as a dim time, the 90s for government-sponsored space exploration. Then comes space industrialization. Then comes SpaceX, and soon Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactica, and all the various, gleams in the eye of billionaires who want to claim a chunk, not only of NASA's money, but of other stuff. And now we're in a Space 2.0 situation, as Rod describes it. We're in another generation. And indeed, there's another generation of kids that we would like to mobilize for a variety of reasons. One, to support the policies that fund NASA. Two, to become the scientists and engineers who will enable us to do truly remarkable stuff in the future. And three, to go boldly where few have gone before. It's time for a new generation of space. So we're going to talk, each of us, a couple of minutes on our vision for 10 years out. It could be U.S., it could not be U.S., it could be China. What do you see? 10 years in space.
Shall I start? Okay.
Yeah, from now to 2030.
So perfect question, because that's 5 years ago when I started working on the Space 2.0 book. That was my question. I had my opinions, but who am I? I'm a journalist. I'm a writer. Nobody wants to hear my opinion. So I went to 42 leaders in the field. So top officials at overseas space agencies, top people at NASA, top people at SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, some of the smaller companies, Made in Space, investment firms, critically, a multi-billionaire named Steve Jurvetson, who basically saved SpaceX in 2008, and a whole lot of technical people, and said, what do you see in the next 10 to 20 years? And the answers were fairly consistent, I have to say. And the sort of core message that came out of this, just to back up a step, a lot of people, I talk to a lot of groups of young people, and the question comes up a lot, why haven't we been back to the moon? When are we going to have another Apollo? When are we going to have a president stride up to the podium and say, the moon in our era, And the answer is we probably won't. We kind of saw this with Artemis, the proposed return to the moon, first woman on the moon by 2024. That's already slipping. It's only been a couple of years. So this will be the fourth time that NASA's initiated an effort to get humans back into deep space, the moon potentially beyond. And we'll make it, but it probably will be closer to 2028. That's just my opinion. The reason is Apollo was a geopolitical program. You'll hear a lot of people say, oh, the nation was united behind this great effort and so forth, and that's just not the case. If you look at the polling from that era, and it's about the same now, depending on what questions you ask, public support's about 50-50. And it still is. So the good news is we have as much support now for space exploration as Apollo did. The bad news is we don't have a good enemy in the Soviet Union, which is what made that work. And the moon was very tough, but we really picked the low-hanging fruit of the solar system in terms of human exploration in that era from 1961 to 1972. Shuttle, as Marty mentioned, was a whole different deal. The plan was to fly this thing, hose it off, fuel it up, clean out the ashtrays, and set it up again, and it never quite reached that potential. It was a bridge too far. In terms of what's coming up, of course, the big destabilizer here is the Billionaires Boys Club. These guys grew up either during or just after the Apollo era, were very inspired by it, as I was, but they have a lot of money that they made from the internet for the most part, and they said, we're going to start our own little space program, and they're doing it. Jeff Bezos puts $1 billion of his own money, with a B, every year into his space company, into his hobby. And at the rate he's going, he can only do that for about another 156 years, I think. So he's got a good handle on this. Faster moving is SpaceX. Elon Musk is a brilliant, brilliant guy. Not necessarily a role model for a lot of us, because he's kind of one of those people that may have come from another planet, we're not sure. But a brilliant engineer, a brilliant marketing mind. So in the U.S., the corporate sector, the commercial sector, is really going to drive this, and hopefully NASA will join with them in increasing form, and that's what we think we see happening. In terms of the big picture for Space 2.0, I just got back from China, which, if there's going to be another Soviet Union in the next 20 years, it'll probably be China, at least from our perspective. And there's a lot of motivation there to do this, and they plan 10 years out. They have a president for life. They make decisions, they commit funds, and they do what they say they're going to do. And they're drawing on a lot of our engineering and the Soviet engineering expertise from the 60s, but they're making it much better, and they're doing brilliant things. In a perfect world, I think the hope for Space 2.0, and I wish I had my Venn diagram behind me. It's the only one I use, and I do PowerPoint. One circle at the top has NASA, which is still a premier space agency in the world, and JPL is a huge part of that. You know, when you see a tenth of the money going to JPL, but, and I'm being a little loose with my facts here, maybe 30-40% of what's happening at NASA that's newsworthy for the public coming out of JPL, it's remarkable. And by the way, they win Emmys for their social media. That's a big deal. So you got NASA up at the top. You got other international space agencies over in another circle. So that includes Europe, China, India, you know, these emerging powers that are becoming quite active. And then over in the final circle, you've got
The Boys Club.
commercial. Yeah, the Billionaires Boys Club. And that includes a lot of small companies. I mean, there's probably at this point 80 companies trying to get small rockets built. That market's saturated. You're going to see a die-off there. But obviously SpaceX, Blue Origin, and those folks aren't going anywhere. Where these overlap, especially in the international sector, and Buzz Aldrin talks about this all the time, and he's right. If you can get international cooperation going and then bring in the best business entities, including ones from overseas, which we're increasingly seeing in China, Israel, and India, now you've really got something. You've got a cooperative effort moving ahead, basically unlimited funds and incredible amounts of intellectual capital. The other common element here, that's my fantasy, of course, the other common element here is young people. This is neat. When I was growing up, you either worked for NASA or defense, and that was it. Those are the two things America did really well in terms of space exploration, was building rockets that could take nuclear bombs to the enemy, and building rockets that could put people on the moon and bring them home, and building spacecraft that could go out and reconnoiter the planets. That's not true anymore. When I go to classrooms, or if I go to hackathons, which NASA often sponsors, and they do a really good job of it, or if I go to universities, I see kids of all backgrounds from many nations. I do a conference every year with the National Space Society called the International Space Development Conference. Out of 1,300 attendees, 600 are kids, most of them from India and Eastern Europe. I don't get the Eastern Europe connection, it just happened. India, I understand, a few from other parts of Asia, very few from the United States, which I find disturbing. But the good message for kids is there's opportunities for everybody of every stripe, every background, every economic level. There are kids building CubeSats at home that they're going to launch on rockets. The first launch of the Space Launch System is going to have a big billet for this. So I've talked enough. Suffice it to say, the future of new space as I see it, or Space 2.0 if you will, is private industry, is NASA increasingly working with private industry to do a lot more for a lot less money, a tenth in some studies, their own studies, and internationalism.
Well said. Great.
Well, thanks for the question, but I'm going to completely divest myself from the answer. This panel knows a lot more and can prognosticate what's going to happen in 10 years a little bit better. But to me, I think, from my perspective, it's all about sort of participation. I'd like to see the space program in 10 years be much more representative of everybody in the United States, and then obviously then international. And sort of backing out from that goal, it's how do we get to that point? And it's, I would like to, somebody on the panel said that space was hot right now. It's true, but it's also, yeah, but it's also, well, two things. One, I don't want it to burn out in 10 years. So it's figuring out a way to maintain that momentum and that cachet was very important, and I think a strategic goal for all of us in the STEM education field. But it's also you want, it can't just be sort of a flash in the pan time-wise and also depth-wise. I think it needs to be reinventing how we do STEM education in the United States and internationally is vitally important, and that should go hand in hand with the space program going out 10 years in the future. We still work under a very old model. The public education system definitely works under a very old model of how you do STEM education. The Space Center and people in my sector were out of school time, where most of the kids spend most of their time and all their entire life. So how do we really plus up that sector and make it just as legit and rich as the school? It's a great way to overcome the barriers of access and equity and things like that are inherent in all of this stuff, and to get to the goal of full participation. The other thing that I'd like to see, kind of, again, paralleling with this and kind of backing out a little further, is I'd like to see that Billionaires Boys Club support the Space Center and other art and places like this. I think that there's, I'm as CEO of a museum, I've tried to fundraise constantly, it seems like, and it's, the support we get and the partnerships we build and all that stuff, I'm not knocking it at all, but I definitely think that it could be better. I don't think that it's just a commodification of education also. I don't think it's just about like, hey kid, we've got this program from XYZ space company and this is going to guarantee you a job into engineering. That's not what this should be about. I think at its essence, all of this stuff should be about building better people, whether they're better lawyers or whatever. I think STEM is inherently fantastic and awesome as an endeavor, just as being a human being. But there is this ancillary sort of effect that you might get a better educated, whatever. So I think, making the case to those billionaires that this is something that needs to be supported is vitally important. And hopefully I would like to see that happen in 10 years. Or maybe in a couple of years.
How about 10 minutes?
I'm about to start a capital campaign and a multi-million-dollar expansion of the Space Center, so maybe in the next year.
Yeah, amen. Seriously. Sure. Seriously, it's a reckless thing. Nagin.
Okay, so how should I answer this question? So first I'll just talk about, because he said he wanted us to be lively and give our opinions, so I'm going to give my opinion. But so first off, let me just answer that, what I think 10 years from now, I agree very much with Rod, that it is going to be a triumvirate of the commercial space companies, the international agencies, as well as, NASA being a part of those international agencies. China obviously has the aspect that they don't have to have 100% support of their population to say, I'm going to do something, or the country's going to do something. If they decide they're going to go to the moon, if they decide they're going to go to Mars, they have the range in their planning of saying, this is going to take 10 years and we can do that. Whereas we have the 4-year horizon of our administrations that we need to keep going through and doing what we hope we're going to do. Right now, NASA's going through kind of the return to moon, go to Mars, and the shifting that has happened there. So it's good that we're now kind of saying, okay, the technology to do both of those is similar. So whether or not, whichever way the country and the taxpayers want to go, let's keep going on getting ready for this. So we will see in the goals of the human exploration or the Artemis program to go to the moon in a way that we stay, as well as getting ready for sending humans to Mars. But that's not what I want to talk about. So you heard over here, Space 1.0 and 1.0 and Space 2.0, and that the 90s were dim. No, they weren't. Robotic space exploration has been going on this whole time. So yes, human exploration is what people are aware of, but the 90s is when we sent Galileo, my first mission, the first mission to go into orbit around a gas giant. Yes, JPL has part of NASA's budget, and I don't necessarily agree that 30 to 40% of the headlines are JPL. I think the number is much higher in terms of what JPL is able to. Remember, opinions are my own, right? In terms of what the robotic exploration that we've been able to do. Part of the reason that I wanted to work at JPL was because at the time, that was one of the only games in town for robotic space exploration. That and Lockheed Martin and our partners who put the first missions in the 60s and 70s that opened up the solar system to robotic exploration. Now there are universities, other space agencies, other labs in the United States, like the Applied Physics Lab. There are so many different places that robotic exploration is being done. And in fact, something that, something we did, JPL did last year with the InSight landing was sending a CubeSat called Marco, and it was the first interplanetary CubeSat. When I was just talking about this with someone last night, when we look at the next 10 years, I believe that we will see a very big difference in the way robotic space, or opening up of the way robotic space exploration is done, because now that universities see that you can actually potentially do science with a CubeSat. I think you'll see a lot more space science objectives being accomplished by universities and other institutions that say, hey, I don't need the overhead of NASA or a space agency to do this. I can, at my university, have everything in-house and say, we're going to build a CubeSat, launch it, and it'll achieve this objective that my professor of planetary science wants to do. So I think CubeSats will be a huge part of what we see in the next 10 years. We are also expecting to, hopefully one of the missions I'm working on now, the Mars 2020 rover, will be going to Mars, launching next year, so that's coming up soon, and we'll be collecting samples that we are preparing to return to the Earth. Mars sample return which is slated for the next 10 years, is actually going to try to bring back robotic samples from Mars robotically. The astronauts did that with the moon, but have human go pick up rock, bring it back, right? Trying to do that robotically is extremely challenging technically. And when Rod was talking about his Venn diagram and the importance of the hope that there will be international collaboration, that's another case of where it's happening now. On these robotic missions, we have instruments that come from other countries, and we put instruments on the robotic spacecraft that other countries send. So there is, as the spacefaring community grows next year, the Middle East will launch their first mission to Mars called HOPE, and that's out of Dubai and the UAE. So more and more countries are getting involved, and we are learning how to collaborate already. That exists in the missions we do now. Clearly collaborating on human exploration is what everyone wants to see, and it's what kind of is the most visible face of the space program. But I hope that as we talk about what happens in the next 10 years, that there is this steady drumbeat of exploration that is done by the robots, right? So that we can prepare for sending humans. That was the reason that I didn't want to be an astronaut. When I was growing up, the astronauts were and are stuck in Earth orbit. And now kids growing up can see that if we return to one of the really great things about, going back to the moon and Mars besides the scientific and engineering exploration, is that students and kids will then see that maybe they will want to be astronauts because the astronauts are actually going somewhere. And so I want to point out the amount that's happening now to prepare for human exploration. The Mars rovers, which has been a lot of my work in the last years. Not only are we exploring Mars to find out what Mars used to be like, but we're also gathering information that we need for human exploration. The Curiosity rover is the first one that has returned radiation data from Mars. We need that information before we can even build spacesuits. The next mission in 2020, for those of you who saw the movie The Martian, we're actually flying a prototype of the oxygenator called MOXIE. And that's something that will pull apart the Martian atmosphere into the CO2 atmosphere into carbon monoxide and oxygen, so that we can start the process of learning how to make oxygen on Mars robotically, so that when the astronauts get there and while they're there, we'll be able to provide them with the resources. So human exploration, robotic exploration go together, and And we will just continue to see that for the next 10 years. We definitely, and just to finish up, yes, the international cooperation that the robotic missions are seeding now, we hope will go into the human exploration part. And the commercial space companies, JPL is down the street, well, yeah, as you know, LA-wise, from SpaceX. And we trade people. I have people that I work with who worked at SpaceX and are now at JPL, and people who've gone from JPL to SpaceX. We are incredibly supportive of what they do. You know, they build rockets, and we need rides for our missions. And so as they branch out into thinking about Mars exploration as well, they have JPL navigators that are helping with that. They actually just had a landing site workshop to start thinking about where they might want to land on Mars, and it was scientists and engineers from JPL that participated in that as well. So the world of space that we hope to see in 10 years is already starting to form now, if we look at the whole of robotic and human. All right, I'm off my soapbox now.
No, it was a good soapbox.
It was good. Susan.
So I don't consider it a colony on Mars till there's a Starbucks there. That's just me. You know, I think a lot of the stumbling blocks to achieving our goals in space is politics. I wish we could just take the politics out of it. One of the things that I noticed in my travels is that when the two areas that I saw the most cooperation with when I was going into places like the West Bank or hotspots around the world is that the people who are artists and the people who were scientists were the most cooperative. That's where kind of politics fell away, because they were everybody was working together to achieve this common goal of getting into space or achieving achieving some common good or putting on a show, whatever. They were doing something that was bigger than their individual self-interests. And I wish there was some way, and I don't have the answer to this, to remove a lot of the international politics from it so that these groups can kind of just get on with doing what they do best, which is achieving those end goals. And I also would like to see there being such bipolarity in American politics where, there's some sectors that consider science an option as opposed to fact. And I think that'll go a long way towards achieving some of these goals faster. And then in terms of STEM education and exciting the next generation of scientists is when you put any subject in context, like if you're going to teach a foreign language, you don't just teach words, you teach conversation and maybe take kids to a place where they're immersed in that language. It's the same thing with science. You want to take them out into the field. You just don't want them memorizing amino acid compounds. You want them to see what their knowledge, what kind of effect their knowledge is going to have. And you also want to capture their imagination, which is where storytelling comes into play, which is where the arts come into play. And if you can fuse those two elements together, I think that's where the excitement, when you have the context, the imagination, and possibilities, that's where you can, instead of rote memorization, that's where you can, I think, excite people into maybe seeing the value of STEM careers as opposed to becoming the next reality TV star. So that's sort of that would be sort of my wish list to kind of engage the next 10 years. It's never going to happen.
Imagine. Dennis.
Working on it.
Optimistic.
So a person that speaks multiple languages is a polyglot. A person that speaks 2 languages is bilingual, and a person that only speaks 1 language is an American.
Yes.
In my first week at JPL, I'll just share with you because I was pinching myself. I'm like, am I dreaming? I'm here. I can't believe it. I'm working at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I used to drive by on the 210 and see, the sign, JPL, NASA, next right. And I'm like, oh. And one day, I took that exit. And I drove up to the guard gate. And I said, oh, sorry, I got lost. I didn't get lost. I wanted to go there. That was just so cool. And they had a big sign that says, welcome to our universe. And it has the big NASA meatball, as we call it, up there. And so my first week, I'm walking up to the cafeteria. Now, my parents were both polyglots, and I'm just bilingual. But I can pick out a lot of languages. And what amazed me in my first week was all the different languages that were spoken at the laboratory. America has a very unique ability to draw the best and brightest from around the world. And JPL is precisely that. You will see a large number of foreign nationals. And to Sue's point, I've had a boss that was Israeli working for an Iranian, and vice versa. A Muslim working for a Jew working for a Muslim. When you're working in the sciences, there's this idea that we're serving a greater good. We're serving humanity. And I've been in the military. You know what we do. When you really strip down all the varnish, it's kind of an ugly reality, a necessary reality, but I really thought it was fantastic that I could go home and I could talk to my family and my friends and tell them what I do for a living and go into detail about it. So really fantastic. So I am very much a Pollyanna when it comes to NASA's mission and space exploration. So when dealing with the next 10 years and as we look forward, one, you're hearing international cooperation. Absolutely. We need the best and the brightest of humanity stepping forward to accomplish this mission, because then you've got the kid in Spain who's looking up and sees the Spanish engineer, or the kid in India who sees someone from their home country, or a little girl who sees someone that looks just like them on TV driving a Mars rover. I mean, how cool is that? We need those sorts of inspirations. Now, as was said in the bio, I've presented either directly or indirectly to over 10,000 students. My goal is not to get a crop of NASA astronauts out of all 10,000. That's statistically impossible. I do tell the kids, especially the younger ones, that among your ranks, like the ones that are young grade school kids, do you realize that the first human being that will set foot on Mars is your age? I'm going to be golfing, okay? I'm going to be complaining about my Social Security check when, hopefully, when the first human lands on Mars, okay? If a human lands on Mars. So now I'm going to play Darth Vader here. I'm going to crap all over everything that everybody said, because it's going to boil down to 2 things, okay? The success of all of these lofty dreams, all the stuff that we dreamed up after watching Star Trek. If you give the human race enough time and money, we can do amazing things together. Time and money. Money's a problem. How do we pay for it? We're seeing that Social Security is running up into deficits. Medicare, how do we pay for health care? These are all very legitimate things, and I'm not taking a side on that. I want you to imagine a dollar bill. Now, I would pull a dollar out of my wallet, but I just want to inform you I'm not only married, but I have 2 kids, so I have no money in my wallet. But imagine that dollar bill, and imagine that dollar bill's 100 pennies. Now, if that dollar is for every dollar that the US government spends, take one of those pennies and snap it into a fraction, and that's all of NASA's budget, including the International Space Station, astronauts, robotic space flight, you name it. That's it. Now, the Apollo days, and maybe Rod can correct me, but I think it was 4 cents for every dollar that we were spending to get to the moon. So we've gone from 4% to less than a fraction of a percent for our entire space exploration program. We need to pick projects that give us the best bang for our buck. The other thing is that it takes a long time to plan a NASA mission, and this is where I get involved. I'm looking at the budgets and the schedules, the really not sexy stuff. You know, I'm not turning a wrench, I'm not designing things, I'm not thinking up of crazy ideas. I'm usually shooting them down with, you don't have enough time and you don't have enough money. And those are the two cold, cruel realities. So what these scientists do is they come up with these proposals and they pitch them to NASA. And NASA has this huge selection to pick from. And many of them are excellent, and not all of them will be funded. So they pick the ones that produce the best science and are the most likely to succeed. And then we go forward, and some of those things can take 10 years. So the Curiosity rover, which Nagi and I both worked on, took well over 10 years before it even set foot on Mars. That's a lot of planning. 10 years of people's lives. So when you look at the video coverage of these engineers and scientists whooping and hollering and jumping all around the place, that's 1 decade of their life that they have spent on this rover. So there's some incredible passion, and I'm very, very privileged to be part of it. But I will, before I just leave you on the doom and gloom note regarding budgets and schedules and all of that stuff that nobody likes to hear about, I want to give you a few things to think about. How many of you guys in the last week have seen a NASA logo on a shirt or a backpack? Yeah, they're all over the place. It's like a fashion accessory. It's like the old Ralph Lauren polo logo, right? It's cool. The other thing is, back in the 80s, for those of you that are my age, I was a teenager back in the 80s, and we had movies like Revenge of the Nerds, where, you know, the straight A students were getting picked on and beat on, and now nerd culture is cool. When I played Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, I didn't tell anybody. No way, no. The whole football team played D&D, but we never admitted it. Now, you've got Stranger Things, Game of Thrones. D&D is cool. Being a nerd is cool. Being smart is cool, and I love that. And that gives me an incredible amount of hope, because now you have some of the role models are smart people, really smart people. So a couple of other little useless tidbits. You'll never make a dime off of this stuff, but NASA year after year has been rated the #1 government agency to work at. We haven't produced the flying car for you yet, but The Martian by Andy Weir, the movie with Matt Damon, when that movie came out, JPL Open House, and for those of you that have not been to JPL Open House, oh my gosh, you're missing out. JPL Open House had, I think, over 40,000 people in 2 days' time. Imagine Disneyland with the lines. And I took my kids there, and they said it was so packed, all they saw were bellies, butts, and backs. And we left. I said, don't worry, I'll bring you back to take your kid to work day. They had to shut down the 210 freeway. Now we do Eventbrite tickets that you can claim. 24,000 tickets go in just 2 minutes. It's insane. If you want to tour a JPL, you have to book them 6 months in advance, and they go in less than 5 minutes. They're free. All of these things are free. So the National Air and Space Museum, I believe, is the most visited museum in the world. Is that correct?
Yes.
Although
Not
attendance is
anymore.
dropping off.
Not anymore.
That's because only a third of it's open.
So.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
starting to go down. The Natural History Museum on the Mall is the #1.
Okay, but it's close.
It's still science.
Yeah, it's yeah. The top paying majors, not that people should choose these majors for money, but the top paying majors, the top 20, almost all of them are STEM. So when I go to schools and I inspire kids to study STEM, it's not so they can come work at NASA. Sure, that's a great hook, but it gets them interested, because when I take them and I run them over with a Mars rover, because that's really cool. It sounds horrible, but they love it. It's like getting a back rub. When I run them over with the Mars rover, the next time they watch the news and they hear something about NASA, they perk up. Oh, hey, yeah. You know, that's what we want. We want them studying the math. We want them studying the science. Because even if they don't go into a STEM career, they have that training in the back of their mind, that analytical, mathematical training that will help them for everything. Even if you're a stay-at-home mom, balancing a budget, avoiding shopping math is a big deal. And being able to balance your budget and paying attention to the numbers and being able to smell out a con because you can do the math. I love doing that, by the way. When people try to pull the fast one on me, and I say, let's do the math. Oh boy, I have fun with that one. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So
Martin,
this is,
can I add one
yeah,
thing?
please, we have comments. We have comments.
Sorry, I just want to add one thing to what Dennis was saying, and I believe Rod and Ben both said this as well, that when we talk about STEM literacy, yes, even if they don't go into STEM fields, obviously it'd be good if they knew how their cell phone worked and some of the day-to-day need for being science literate. The other thing that I wanted to share was a story on my vacation. When I have time, I speak for the U.S. State Department in some slightly more far-flung areas, and I was reminded of that when we were talking about that I'm not trying to be a NASA recruiting poster, right? In many cases, what the State Department wants is, yes, you come in under the NASA banner, but what they're really trying to say is, look, it's important for girls to get educated. It's important to, and so I'll go into messages that are broader, like, do something that matters, something that you have a passion towards. And I specifically remember that when I was speaking in Jordan, that the embassy was working with the local government and mosque to try to develop. They just started a very inspirational. For me, I found it very inspiring to hear what they were doing in the area of countering violent extremism, and the way they were working, the way the embassy and the foreign service officers were working with the local imams to try to give the youth in that area some feeling like they had options. And I was so moved by what I was hearing when they were describing these countering violent extremism programs that I said, and I remember being quite surprised because I said, what can I do? And they said, NASA, and in my case, the stories I was telling, they said, you're already doing it. When you talk about stories of exploration, about doing jobs that matter, about doing something with their lives that matter, and they can see themselves as part of that, then what they said is you are giving these kids an alternative view of the future. What kind of, not just in far-flung areas, but here, locally as well, in our country as well, when kids need to see the different possibilities for their futures. And as was said, if you're thinking about being the next reality star, that when you or seeing paths that say I'm going to be a sports, I can either be in sports, or I can be a celebrity, or I can be a singer or an actor, and that's the paths they see. That even when you're talking about NASA, it's not all about come work at JPL, come work for NASA, come work for any space agency in the world. It's about see that your future matters, right? See that we need you, whatever you choose to go into. And that is part of the broader conversation that I think STEM literacy, as Ben was saying, gives, is just your future matters and we need you, even if you choose to go into something that isn't STEM or isn't working for the space program. And for me, that was kind of brought home by that moment in Jordan where they said just having these kids see a hopeful view of the future is countering violent extremism.
It's true, but the Hashemite kingdom and King Hussein is unique in the Middle East. Unique. Even UAE and Dubai cannot match.
So if I may, we can't count on NASA to carry this ball alone. They're the most respected brand in the world, ahead of Nike and Coca-Cola, have been for a long time, if you do those kind of studies. They do a great job, but their charter is very limited when it comes to education outreach, and there's always somebody, whether it's in the administration or in Congress, trying to cut their education and outreach budget every year. They do that better than everybody, yeah, but there's always a pair of scissors hovering over that. And let's just reinforce, 0.5% of the federal budget, and doing 10 times as much in terms of both planetary and certainly things like observing climate change than they were in the 1960s. So these graph plots are moving in the wrong direction for them to become more effective in this area. By the way, there's a big swath of Americans, something north of 30%, that think that NASA's budget is about 25% of the federal budget. True. We have a perception issue here. So what do? Well, people like Susan and I and others write about this stuff all the time. We are NASA boosters and SpaceX boosters and Blue Origin boosters. We're occasionally critical, but in general, we're very supportive of these companies. So it's natural to look to them and say, help us solve this problem. So one thing that SpaceX is doing, we constantly think, okay, SpaceX, put your money where your mouth is and help us out here. And they kind of drag their feet sometimes. It doesn't happen right away. But when somebody thinks, hey, we need to bore tunnels under Los Angeles, Elon does it. When somebody thinks, gee, why doesn't somebody sell flamethrowers in Amazon? Elon does it, for better or worse. What he's also done recently is open a school, interestingly called Ad Astra. It was before the movie came out, for obvious reasons. And they have 50 kids in there who are on site at the SpaceX plant going to a school that's very alternative in nature. It's kind of modeled after a system like UC Santa Cruz. No grades are issued, narrative evaluation system, all that. Teaching technology and science and the arts, but really emphasizing on some of these hard skills that public school struggles with because it's private and they can. And I would love to see that expand because I think that's really putting your money where your mouth is. And of course, I'd like to see them put a little more effort in public relations because, you know, if getting news out of SpaceX up until a few years ago was kind of like getting news from the Soviet Union, and getting news out of Blue Origin was like getting news out of North Korea, but it's getting better. So we need them to help us spread the word, and we need you to encourage them to do that as well.
Susan, I want your view on this STEM versus the arts, or STEM and the arts in education.
You just pulled the pin out of the hand grenade.
No, I'm sorry. Go.
You go, Susan.
You're talking about STEM versus arts, or how each can harness
alongside
each?
the arts. Well, I mean, you know, when I of course sympathize. I was a math teacher amongst many careers, so I sympathize when I hear people talking about, you know, STEM ed. It's great stuff. Got to do it. All the employment of the future is yada yada. That is until AI says to all the coders who are not 10x coders, you're out of work.
But are you saying STEM versus the arts?
With or versus?
Or
I'm
with,
interested in
okay.
your view about that. So, I mean, in terms of what is the proper balance now for kids, for K-12 kids, in this world and in the world that we're hoping to see evolve between the two?
Well, when I was growing up in the 80s, well, I grew up earlier than that, but when I was like in the Jurassic era, I'll just put it out there.
Pleistocene.
When dinosaurs walked the earth.
10,000 years ago.
You know, sciences and arts were far apart.
Yeah.
And these were my two strengths. And I was constantly like running back and forth between camps because I was equally right brain, left brain, and I would become imbalanced if I only did one thing. And I've seen over my lifetime these two camps merge closer and closer together to wonderful effects. So you're seeing places like JPL engage Art Center and some of the animators to illustrate their scientific concepts. And you're seeing in the way that they engage the public, especially JPL. There's a woman at JPL named Veronica McGregor who came up with the idea to do anthropomorphized Twitter feeds for the rovers. And people, and she also developed what became the NASA socials, which are when they engage citizen scientists or people who are influencers to come, and they treat them just like journalists, and then they go out and go forth and tweet, and they'll talk to their followers all about NASA stuff, and so that's the whole idea of harnessing people who are just really enthusiastic. But all of that is kind of artistic creativity. And you're using it in a way to promote and engage people in science. I think there are even artists in residence at certain NASA facilities.
We have one at JPL.
Do you?
Multiple.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And this goes back to what I was saying before about that a scientific pursuit starts first with imagination and creativity. You know, how do we go from X to Y? What can we invent that doesn't exist yet so that we can do that? And you have to open both channels. I think the arts helps you open that imagination that can then spark give impetus for the science to then follow and make that imagination a reality. So they're not separate, and I think people are starting to realize that. And I think the technology has come to a point where you can use, zeros and ones to actually turn into a visual, so people can go, oh, I see what you're saying.
If I may piggyback on that, I view a lot of resumes. I deal with a lot of the people side of NASA, and this whole idea of right or left brain is, to me, a false narrative. When I have looked at the bios and the profiles of some of these amazing engineers and scientists that I have the privilege to work with, you will find that they are incredible artists alongside being incredible engineers and scientists. When Nagi and I did a Women in STEM event, we had certain questions that all of the speakers had to address. And of the 18 women that spoke, almost all of them had some kind of artistic background, especially in music. Maybe it's all those quarter notes that they have to add up or something. But it's huge. There's a large number of JPL engineers that are woodworkers. I design and build my own furniture, and there's a lot of other people that do that. And I have a theory behind that, and that is when you work at JPL or NASA and you're working on a Mars rover, you're one small part of a very big team. There's no one person. Hollywood loves to show that one guy comes in and saves the day. It doesn't work that way in real life. You've got a team of people working together. But when you go home, there's just some satisfaction of designing something and building something. And so a lot of these folks at JPL have outside artistic pursuits that they follow. And you can't separate one from the other. So I think that they call it STEM, but also STEAM, where you add the A for art.
There's a huge JPL contingency at Burning Man every year, and
tell us about that. You mentioned it before.
Yeah, I actually did a story on this whole group of people. A lot of them were from STEM backgrounds or JPL, whatever, and they call themselves the Desert Wizards of Mars, and they recreated the Mars rover, Curiosity, and they all dress up in these orange jumpsuits or the blue jumpsuits, and they go out and they act like astronauts on this Mars rover. But the Burning Man, the Ply at Burning Man looks like Mars, so and so they kind of play with it. But in doing so, people will come up and say, "What is this?" And then they'll give science lectures there. There's a guy who brings a mobile observatory up there, and they have a whole bunch of lectures there, and they're up all night looking at the stars. So there are places where you wouldn't think would attract science people that are attracting a lot of science people. And then people are out there and stumble upon the observatory, and maybe then go look at Saturn and then get excited and bring that back home.
Your point before about art and science.
Well, sorry. That's okay. Sounds all really good. But, and I agree that there's an inherent connection between these two things, but it rubs me the wrong way when it becomes a art-science dichotomy. And I think that's what STEAM totally codifies. So as much as, and I agree, I was one of those kids that was always kind of jumping between art and science and stuff, and I have a theater company here in town, but I also lead a science organization. So, but I think that's inherent to people who are creative and want to do stuff. And there is an inherent creativity in science or STEM that doesn't need to be talked about in a way that's separate from the creativity in art. So my problem with STEAM is that when you put the A in there, I hear it, people say, and you talk about that's where the imagination, sits or something. The people who've been dreaming up how to engineer things to go to Mars or wherever are scientists using their imagination to dream these things up. People who are imagining stories for books we label them as artists, but they're using their creativity to do this other thing. It's all the same, but as soon as you put that A in STEM, you separate the two. And I hear all the time in school districts that, we're going to do art so that it can be creative, and then we're going to do science too. That perpetuates that
False
chasm that was being bridged for a while, and now is starting to kind of come apart. I do think that one thing that's improved a lot is that there's a lot more permission now for science people or art people to say that they're playing both sandboxes, or that it's all the same sandbox, but they can say that they're the same. But yeah, so going back to your original question though about this is like, what do we need to do? I think it's not so much about those narratives, but it's about, we don't fund arts education or even science education very much in a lot of schools, right? So you're not getting exposure to any of this stuff for the most part. So you can't even make a choice, or an informed choice. That to me you need to have both, because you need to have school, which includes arts education, physical education, like all that kind of stuff.
Well, arguably, I mean, some people, I am one, I'm not convinced that we do need school. You need school for socialization.
Well, I don't mean school in the sort of capital S, but you need a full breadth of subject matter to be able to, and you need some. And
some of us are old enough, most of you not, to remember C.P. Snow, writing a famous essay 50, 60 years ago about the two worlds, these utterly dichotomous worlds of arts and science, and how will they ever be bridged? And I think you're quite right that that we all of you in your lives, every single one of you, because you're communicators and because you're visionary, actually integrate the two in your work, in your day-to-day work. Dennis in management, Susan in publishing, Nagin in running projects, and you in running a science center, and Rod in flogging his words that help people vision the future.
While you guys
Nikki,
are
did you want to say
texting,
something?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
while you guys are texting on your phones, go ahead and Google search JPL pumpkin carving contest.
Yeah.
And that will give you some idea of the creativity. Don't tell me there's not an artistic streak in these engineers. It is incredible. You will never carve another crappy pumpkin again. It will give you a complex for your next Halloween, but it's really entertaining.
But I want to talk a little bit about resources though, like in the sense of like funding these kind of things. So the art 20 years ago, 25 years ago maybe now, there was a lot of funding going to arts organizations in the United States. I used to work for the National Science Foundation. They weren't giving money, but other organizations in the feds were giving money to arts organizations. About 10, 15 years ago, that funding flipped, and now STEM is overwhelmingly getting a lot of funding, and arts education is not. In the arts days, a lot of the science departments, I used to work at another museum in Chicago, we were going to arts organizations trying to do partnerships because we knew that's where the funding was. And the arts people were like, no, we do arts, we don't do science. Then when everything flipped, we found a lot of the arts people approaching us to try to get in on the same sort of gravy train that's out there. So I feel like the narratives for both have been like, well, STEM is now a highway to employment, because that makes a lot of sense to be able to get funds. And the arts have developed this narrative that they're the originators of all the ideas for STEM, so now you should fund us too. But none of those things are inherently true. They're just the ways that we've had to tell the story to be able to get the money.
And I'm sorry, we've left only 5 minutes, but there's another thing coming up, and you can stay in space with us. But your questions, please. Anybody have any queries, sir?
I have a question more so and a comment. I think it's really cool that you guys do the hackathon in South Central and West LA areas where the exposure is not high for science and technology, right? But I also see a huge rate of funding being funded at where Crenshaw High School changed their name to Crenshaw Science and Technology. Westchester's done that as well. But what happens is the students lose the aptitude of science and technology because they don't have the infrastructure to understand the curriculum that's being forced upon them. So what do you guys think about how the funding is being massively funded for STEM, but the infrastructure is not prepared? And so I don't see like any preschools being STEM approved, but I'm seeing high schools being STEM approved. So how are we pipelining that?
I love an idea of a STEM preschool, man. That's seriously.
I can try to answer that one
Montessori.
quickly. Because I used to teach myself, and I think somebody else here also admitted to being a teacher. But one of the challenges that we're facing right now is the unequal access to education. So when you look at statistics and you see you can put one foot in boiling water, another foot in freezing water, but the temperature on average is just fine, right? And they say that the average American student is falling behind compared to Korea and compared to Singapore, et cetera, et cetera. Those statistics are actually misleading. If you were to take access to education into account in all these various countries. American students are doing quite well. What happens is that in certain neighborhoods, you find kids that don't have that equal access to education, and they drag the number down. Now, this is not sad from a number standpoint, this is sad from a human capital standpoint. And so there have been schools that I've reached out to where I've tried, and some of my friends have tried, to make a conscious effort to reach out to schools in disadvantaged neighborhoods. And you sometimes get a really sad answer, and that is, I want to come and do a presentation to your student body. I want to bring a Mars rover. I want to bring some engineers and scientists to come and talk about the cool stuff we do right down the street. And you get a lot of, soft shoe, and it's like, what's going on? What happens is the schools their backs are against the wall because they're being judged by test scores. And that's what it is. So if I go and talk to their students for a day, that's a day they don't have to prep for a test.
Absolutely.
And I don't know what the answer is. I don't want to be critical because I am not a principal, and I understand the pressures that they're under. The thing that makes me sad is that the kids are the ones paying the price. So.
And their parents, in large part, are so overburdened with distractions, really cosmic distractions.
Trying to afford living in Los Angeles.
Financial and, the criminal justice system and all the racist stuff that falls on people's heads. That there's, little of a, organized constituency to call out for what we all know is what's needed. It's real. I mean, we're going to work on this. We're going to solve this thing. We're going to.
We're close to you. We'll work with you.
He's got a question.
I'm a teaching artist, so I'm working a lot with K through 8th grade students. And what I'm noticing is, at least in my understanding, is California is transitioning, as it always wants to do, to a more arts and emotional learning, physical emotional learning education, which is fantastic. There's the VAPA standards.
Mm-hmm.
There are standards for science and math and English, but there's never been an official one for arts. That's coming on board now, which is great because that means arts now has a standard where kids in every grade, pre-K through 12, can learn things about, dance and music, and which all feeds into science and math and accounting, which I would never think a numbers person has any kind of creativity, but there's so much creativity. I think
Be careful there. Creative accounting.
Oh, man.
Those are two words we don't like to use together.
Just look into, just Google number theory.
I might put a little dash on my 7. What I'm saying is, as a teaching artist, there are programs that are being funded like PS Arts and Inner City Arts that are working with underserved schools. And also schools are trying to transition away from testing only. But I also learned to get into a school to bring in a program is difficult. You've got administrators and parents that you need to start to get excited about. That's where I'm learning, that's where you start there.
That's right.
And you also start with the other programs that are already existing and are already working with schools. That's the way you get in. So that's how I see this working, is working with these programs that have started up.
Schools are a tough ecology to plug into. They really are.
I think we really try to support things that are beyond school and outside of school. I mean, the internet's flooded with everything from soup to nuts and emphasis on the nuts, and we know that. But there's a lot of people doing good work in both venues like YouTube and podcasts and so forth. And I'm shocked. I've got a podcast up with KFI, the local radio station. And when I start getting demographic reports, I'm shocked at how many people that are young that are listening to that, because I'm not programming for them. I just naturally think like an old guy, right? And I try to get down to like 30 or 35, but I'm finding there's a lot of teenagers listening to it. So there is a curiosity and a real hunger out there. The problem is getting the right message in front of them. When I say right message, I mean something that's somewhat authoritative and factual and isn't talking about we never went to the moon because there's nothing to push against for a rocket in space, and you hit this stuff all the time. So that's something I think we can all support.
How do they do that? Any
Just
other?
throw rocks
One
out
more
the
minute.
back.
Sir.
I work with an educational nonprofit that trains teachers and supports their students in the creation of video, digital stories, short narratives that relate to whatever it is that they're teaching across a curriculum. Not to create more professional filmmakers, but as a matter of
We speak too much to minds and not enough to hearts.
Yes.
And NASA's been very guilty of that for a long time. Not a fault of their own. It's just, I think, the natural outcome of that system. JPL less than other NASA field centers. I hate to keep boosting you guys, but it's true. They really revolutionized online content when Pathfinder landed back in 1997. The world suddenly saw a joyous Rob Manning, who was the chief engineer on the thing with his fist up in the air, and JPL hasn't been the same since, and they've led in that area ever since. But they learned how to speak to people's emotions and how to tell a good story. And these are great stories. I've been telling the Apollo story ever since I was 12, and there's still good money in it. I get hired to go talk about this all the time. You'd think people would be tired of it by now. But if you put it out there like an adventure tale, they're right there. And that's something JPL does brilliantly with projects like Curiosity, which has its own account. And it should be called Snarky Rover or something, I think, because it actually is very fun the way they do it, but it attracts a huge following.
And to that point, too, if we look at entertainment, and this is, I'm doing a plug for the next panel, too, once again, getting back to the demographics of who's at JPL, if you ask them, what inspired you as a kid, and overwhelmingly, you'll hear Star Trek, 2001 Space Odyssey. Star Wars. Where's my lightsaber? Where's my flying car? All of that kind of stuff. And if you look at today, look at Andy Weir's movie The Martian. And JPL gets tapped a lot because we're right down the street from Hollywood, and they tap us a lot to be technical advisors. And technical advisors have a tough job because they're going to get razzed back at work. It's like, oh my gosh, winds don't blow that hard on Mars. Sorry, dude. And they'll have signs hanging outside their offices and making fun of them. But we understand. But the movie The Martian was very close scientifically, and there's a beautifully told story and a great example that you don't have to veer too far off of the science to have great storytelling.
That's actually a trend in science fiction over the last 20 years. You're as the general public is becoming more tech savvy, they're kind of demanding more accurate science in their science fiction.
And the flip side of that is, the displays in 2001 inspired display designs down the road. The completely fantastic ridiculousness of, Tom, what's his name, Cruise, with the flipping of the screens and what those screens encompassed in.
Was that Minority Report?
Yeah. Right. That has impacted design.
Sure. That was based on John Underkoffler, who was a graduate student at MIT. Media Lab.
Yep.
Had that as his thesis.
Right.
They found out about Alex McDowell, who was the production designer for that. Found out about it. Met with him. They had a whole meeting with Spielberg, and they based that machine on his thesis.
But see, that stuff.
Then there was so much interest. It was such an iconic scene that there started to become businesses interested in funding that for real.
Right.
And now it's a company, and it's called Oblong.
There it is. So this happens again and again. It's
downtown. It's here. It's down LA.
Systole, diastole. It's the way the heart beats. You bring it in and you blow it out. And the arts are part of it, and STEM is part of it. And on that note, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do vision stuff. Total out there media. And thank the panel.
Thank you.
I want everybody's cards. You're also
Come back at 1 o'clock.
Before they do a panel.
Oh, do they?
Surprisingly, they got 250 people.
We're all pretty low rent, aren't we, when it comes like that?
Absolutely. Hey, hi.
Jim Berger.
I know you. I know your face.
But it's not my day job, but I put a lot of passion into it. I actually did the hackathon. I was the one who inspired. It's like $2 billion.
Things just changed a lot in STEM education.
Oh, yeah. I know. We're really proud of that. Plus, we've managed to
Engineering is done. You
planning centers and Vista America and get a lot of mentors.
It's really transparent. It's major. That's really major.
It's really, you guys have put the finger on it. There's such wasted capital in underserved communities. I mean, these kids are
When they
nuts.
become,
Just wanted to check and make sure those names.
I think that's it. Well, except we got to call on. We're going to keep. I think we're going to keep almost everybody.
Are there any
Please,
parts?
And Adam.
No, no.
I can't.
That one is the only ad.
I'm just trying to buy the whole
You got
argument
her?
anyway.
Renzi?
Yep.
Good. Those two and
The next version is already.
Okay.
if I can throw them out, I will. But I,
You're one of those smart.
So you can, do you need more chairs?
No, I'm one of
need
those
more
right
witches
buttons.
So, and actually doing competitions with women. So Hamilton.
I gotta get going back to the office.
Hamilton was the first women program, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then she joined suffrage. Right. So actually, putting together a company of women who inspire. I know, I did
Have
too.
you heard the story about what inspired her to write the executive order?
No, but that's why I wanted to talk to you about that. So, is your so I actually went to the for like something and then the CEO
I'm based out of Inglewood. Yeah. Trust and believe. You know the difference.
Okay, yeah. So Dennis, and
How you doing, brother?
no, but Dr. H.
Scott will call on you as well. Great to meet you. I like your energy. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Let me just give you some reason to forget, okay? You know Jane Platt? Yeah, Jane and I are really close friends. So Jane Platt can always get you in touch with me as well. She lives up in Santa Clarita with me, and she's a good friend of mine. That's why I was late. That's right down. So I got. No, I'm going to have to go. I've been getting text messages, and I can't get my kids. They were in a lockdown all morning. Yeah, they had a shooting. We had one of the kids. Let's see here. 818-237-0789. I'm a businessman. But yeah, so I'm in mechanical engineering division. So we are the ones that build everything.
Rambo. I'm a movement out of Ahmanson. And
Yes.
so, I want to basically
Yeah, the name's very familiar. Contractor face to it. Yes. All right, Ben. Sorry.
Yes. Just now? Oh, okay.
Thanks for laughing at my jokes. From Santa Clarita,
Class of 84.
Yeah, we actually drove right by the school.
I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I'm right, but I come to like I was there for Mars Rover stuff and Juno. Like every time they have a mission,
share a microphone, I guess. Eh? They just at the top. Really? Here? No, before us. Hi, how are you? Good. So far so good, not complaining. Yes. All right, great seeing you.
Wow.
Hi, how are you? Are you the
I'm good.
moderator?
I'm Mark Zipke, so I'm on the next panel.
Me too.
Wow, great.
Mark,
Congratulations.
let me see. Mark,
Yes.
TV producer Star Trek. Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Lots of TV shows. And
Yeah.
continuing that
I'm a
journey.
good friend of Brandon Bragg.
Oh, I know Brandon. I've known him for years.
Okay,
Yes.
I know him from since the 91. But I
Really?
don't know how to contact him anymore.
Oh, I have his contact info.
Okay,
Yeah, we
text
can
me.
we'll
Let's
trade
text
information.
a photo now.
Yes.
Text him a photo, the two of us.
Okay, sure.
And I'm also friends with the other one.
He's doing, well, he was doing Cosmos and he's doing the Orville, and he's on the new show. What is he? Doing something new. Yeah. Yeah, Hulu is it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's take a picture. Oh, you want to
That's all
take
my
some
information. I can, yeah. But I think we're starting in the next minute or
Oh,
two.
okay.
Yeah, so.
All right. Sunday.
Hello, I'm Nikki. Nice to meet you. They walk past and laugh. Hello. Nice to meet you. I have run out of parts.
Oh,
So if you guys have actually, I actually left more in the hall.
Think?
Yeah. Wi-Fi 6. Oh. And may I have one of yours as well? It's
Yes,
my
In fact, I want to take a picture together and then I text you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They want to take pictures of cards.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a very modern idea.
I'm gonna head back.
Okay.
Because the shooting, so my kids are, I've been getting text messages and I better get back to
Great.
that.
Great.
So, yeah. But anyway, nice meeting you. Thank you so much for the invitation. This was a lot of fun.
We have an interesting panel for, this is the vision thing on space. We just had a chat about K-12 education and growing a new generation of space enthusiasts, and also the issue of art and science mingled in technology. And this one, our official mission is space educators from space scientists to creative visionaries, emphasis on the last two words. We're going to talk to a bunch of creative visionaries. Dr. Fiorella Terenzi has been a regular with Digital Hollywood. She is a musician and an author and an astrophysicist, relevantly. And in a moment, you will tell us a little bit about your background. Mark Zicret, you know, we talk about Trekkies. Where did they come from? Somebody has to write the Trek episodes. That dude. And Nagin is Tactical Mission Lead. I love this. Tactical Mission Lead for the Curiosity rover. You've seen its work. She's how come it works. Not alone, but she's a key part of it. And Rod has a magazine right here, Ad Astra, for the National Space Society that he is the
Free
editor of.
copies if anybody wants one.
He's written 17 books on space, including, you got it? Lift it. Space 2.0. Where's Space 2.0?
Oh, sorry.
Come on, show the
Wasn't
people.
paying attention.
A hungry crowd. And
leave reviews.
And you know, I pointed out before, knows everybody in, as it were, space in the business. And so he has a truly galactic, as it were, perspective on what we're about to talk about. And Susan Carlin is a journalist and both an art and science enthusiast. Yeah. That's crazy. You got, God dang. Susan knows everybody. And my name is Marty Perlmutter, and that's all you need to know about me. Well, we've been imagining on the screen space since there was motion picture for 120 years, because I think it's the end of the 19th century. That funky thing that we all remember.
1896, Georges Méliès.
There it is.
Yeah.
So the image of this would look like a bullet splatting into the moon. And then 73 years later, just a tad older than me, we actually went there. And since then, we've turned primarily to robotic exploration, not only of the planets, but, you know, of asteroids, and we have gone well beyond the outer rim of our planets in our exploration, with data being fed back as we speak. By the way, at the Huntington Library and Garden, there is a marvelous, do you know this, by the way, my science and art people here? You know the exhibit at the Huntington Gallery, at the Huntington Library?
Talking about the JPL, the snail shell thing?
Yeah, there's a beautiful sort of little piece of metal. Look at it and notice what it is. The perforations in it represent motions through the space, through space, motions of stars or planets as you look up into the sky. And if you stand inside, every once in a while they do a VR display in there, but that's not what you go for. Just, there are speakers. And they're grabbing data that's pouring down from space at that moment and turning it into audible frequencies. The point being, as McLuhan pointed out in 1968 in Understanding Media, that the Earth is now inside an information wrapper. And that not only do we sense everything that's happening on every point of the planet, but we are being sensed. So let's hear from our panel. We'll start with you, Madam, Ms. Terenzi. Please tell us about you, and let's do like a minute and a half intro of who we are, and then we'll kick around some ideas, and then we'll open it up to you.
Okay,
I'm sure you got questions.
My name is Fiorella Terenzi. As you can imagine, I was born in Milan, Italy. I had this passion for the night sky, spending the summer outside Milan with my grandmother. She used the fantasy imagination to create fable storytelling. Later on, growing up in Milan, I was a student of music and the arts, modeling, and I always loved astronomy. So I pursued my career both in music and in astronomy. I was able to complete, however, only astronomy. When I was working on my dissertation, I found a new way to decode radio waves from galaxies into sound. So I created, way back in 1987, a new branch in astronomy called acoustic astronomy, where basically you can listen to the sound of space to research them for chemical, dynamical, and physical property. And after that, I got a recording contract with Island Record. I did many collaborations, Thomas Dolby, Timothy Leary, just to name a few. I wrote books. So I became, like Time magazine says, a cross between Carl Sagan and Madonna.
Oh, I love it. That's great. That's great. That's beautiful.
That's awesome.
Cool. Mark.
Well, I'm Mark Zicree, and I grew up, fortunately, in the 60s, which was a great era both for space exploration and science fiction. So the 3 TV shows that made me want to be a writer were Star Trek, Outer Limits, and the original Twilight Zone. And during the same period, of course, we had Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. And so I was very cognizant of how the science fiction writers were basically proselytizing for a shared universe vision of the future in which we land on the moon, land on Mars, and then out into the far reaches of the solar system and beyond. And so it was Ray Bradbury, Robert Heinlein, Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, in collaboration with the space scientists like Wernher von Braun, etc. And so yes, there's a lot to talk about. But that then spurred me to become a writer, and I've written for many of the science fiction shows since, and am currently, among many other projects, shooting a project called Space Command, where my audience gave me over $1 million to shoot the pilot of the show. And I have my own studio now and can basically write anything I want to. But that's a hopeful vision of the future that includes manned space exploration and colonization.
Wonderful. Nagin.
So I'm Nagi Cox, and I'm an engineer at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and I've wanted to work at JPL since I was 14 on robotic space exploration, and similar to Mark, a lot of the reason for that was seeing shows like Star Trek, the original series, that showed a hopeful vision of the future. I grew up in an ethnic environment in which I was born in India and grew up in Kansas City, and the environment I was in was one where in my home there seemed to be a very strong difference between what was expected of the girls in the family and what was expected of the boys. I grew up in a Muslim household, and that didn't make any sense to me, but I rapidly brought home to me that we find ways to divide ourselves. So I learned very young that we find ways to separate ourselves by gender and of course by other ways. And in that environment, I suddenly saw through Star Trek and through the Apollo missions that were happening that there were things going on that brought people together. I remember seeing how the Apollo missions, people would crowd around their television sets, and then on the show Star Trek, it showed people of all kinds of backgrounds, including women who were a part of the bridge crew, and so for me, how melodramatic teenagers are, I decided that I wanted to do something for all humankind, and that was going to be working for NASA if I could find a way to do that. But for me, as I got older, the astronauts remained and are currently in Earth orbit. So through Carl Sagan's series Cosmos, I learned about the work that was happening at JPL and the robotic exploration. And so the fact that we send robots before we send people. And so I said, I want to see these images of places that have never been seen before. So I went to, because the resources in my family were directed towards the boys for education, I was able to get an Air Force scholarship and go to Cornell University, because at the end of Cosmos it said Carl Sagan, Cornell University.
Except he was working.
And so my
Harvard.
14-year-old brain went, I'm going to go to Cornell University, and so I did in fact go to Cornell, and I got a degree in engineering and a degree in psychology. Went into the Air Force, got a background in space operations that I was able to use to apply to JPL. I've been there for 20 years. Every day is as much fun as the first, and I've worked on missions of exploration to Mars, to Jupiter, extrasolar missions like Kepler that are the one that have told us there are planets around other stars. But I want to close by saying that there is such a connection between entertainment, between the media, and the inspiration that it gives for scientists and engineers. There's an exhibit at the Smithsonian that is, I believe, a permanent exhibit to Star Trek because of the amount of scientists and engineers that were inspired. And around me, the people that I work with, everyone was affected either by Star Trek or Star Wars or other shows like that. But the generation, but not the generation, the folks that are a little bit older than myself, when I got to JPL, they were inspired by the Chelsea Bonestall paintings.
Yes.
The paintings that showed
Oh,
what,
yeah.
you know, what it could be like on Mars.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's this thread through JPL and other NASA centers of what first fired our imaginations. And it in so many cases, it's books, it's entertainment, it's things that we saw that made us want to be a part of it. And so I'm lucky to work at JPL, and I also feel privileged to be here today to say thank you for the
I would like
inspiration.
to add about Star Trek at the Florida International University in Miami, where I teach astronomy and physics. Professor Dr. Webb was able to raise funding to create the Stoker Astro Science Center. Our donor was Stoker. And Dr. Webb is a huge fan of Star Trek. So he was able to replicate the holodeck with the chair. But it's a real spaceship. We remote a telescope in the Tenerife, Latin America, Cerro Tololo, Kitt Peak, from this Star Trek is a spaceship, and our student loves it. So thanks to the imagination of a writer and producer that we have the Stoker Astro Science Center.
Well, and also when you were mentioning Star Trek, when I was 10, I met Nichelle Nichols when Star Trek was on the air, and she was so encouraging. And we just shot a scene in Space Command with Nichelle Nichols, and so it comes full circle. But and also with the images that came from JPL and the images from Viking and Voyager and onward, those come back to us as writers, and they then fire our imaginations as we see how amazing the solar system and the
This is
galaxy
the way the brain works, the human brain.
Right. And
Susan.
in fact, and I was just going to say, just to piggyback on that, is that I now work with one of the Gentry Lee produced Cosmos with Carl Sagan, and I now work with him at JPL. So lots of circles like that.
I do have a question, if I may. I mean, with all this amazing space we have, great talent, how come we still have actors that go on a talk show and they flaunt they're not good at math?
Well,
and they're proud to say that to our young brain. How come? What is it?
Well,
What
that's
is it?
American, and amongst other things. It's just, stupid is cool. And we see lots of evidence of it. Now we put it in the White House. Please.
Yeah,
Susan.
Go for it.
So I write about the nexus of science, technology, and arts, primarily for Fast Company, but I've also written for IEEE Spectrum, New York Times, Scientific American, Discover, Forbes, Newsweek, and NPR. And I've traveled to every continent, reported from every continent, from almost every continent, but gotten sick on every continent. And I've always, my science background, I grew up in a medical family. My dad's a doctor. I was pre-med in college, and then fell in love with journalism and have reported on many different I thought my time was up.
Cool. Time's up.
That was musical.
I've never been on a panel where I've had a meal on the panel.
I like that. Wow, I can't believe I missed it.
Do you want a sandwich?
No, I'm fine.
There are a few extra.
I'm desperately afraid that someone's going to ask me a question and I'll have just taken a bite of sandwich. So I was, it came out to, LA, and I did a lot of reporting in the entertainment industry, but then I got really bored and sort of began drifting over to more science. But because I did both. Did both sciences and arts. I was always trying to find ways to combine them in journalism. And luckily, those two worlds have gotten closer and closer together. So it's actually, I'm now coming up with stories that encompass both areas. And JPL is kind of a hotbed NASA and space science and JPL they have so many of that kind of cross-pollination going on. When I was at Fast Company, when I first started at Fast Company, I was writing for a section called Co-Create, which doesn't exist anymore, and it was all about the creative process, and they were thinking about it as an entertainment section. And I said, no, there's a ton of creative process going on in science, which enabled me to go report on JPL. So that kind of got me into writing more about space science. I don't know. Was there anything else I'm supposed to?
No, that was
to
good.
Say?
I like
All
that.
right, we're
Personal
good. We're
contact.
good. All right, onward to
Great.
you, Rod.
Great, Rod Pyle.
Oh,
You.
Hi,
at
Rod
Astra.
Pyle. I edit Ad Astra magazine. I've written 17
Wait,
space books.
Let me hold it up
You-
so that
you do
people.
the Vanna White
I'll be,
thing, okay.
Yes.
Vanna White.
Go
And,
ahead. Go ahead.
And I write, up till this year, I've written a book every year for Jet Propulsion Laboratory called, with the whimsical name of Technical Highlights 2017, 2018. But it's cool because you get to sit down with 30 scientists and say, okay, guys, digest your life's work into 500 words. And you can't use the dry marker. That's when they start shaking and sweating. So I grew up during the space age, which was very inspiring to me. I grew up in Pasadena, just up the street. So JPL was over there and Caltech was over there. And I later found out that the Soviet H-bomb map blast zones overlapped over my house. So that was my distinct relationship with those guys. So I wanted to work in space sciences
That
until...
explains a great many things,
Shush.
actually.
Shush you. Until I went to UCLA and had a parting of the way the differential equations, and that's when I wasn't an astronomy major anymore. So I went to a variety of colleges, ended up at Stanford majoring in communications, and then got interested, unfortunately, in television commercials for a number of years. But since then, got into documentary filmmaking, worked a couple of years, well, actually about 7 years in visual effects on Deep Space Nine and Battlestar Galactica. So every time Mark wrote some scene with 30 spaceships in it slugging out a battle, because Space War actually got the highest ratings, regardless of what Gene Roddenberry thought, sadly. We'd have to figure out a way to get 30 spaceships in the shot, and more than once we made a trip down to the Hallmark store and bought those little ornaments and tacked them up in the background. So, yeah, secret of Deep Space Nine. Anyway, went on to work in documentaries for a number of years. My favorites, of course, were the space documentaries, but about 2005, 2006, Honey Boo Boo, if anybody remembers that.
Oh, yeah.
There was the unraveling of nonfiction television, so a lot of us left, and that's what got me into book writing.
Did you meet Honey Boo Boo?
No, but I saw the demo reel, and it was revolting.
Fabulous.
The last show I was offered to work on as an as a producer was Vegas Jail, which was 7 days on, 2 off, 14-hour days of watching prisoners get their faces kicked in. So I thought, no.
I don't know why you wanted to leave television.
Yeah. Well, so the fastest way to go from a six-digit television salary to a 5-digit salary is to become a book author, I'll add. In case anybody's interested in what it's like to write books, if you talk to the Authors Guild about their most recent survey, the average author of nonfiction, multi-titled author of nonfiction books working full-time makes per year $9,300.
Damn.
Full-time. So that's why we edit magazines and do other things. So really happy to be here, and I hope you ask lots of really cool questions.
Cool. So now let's talk about the vision thing. Imagine, if you will, what in art and science and the crossover we're going to do, both to convey the magic and the wonder, and to kindle more imagination and more wonder. So please, Tracy.
My interest is about combining reason and imagination, so both as a recording artist and also as an astrophysicist. Right now, in 2019 or 2020, keeping the attention of a 600 student, that's the average per semester, it's very difficult. So there is a very short attention span. So I found a way to combine creative design, storytelling, performance art with traditional science education. And I give you an example. I'm at the 3rd experiment. Instead of teaching Astronomy 101, I decided to rename it, Let's Get Astrophysical. Change of energy when they come to class. They're already prepping up, already excited. And indeed, during astronomy, we cover everything, right? Solar system, galaxy, black hole, to cosmology. But what we do with astronomy is to write a space opera. So my student, there is nothing doing wrong. They can experiment. Everything is right. They're going to write a space opera. They're going to create a script, a storyline. If you want to act, you can act. You can play music. You can do the light. You do the costume. And everything has to be in the context of astronomy. On top of that, at the end of the semester, as a final test, we have a public performance in front of an audience, in a band shell, in a theater, or a festival, art festival. And Let's Get Astrophysical has proved to be successful. Students walk to class, they don't call it anymore education, they call it engagement. That's why at FIU, where I teach, we want to change the title of College of Art, Science and Education to College of Art, Science and Engagement. Because right now the word education is creating kind of let down. Instead, we want to keep the enthusiasm of student. So I do believe that in the academia, we are moving into a different domain that combine storytelling, creative design, architecture, virtual reality, augmented reality, and anything that really can relate to this young, vibrant mind. Because that's when we are successful as a teacher, as a professor, where we can ignite and keep that flame working in the soul, in the heart of our student. And this is forming new citizen also for this planet.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. That's great. Spot on. That's great.
And I want to know where she was when I was flunking astronomy at UCLA, because all they cared about was numbers.
Organic chemistry.
Yes.
Well, that saved me.
Well, she was young, so it's okay.
That's the thing that when I was studying various sciences, it was all rote memorization.
Yeah.
And the thing that would carry you through the classes is that you were thinking of either an end goal for it, or you were thinking of, or maybe you just had a love of that subject. But just day in, day out, just to memorize something gets really boring. And if you can teach and attach it to a story or a narrative or a context or a reason why you need this information, then all of a sudden you're seeing, you begin to see that subject, that class in a greater context, and it takes on more resonance and more meaning.
Yeah.
So I liken it to studying a language where you're memorizing words versus having a conversation in that language. I think schools are starting to understand that they need to teach this way to better engage students, but it's very slow. It's very slow. It's still, there's still a lot of work to be done in that area.
Yes.
Well, just in terms of terminology, amongst educational theorists, that word, you're right, is loaded, freighted negatively. In education theory, the really cool people, constructivist learning folk, never use the word teach. Because teach, we all are close enough, plus minus 20 years in age to remember, teaching is pouring the teacup of knowledge into the head of the child. Yeah. That's teaching. And learning, the root source of education is the word educare, to educe, to bring forth, to bring out. And the whole business of engagement which is key, and intellectual engagement in constructing knowledge. This is what's happening in education theory these days. The teachers, most of them, if they're over the age of 35, have had zero experience, at doing that. And any of you who, and some are here, come from K-12 classrooms, you got to be a magician to pull that stuff off and keep order and make it work.
Yeah, but it's also fun because we all of us were talking about how we were inspired by Star Trek and so forth, and the reason it inspired us is it said that we can be more, we can be better, we can I mean, we're the only animal that looked up at the sky and said, I wonder what that is, I'm going to go find out.
Well, I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that whales, when they surface, look up at the sky.
Yeah,
And
they're-
I know that elephants, when they look up at the sky, and orangutans.
Yeah, well, but
They have
you're not
thoughts.
going to invite them to Thanksgiving. So the point is that I'm fortunate to work in a medium where I'm able to reach millions of people. And the new technologies, I mean, I have my own YouTube channel called Mr. Sci-Fi where I have millions of hits, and I can reach out to my audience and they finance me. And I'm still forming affiliations with the networks and the VOD platforms, but I'm able to inspire and entertain. And I think, for instance, with Space Command, it's a hopeful vision of the future, just like Star Trek was. And I wanted to create something that said, we can go out into space, we can reach across boundaries and barriers with compassion. For me, I think compassion is vital and vision is vital. And I just wrote a pilot for the CW based on a pitch by a friend of mine. I mean, we're talking last week, and the main character is a prodigy, and he's in his early 20s, and he's a quantum physicist, a practical magician like Penn and Teller, a YouTube star, and etc. And so, and a political activist. And so the fun part of that was taking all of these things that I'm fascinated by and weaving them together to show that they are not different things, that they're all the same, and to draw the parallels, the metaphors of quantum entanglement and so forth, and draw that into the human sphere. Because the moment you can get someone interested and excited, I think space exploration I think is vital to the survival of our species, but also to the survival of our best selves. Because I mean, we're the most curious creatures, and both our curiosity, we have a great capacity for violence and destruction, but also we have a great capacity for love and knowledge and gaining knowledge. And I think Elon Musk is very much on the right track, and I think what you've been doing at JPL is, of course, on the side of the angels. I mean, anytime you see a photo of the outer planets, or I'm dying to find out, which of the exoplanets have, a breathable atmosphere, all of that stuff. And
working on it.
Yeah, but
when Webb goes up, we're going to see a lot of planets.
But I read science voraciously, and particularly astronomy and physics, and then I share that by creating stories that excite people. And the more they're excited, and the less they're made. I mean, politics, all these other realms can make people smaller and more fearful. I think the sciences, particularly space exploration, can make them larger and open their hearts, which is vital.
Well said. That's great. Rod?
So I think what we're talking about here is kind of a common thing, which is telling better stories. And there's anything, you can wrap a story around anything, as Honey Boo Boo proved. But if you're talking about, it's amazing to me how often the story of space exploration, both robotic and human, is not told well. It's one of the greatest adventure stories of the 20th century, and now coming into the 21st century. And I think we can all do it better as journalists, we can do it as fiction writers, you can do it better as teachers and citizens. One of the hardest things, I do a lot of radio, so much to my shame, a couple times a year, I'm on Coast to Coast AM. I always get interested. It amazes me, after I do one of those, how many emails I get from friends in junior high that are now generals in the Air Force or something, saying, "Hey, I heard you on Coast to Coast." And I said, "You'll admit that?" But it is so many people are enraptured by this idea of we didn't go to the moon, or conspiracies about aliens landing on Earth and so forth. And part of that's because we don't tell the story of true science and true exploration and true discovery well enough. If you really explicate that in a way, I said this in the last panel, so sorry if it's a repeat for some of you, but if you talk to people's hearts instead of their minds, speak to their emotions, speak to the graces within them, they will be all over this because it's a great story. It's exciting. You look at pictures from the Hubble telescope, which is the gift that keeps giving for NASA for the last 20 plus years, and those are some of the most staggering visuals of the last 20, 25 years. They're unbelievable. As pointed out, when Webb goes up, assuming everything works as planned, it's got a lot of unfolding to do, we'll get even more incredible visuals, and we'll be able to see the very edge of the universe and finally begin to really get a handle on what exoplanets are all about, what their atmospheres are about, and eventually we'll begin to start imaging them directly, which is pretty sensational. And for instance, does everybody here know that NASA's talking about an interstellar probe now? It's one of the best kept quiet news stories of the last 10 years.
And why is that? Why is that, Rod?
Well, I think it's a hard sell. I work on the board of a group called Tau Zero Foundation, and they're all about interstellar exploration. And when you talk to people about this, they're like, well, A, it's 30 years out there, and B, why should I care? That's not going to happen in my lifetime. Now, it might. There's things like the Breakthrough Initiative with Yuri Milner and his billions who have said, okay, we're going to build potato chip-sized spacecraft, send them on laser beams, and it'll get there within your lifetime. Maybe not in my lifetime, but certainly within most of yours. And we'll start to get images back from exoplanets around other stars. But it's a hard sell because it's way far away and it doesn't affect us directly. But there are other stories like, why is China heading to the South Pole of the Moon? Because there's water there. Why are we interested in perhaps...
What kind of water?
Fresh water, as ice.
Sparkling.
Deposited by comets.
And deuterium? Heavy water?
Probably, but the point is, the water itself is enough because we spend about $8,000 a pound, per gallon to lift water off of Earth for astronauts to drink and get out of themselves and recycle and drink again, you know? It's really expensive to launch water, but if you've got it out there, once you get off Earth, you're halfway to anywhere, as has been famously said by a number of writers, because you can make it into breathable oxygen, drinkable water, rocket fuel, there's aluminum up there, there's glass, you can do all kinds of things on the moon. That's a pretty sexy story.
Wait.
But we don't tell it well enough.
I got a great idea. We have 5 people here who are competent in science, seriously competent in science. So let's not talk about the low-hanging fruit, all right, or even the 30-year stuff. Let's talk about the big science stuff, right? Let's talk
the
about
what? I didn't
big
catch
science.
it.
Big science.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we're still basically, we're the $8,000 a gallon. It's more than that. It's $10,000 a pound on, you know, I mean, maybe on SpaceX we'll drop it to $5K a pound. I mean, that's a lot of money to send marbles up into space, or, you know, guitars to entertain people on the ISS. We're still stuck in Newtonian physics in terms of this stuff. We really are. So let's go way blue sky for just a couple of minutes. Let's talk about mastery of gravity.
Well, how about we go a step beyond that and talk about what it really means to travel in space? Once you can give me true telepresence, now there'll always be a time delay until, you know, we figure out quantum entanglement communication or something, which is doubtful, but you know, assuming you can give me a true telepresence experience on Mars, where I'm actually feeling things and smelling things, and hopefully this is, you know, sent right into my brain, not through a pair of crummy VR goggles. Do I really have to go there? Do people have to go there? If we do have to go there, and if we continue going out to these places, I personally suggest, and it would cure my dieting ills to do so, you just take my consciousness and transplant it into a robotic cockroach. They're strong, they can survive anything, they don't care about radiation. Send it out to Neptune, where Tommy Lee Jones went in that hideous movie Ad Astra, and I won't have daddy issues out there, I'll have a good time, because I'll be a little robotic cockroach.
So what do you think about that, Nagin? You know, you build and launch the robots and operate them in space. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so let me just add a couple of things to what I've been hearing. So in terms of being interstellar, we already are in that Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are now outside.
But they're pooping along at VW speed. I mean, what are they doing, 30,000 miles an hour, maybe, at this point?
So we were talking, just to finish on what we were talking about in terms of the ability to fire up, you know, hearts as well as minds, when I started doing kind of on my own time some public speaking about because I figured if the taxpayers are paying for the missions that I'm working on, then I should spend some of my time telling them about what those missions are doing. And and my journey of learning how to story tell, because you know I'm an engineer, right? Was one of which where I said, wait a second, you know, I remember the first slide package I got, and it started from JPL, and it started with a picture of the spacecraft, and I went out and I was like, wait a minute, nobody understood where I started, and then I realized they didn't know much about JPL, and then they didn't know much about NASA, and I gradually realized that I had to start talking about all those things because they needed context. People often don't know that these robotic missions have a team of people behind them. And if you're going to engage people's hearts, then you have to tell them about the people.
Yes.
And now, when I have the time, I do some state lectures for the U.S. State Department internationally, and what I've found is that this is not, as Rod was saying, this is not a hard sell when you share the excitement, of exploration and discovery.
Yes.
And what I gradually realized is there's one of these videos of us jumping up and down when, I was fortunate enough to be in the control room when Curiosity landed. And the funny thing is we all said we were going to stay in our seats and clap politely and more like the JSC astronauts and, the JSC mission control and be more professional. But, we're Californians, that's not what happened. We, again, have another video of us jumping up and down. And that's actually the one I show first.
Yes.
No matter where I'm speaking in the world, I learned that if I show that video first, the entire energy in the room changes, no matter what audience that I'm speaking to, because they're like, oh wow, this is not what I thought engineers and scientists do. This is not what I thought of when I thought of, even if I knew what robotic spacecraft were. People have a perception of what science and math are. And then to see a group of people jumping up and down shows the difference of what engineering and science is, but it also shows that these missions are our robotic emissaries. That when these rovers land on Mars, it doesn't feel like a robotic mission to those of us who are in the room, and hopefully to those who are also watching. It feels like we are there, like we are seeing Mars with our own eyes, and they are, and when they see that video, when I later then say, these spacecraft feel like our children. We spend decades, most of us have spent 10 years working on a particular mission, and then when it lands, they are our eyes and ears, and they represent us. And when Rod was talking about telepresence, one of the things I enjoy most is when I'm, like on Friday, tomorrow, I'm on shift for Curiosity, and one of the first things I'll do is walk, before the shift starts, is I'll walk down there and put on a VR headset for on-site, and it's certainly not what we eventually hope it is, but it feels like I'm standing on Mars, because it's the Curiosity data that is being loaded into the system. And one part of me is like, oh, what are we going to do tomorrow? I should be I should be prepared for my shift. And the other part of me is like, oh my gosh, it's like I'm standing on Mars and this is data we took, and the wonder never goes away.
No.
So of course, when we talk about what the future holds, how feasible is it to do interstellar probes, and what distant science might be like, I just wanted to, for a moment, go back to this idea of hearts and minds, and so much as that is just showing them that you're people, and that you're excited about the mission, and that it isn't it isn't just a job.
To me, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Please.
I mean, I hear you. I love JPL. I always show video but the core is that the scientist stereotype has to be changed.
I was going to say that.
So shout out to Gina Davis, for the first time is giving space to women scientists. We really don't look like Albert Einstein.
No.
I wasn't inspired by Star Trek. I was inspired by the first female astrophysicist I saw. Was interpreted by Kelly McGillis in Top Gun. Do you remember?
Yes,
super sexy, super beautiful. So we need to change the stereotype, and also you need to accept that the scientists also have different accent, even if we are American. And scientists with an accent like me, and they have a Nobel Prize, we also deserve to go on the media.
Yes.
We don't have any space to come out on CNN to do any commentary because of our accent. We exist. We are scientists, Nobel Prize, American, from India, Pakistan heritage, Italian heritage. No one ever portrays us on History Channel, on CNN. We are kept to the side. Is this the scientific community we want to build? A stereotype like Albert Einstein and scientists like me, and people are applauding. Stand up if you agree with me. Right? Accent, freedom from accent. No more network TV that everybody has to have a British accent or American accent. What am I, a second citizen because I have Italian heritage, or I speak with an Italian accent? things has to change,
Yeah.
and it started from Hollywood.
Yes. Well,
it
that's-
started from you guys.
Yeah. But I want
It
to jump in.
started
Yeah.
from changing the scientist stereotype,
I agree.
freedom.
Yes, I agree absolutely, and that's why, for instance, in Space Command, Mira Furlan.
Thank you, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
finally.
Yes, but
No
again-
more.
But I agree that we as fictional television writers and film writers have to present the what we see in reality, in life. And so, for instance, in Space Command, one of my first priorities was, as Mira Furlan, with whom I worked on Babylon 5, I wrote her as a character she's a xenoarchaeologist, and she's and very enthusiastic about exploration and discovery. She has a daughter. Who
Hopefully she has a
accompanies her.
Mexican accent.
Well, she has a Serbian accent because she's from the former Yugoslavia, and when she's with her daughter, they're speaking Serbo-Croatian, and when she's with other people, she's speaking English.
Probably she has
And-
to be only on those role, or those accent role. So
Yes.
you are again keeping an actor acting in that accent while I'm saying is a freedom. Please, humanity, accept us.
Yes.
I'm American. There are thousands of out there like me.
Yes.
Tens of thousands,
So
hundreds of thousands.
But then
In
that's
science.
but so my strong priority as a writer and now showrunner is to, and I write and direct and produce with my wife, and she keeps my feet on the ground also, but it's to create roles for women, to create roles that are more in line with what I see in the real world. And the one thing I'll say that Hollywood gets so wrong so often is the scientists and even the astronauts they present are often cynical, very downbeat. They're not enthusiastic. And when I meet particularly space scientists and astronauts, they're hugely enthusiastic about what they're doing. It's the thrill of exploration and discovery, and that needs to be presented. That's why I liked the film The Martian, because again, it presented the world that I see and know.
Yes.
So yeah, and it was funny as well. So
And they didn't have aliens.
no, exactly.
One of the things that I like to try to do when I'm doing a science story is, Fast Company used to have slideshows, and I would often do the science portion in the story, but then I'd have a slideshow and I would take pictures of the scientists as they're going through the mission, and to sort of show the humanity and interaction, to show that it wasn't just numbers, that there were people behind these missions. Now they don't do the slideshows anymore, so I'll try to infuse some interesting, quirky aspect about them. For example, there was a scientist at JPL who I interviewed who had, I forgot his name, you might know who he is. He has the entire solar system tattooed on one arm with the places of like where the planets were when he was born. I mean, it goes up the entire arm.
Wow.
And
Sounds like Adam Stelzner.
I
maybe.
wonder if it was, he was working on the InSight mission on the drilling.
Yeah. Oh wait, I know who that.
Yes,
that's
and I forgot his.
I bet that's Troy.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and he's like really
funny.
cut, and like he's a really
But
good-looking
that's
guy with the thing. He looks like a biker, and he's a scientist.
That's
and
Troy.
Yeah.
and
Mohawk guy? You see the Mohawk? No, different
and
guy. Okay.
and I made sure to like have a picture of him showing his arm in the story and have a little bit about that in the story. It had nothing to do with the science he was working on, but it showed him in a completely atypical, like it showed him in a light that you wouldn't think of a scientist to be in, and so that's why I like to do that.
But we consider this though, in terms of looking ahead. We speak of the human, touch throughout this, and in terms of storytelling, I give it to you for sure. But what about the fact that AI, in certainly less than 15 years, is going to be doing most of the data sorting, and in fact most of the data probing, and doing a lot of what we think of as the original human creative conceptual stuff in science, in the exploration of the data that's going to be coming from the next generation of what Nagin's people are working on. It's not going to be a bunch of humans poring over spreadsheets. It's not, because that stuff is too slow. And it cannot begin to comprehend the fact that we all know every 2 years we double the amount of information that we've got. And we're not even processing the stuff that we're getting now. You know, I mean, he's looking at the stuff that she's looking at, but there's stuff pouring down right this second from space that we have no way of looking at because we're just too damn slow. The meat, quick as it is too slow.
Well, it'll be a while before the computers have the hearts to appreciate it like we do.
The hearts, right? No. I once.
But I know what you're saying. You know, they do it. That's happening now.
Dr. Tuzos at MIT, one of the inventors of the computing science, as we think of it. I said, I'm not going to care about programming a computer until I can make it cry, and it just made him laugh.
Yeah.
But that won't be so funny.
Seemed funny then, didn't it?
That won't be funny in 30 years.
Yeah.
You know, they may indeed make us cry in less than 30 years, but.
I mean, it's absolutely true that the robotic spacecraft are returning just huge treasure troves of data that it takes humans a great deal of time to go through. And so having autonomous help, having help that can autonomously look through the data is not something that is unwelcome. We want the human brains to be available for the creative part, the interpreting what we're seeing, the drawing the conclusions, but in terms of processing through the information, I actually was in Italy just last month visiting Mauro Tambelli, who is a astronomer there who has discovered many many asteroids, and I was there thanking her because she had actually named one for me. But one of the things she talked about was how hard it is to process the data. You know, how it used to be very, very manual, that she would look at the slides looking for the asteroids, and now how so much of that is automatic. We do have huge amounts of data. One of the ways that until the AI is available to help us process that is so much more citizen science, right? Kepler made so much of their data available so that any interested scientist could, not scientist, any interested citizen could help go through the data. So that's a current way of trying to say, look at all the information we have and how can we process that? And that's by engaging more than the planetary science community, more than scientists and engineers. But it certainly is a good thing that we can look to algorithms to help go through the process, the initial sorting and filtering process of all the data we're sending back, because as Rod said, our ability to send back data currently is outstripping our ability to understand it and see what discoveries might be.
How many minutes old is your data?
Medicine is going...
When you put the helmet on, when you put the viewer on, how many minutes has that information been traveling from Mars?
Depends how far it is.
17 minutes?
10 to 20, right?
It's the one-way light time to Mars varies between 5 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Right now, I think.
Depending on local processing.
So, but conversely, to her point, you know, you sit down. I spent a year with the Curiosity team working on a book about that. So I spent a lot of time with the planetary geologist team, guys like John Grotzinger, who was in charge of that part of it. And they're staring at these monitors, just willing more information to come through, because any one of them will tell you, and many have gone on public record saying so, they could do in a couple of days what it takes the rover 6 months to do. Humans are fast. Humans can make abstract conclusions. Humans can do a lot of things. Now, again, when you got true telepresence, it'll be a different story. But for now, you know, there still is a role for so-called boots on the ground in a lot of these situations. That said, I mean, this organization is all about human settlement of the solar system. You know, I follow that sentiment to an extent, but I think the machines will always go first. They'll go where it's dangerous. They'll go where it's scary. They'll go where it's hostile to us. And they're really good at it. You know, when you talk about orbiting Jupiter, where you're going to get your gonads cooked in about 30 seconds because of the radiation environment, send a machine. And even at that, by the way, the chips on those things, which are old power PC chips, are baseline in about the year 2000 because they cost $500,000 a piece. That's what it takes to radiation harden these things for the military, and then NASA buys them for $500,000 and off they go. So it's going to be a while before people do that, but I think there's still a role for us.
But you're touching on something very interesting, which is now manned exploration of space is heating up again, thank God. Because, you know, if we had chosen the Mars mission that Von Braun wanted instead of the space shuttle, we would have been on Mars in, what, the 70s?
Well, and 70 men would have been on Mars. That was his idea.
Yeah.
They'd be dead, but
And now, of course, what Elon Musk is doing, and I mean, I hope that Elon Musk beats the Chinese to Mars. That's just personal preference. But I think he's really serious about it.
They got more money than he does.
Well, at this point, he's going to have to try and beat him to the moon first.
Okay, one more point of view.
I want to provide a point of view from an astrophysicist and cosmology point of view. What it comes down to regarding space exploration, STEM in space, it's really where are we going as a humanity. First, we have one home, is a planet Earth. All we have, history, music, fantasy books, is on this planet. So we need to find another home in space. Willing or unwilling, we are going to face losing the moon. So the keel of Earth will change it. We are going to be on a collision course with Andromeda Galaxy, with another galaxy. We are going to have our sun becoming a giant. So where are we going with humanity? Are we trying to become a digital human being where our expression will only live in the internet, in the digital being? Or are we seeking a matter manifestation, traveling through the solar system, who knows where, to another dimension? This is my cosmic point of view. So where are we going? That's I would like to have a couple of point of view. I mean, that's what I ask myself. I love curiosity, but where are we going? Voyager 1, Voyager, what's the end goal?
Yes.
Well, before
survival,
we go, you know, I mean,
colonization of space,
one of my favorite
creating
slogans,
a human being on Mars,
clean up your room and then you go outside.
finding for life on Europa.
How about we clean up the great garbage patch in the Pacific Ocean and then let's go. Let's just go. But first, the garbage patch, and that challenges our science completely. It does. It does. Because before we go, we're going to lose all the fish in the world. We've already doomed all the coral in the world. So maybe not so quick. This is not for our generation. But we need to pass the torch to the next gen. And they are going to have to pass the torch to the one after that. And 3 generations out, when we can deal with superluminal, gravity, and propulsion in completely different ways. We got diddly squat. We got stupid ideas from the 50s. We're talking about lasers and nukes and stuff for moving. Come on, that's baby stuff. We're babies.
We are
We're
babies.
babies.
We are
And we're
babies.
not ready to go.
In astronomy,
and guess
science.
what? And guess what? This feeds into the politics. We're not going. Because they're not going to give you the money, and Elon's 50 billion is bupkis.
Well,
and China's 300 billion is enough to get Imperium off the moon.
There are other reasons too. I mean, frankly, at this point, for the next 20 years, I love people's visions. You know, Jerry O'Neill's vision of utopia in Folger's cans in orbit and all that. That's great. Right. Bottom line is, what we discuss, the solar system's a nasty, hostile, horrible place for people. Meatbags don't do well out there. I drive to Barstow a couple times a year on my way to Vegas. Barstow, which is not my favorite place on Earth, is still better than anywhere else off planet because we're evolved to be there. So for the next 20, 30 years, regardless of what Musk or NASA, the Chinese, or anybody does, if we go to Mars or the moon, we're living inside cans below the ground with no views, no windows. When you do go outside, you're in another spacesuit, another spacecraft called a spacesuit. You don't get to touch flowers. You don't get to breathe the air. So it's going to be for a special breed of people. And I'm not saying we shouldn't go. I think it's really important, especially for science. But this conceit of a plan B for human beings when Earth
Ridiculous.
fails,
It's stupid.
No,
And
you're
it's
better
not-
off underground or in the
It's
oceans.
not only ridiculous, in my view, it's
dangerous.
extraordinarily immoral.
And dangerous.
It's wrong.
Because it gives us an out.
It's wrong. There is no out. Clean up the goddamn garbage patch. Take the nukes off this planet, and we can discuss going out.
But
But thanks.
Yeah.
Your questions, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oops, I just want to make a point off that. The one thing that we don't know, that's a total unknown, when they talk about intelligent life in outer space, the reason it's so hard to figure out what's going on with that is because we only have one species to draw any conclusions from, which is our own. We're the only technologically intelligent species in the way that we make machines and do science. And we have no idea what the shelf life of our species is. I mean, we've been around as Homo sapiens for a very short time comparatively. So in terms of talking about will we be around in 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, a billion years, woof, you know, I mean, but miraculously we've managed so far not to blow ourselves up with atom bombs and hydrogen
And
bombs.
that's only been 75 years.
Right, exactly.
We have plenty of opportunity to blow ourselves away.
But I think that we are an exploratory species. We have always been an exploratory species, always looking over what's over the horizon. Our curiosity is a great strength of our species, and that's, for me, going out into space isn't about, well, okay, we'll have a spare planet. It's about, like, that's our healthiest urge, to go out into space to find out what's there. I love the fact that Elon Musk is not going out into space for for economics reasons. He's going out because he just wants to go to Mars. He like just Ray Bradbury wanted to
he
go to
wants
Mars.
to
He can
die.
afford to go to Mars.
He wants to
Go
die
ahead.
on Mars,
Please,
right?
you're
He
fair.
wants to be the human being dying on Mars,
Good for
right?
him. Good
Am
for
I
him.
wrong?
He's like all those
So-
timeline
Fiorella, let
entrepreneurs.
her go.
The
Let her
first
go.
one to die.
What's
on
your
Mars.
question?
Yeah.
Hey, come on,
Hi.
give it to us.
How are you all doing?
Good.
I am inspired also by the science fiction that is very positive view of our future. That focuses more on humanity's capacity for kindness
Yes.
and innovation and intelligence rather than on humanity's capacity for aggression and fear.
Exactly.
But I see a great deal of stories.
That shouldn't be science fiction. It should be reality. Today, this is our
it is.
duty as a human being:
Yes.
kindness and respect.
I have is in regard to AI, where there's a great deal of both news stories and also fictional stories that paints a picture that is a horrifying or frightening.
I'll repeat it.
We'll repeat the
Regarding
question.
AI, I'll repeat it. Go ahead.
It's in regard to AI and
The dangers.
who are inspired by the positive stories, potentially of our future. What is your positive view of our relationship alongside AI in the future?
Well, I think it's very foolish that we haven't put Asimov's 3 laws of robotics into every AI, because they are not prescribed at all from harming humans, and that's very risky, and particularly when they're building robots to create war and so forth. I mean, it's a razor blade, but then there's the positive things about computing speed and all of that. So it's a double-edged sword.
The answer is, it would be wonderful if somebody would write an opera or a great novel, a neuromancer that showed an AI that was not hostile or was, co-created in a beautiful way with a. But we.
In the book Aurora by Ken Stanley Robinson, the
Yeah.
ship becomes a character as this ship is hurtling for 300 years. It's been hurtling towards a star because some idiots in the past wanted to go to space.
Right.
So they sent all these people into the hollowed out asteroid with all the biomes for it, shoot in space, and the ship at some point becomes aware because one
Yes.
of the characters asks them and says, "Can you please write a history of the 300 years of the ship?" And ship says, "Error cannot compute on non-probability." And the character says, "I don't care. Write me a history. Revise our past. We're done with this." And there's these great chapters about the AI talking to itself, learning about language, learning about contradictions, and then it comes to find that it is the sole protector of these people who are breaking
Yeah.
down. Right?
Wonderful.
Breaking
And-
down, so metaphor for her as well. And it helps out. It does crowd control in certain scenes. It's
Well-
very, I don't want to say anymore. It's
Aurora
Yeah,
is the
but-
title of the book. Aurora.
slipped under the radar.
Yeah.
Aurora is one, and then there should be more.
Well, and one thing I want to mention in Space Command is Doug Jones does play a synthetic human, and my idea was to have him be more compassionate than most humans because he isn't wired with all of the fight or flight things that humans were wired for, back when we were in trees. And so he's able to look at humanity with a very unbiased viewpoint and a compassionate one. So I found that very, very fun to write.
Thank you for that. That's great. One last question.
I'm sorry, I've got a follow-up from the last.
Please.
Okay, so this idea of scientific depiction in popular media, films, you guys have been geeking out about the Martian since the last panel. Outside of The Martian, where can I point my students to accurate depictions of science? And Mark, maybe you speak on the give and take on scientific accuracy
Yes.
versus
Sure.
the length of time you have to tell a story.
I think, again,
Please repeat the question.
his question is, can you point him to accurate depictions of science in like TV, film, so forth? I mean, basically our first priority, of course, is to entertain and engage, but then to inspire if we can. And, but certainly Star Trek was very, very interesting in terms of its extrapolation. 2001: A Space Odyssey is very, very interesting. So I find Solaris, the Russian film and the novel, very interesting. What I do on Mr. Sci-Fi is I put everything in context. It's like this led to this, led to this. So I'm talking about Ray Bradbury and Arthur C. Clarke and Herman Oberth and Willy Ley and Robert Goddard and all those guys, because when you start to make the connective tissue and show where, then people start reading Bradbury and Heinlein and so forth, and they see where we came from, and they find their inspirations in those ways, So, but I'm creating science fiction that's doing that too, and so I take personal responsibility for that in my own writing.
The
I
showrunner
like a-
creator of The Expanse, Naren Shankar,
Yes.
has a PhD from Cornell
Right.
in applied physics and electrical engineering, and he's tried to infuse some, more accurate depictions of science and engineering into his series.
As did the novels. As they're
It's a tough
continuing.
time. I mean, this is a dystopian time, as you all know. We got Walking Dead because we could have Walking Dead in a bad afternoon with, launch on warning. And visions cycle. They change. And more positive visions of what... I mean, it's great that we have all of these enthusiasts. These people, every one of these people have committed their life to expanding a positive vision of science and technology. And for this, I thank Fiorella, Mark, Nagin, Susan, and Rod, and thank you.
Fun. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And please, there is some food, extra food.
Right.
Don't give it all away.
Started. We have until 3 o'clock today. The schedule indicates 3:15, but we actually have another panel in here starting at 3:15, so we're going to go till about 2:50, 2:55, open it up to questions. And we have a small panel too, so if one of the topics is interesting to you and you have a question that you want to chime in with, just raise your hand and I'll try to glance around and notice that's happening. All right. Thank you. All right, so today we have a couple panelists. We had 3. We had a cancellation, unfortunately. And to my right, we have Rob Ray.
Hello.
Rob is a senior designer in the Human-Centered Design Group at NASA's JPL, Jet Propulsion Lab.
Indeed.
At the JPL, Rob leads a human-centered design practice for Protospace, the lab's flagship augmented reality platform for scientists and engineers. Protospace uses AR technologies to transform 3D CAD drawings into immersive, collaborative, problem-solving experiences. As the design lead for Protospace, Rob works to make Protospace something akin to a roller coaster ride that boiled the perfect egg, a simultaneity of spectacle and utility. Rob is also a visual artist and co-host of the Opposable Thumbs Creative Challenge podcast. And to his right is Susan Jewell. Susan has been a leader, innovator, and speaker and educator in the areas of space exploration, space medicine, edutainment, and astropreneurship. Very cool word. She has built crew teams for expeditions and analog missions in isolated and extreme environments. She pioneered Mars Academy USA and the Space Surgery Institute, organizations that focus on developing simulation-based training programs and VR/AR edutainment content to lay the groundwork for settlement of Mars and the Moon. Currently, she's focused on developing Mars Academy USA, a 21st century academy offering experiential learning and unique simulation programs for prospective young astronauts, professionals, and scientists. And she's also involved in an X Prize Foundation project, which we'll talk about. So we have a kind of a small panel tonight. In our previous discussions, the topics that kind of bubbled up as most interesting to talk about today has to do with immersive technology as a support builder for space exploration and space programs, and then immersive technology also as a mission enabler. So those are the two kind of things we're going to look at today. Immersive technology as a support builder. So, immersive technology is experiential, and Susan, you've been doing what you call analog missions, so it's immersive, but it's not digital, right?
No, it's real time with real people, but in a full immersive simulation. And that's really, I think, we can say it's kind of like the laboratory out in the environment versus your traditional definition of a laboratory, which is like confined in a building. And this builds a very authentic layer into the experience. And also when you're really trying to, of course, when you're building prototypes, you are able to now put in that authenticity layer, the complexity of trying to iterate and optimize your technology or your prototype. So it allows you to do that. At the same time, however, I think another important aspect of why we do these analog simulations in these austere environments is that we're looking at the 3 Ps. And what are the 3 Ps? Which stands for us is the physical aspects. What do humans encounter? What do they undergo? What are these challenges as astronauts or even people who are on Earth and are in real austere environments like Everest, or to go to Antarctica? And then the second P would be psychological. When you're talking about humans in the equation, every time humans are in the loop, you have to take care of that human. And when you put them in confined, isolated environments or dangerous environments, there is going to be psychological issues. So you have to look at that. And then in these analog astronaut simulations, we study that. And final P is the physiological, right? The physiological aspect. How does your body, on the physiological side, is affected? And so when you're talking about astronauts or anybody that's deployed or put into some really dangerous environment, isolated and confined, you're going to see those three issues. And that's what we're trying to do in these analog simulation training.
And I've seen in some of the images from your trainings that there are people wearing headsets, though. So you're integrating some digital immersive technology as well.
Yeah, so what makes us very different from a lot of other analog research, organization is that I really wanted to, I'm very much a geek in that way. I'm so passionate about exponential technologies, and so I want to innovate in that arena. And so I just see the seamless integration of using these technologies to be able to develop the platforms, but also to help the crew teams to be able to train and also to work on the technologies, right? To be able to be users and to be the testers in these environments. And it makes a perfect combination of both, that integration of that real research aspect and then the human user use and getting the data back. And that's very important so that you can optimize and you can do iterations. And as a scientist, you can collect data on a longitudinal basis. And that is important because if you can't collect the data, you only can do it one time. It's useless.
Right. Rob, some of your protospace technology you were saying is really important to get stakeholders on board with your design vision. Can you talk about that?
Definitely, sure. I mean, at the JPL, for those who may not be familiar with the organization, is a NASA center in Pasadena, California. The JPL focuses on missions without humans. Some people say unmanned missions. And those missions tend to be deep space orbiters, Mars landers, Mars rovers, that type of thing. And so often the JPL spends years and possibly even a decade or more working from what they call back of the napkin, right, where they just start drawing out your concept and are like, oh, I have this idea for this deep space probe or something, and then, in number of years later, it becomes flight hardware on the, as a payload to a space on a rocket launched into deep space. And so years are spent iterating on this design. And the reason the JPL does all this work, right, is for science. So any mission at the JPL starts with science goals, and then backing out from those science goals is what shapes the instruments that are used on the spacecraft, and then also the engineering and the experience of the spacecraft in situ, may be that on Mars or whatnot. And so throughout that process, right, real world engineering problems and design problems come up. And so often engineers and scientists are working through, sometimes pleasurably and sometimes not so pleasurably, on trying to resolve problems that come up. And so what we do with Protospace is allow scientists and engineers to get together, collaboratively view a CAD model in 3D space through augmented reality using the Microsoft HoloLens, and have discussions, right? Which are kind of the most difficult things for us as humans to do, which is to talk to one another. I feel, especially in 2019. And so I think, so our goal with that is to get people to come together, share and embody, using their human body as a measuring stick in some ways for a spacecraft and for a set of decisions or problems they have to get to, and make decisions and then move on, right? Our best meeting is for them to end early and then scribble a bunch of stuff on a whiteboard about how they're going to solve a problem, as opposed to, necessarily even being wowed by augmented reality. We have a pretty tough customer base because they're engineers and scientists. They're not often wowed by much. And so we do try to impress them a little bit with the tech, but then also make it as seamless as possible for them to just get immersed in the experience and move through their decision-making process.
And you provided a video. Let's take a look because it's
sure.
illuminating.
This is, I think, Europa Orbiter. Yep. Or Europa Clipper, which was the most official name. This video is sped up a little bit just because it's a pretty long session we were having. This is actually not full scale. I think it's about quarter scale of the Europa Clipper spacecraft, which will be launching, I think, in 2024 if budgeting ever gets worked out. And this is a number of people. You can see my own goofy self in there in the back. walking around the model. And what's really funny about this is everybody who looks at Europa Clipper through augmented reality goes, "Wow, it's so big," and it's like, you've been an engineer on this project for years, and you never thought about how big it was, and they're like, "No." So it's really nice to even just in the most basic form of augmented reality, let people experience something at scale that they're used to working on, even on a 27-inch monitor, and just again be able to use their human body as a measuring stick for things.
Have you solved? I mean, has there been a moment where engineers have solved a problem because you think they had a spatial experience that they wouldn't have caught?
Yes. So this, I'll try to summarize. This was like when the light bulb came on for me for Protospace, and when I was like, I think we all have jobs where we're like, what am I doing here? You just kind of think like, what am I? I'm doing work. It feels good, but like, am I moving any kind of social needle or something? And it was right when I had joined Protospace, and it was typically, so Protospace is you book a room, right? Because it's augmented reality, and you kind of want to, you can do it anywhere, but it's kind of nice to have a room dedicated to the thing. And so the room is booked, and you're just kind of like, oh, we have people coming over, great. And they come in, and typically, any meeting, people kind of start and are talking to one another, and are kind of social, and the meeting's about to begin, and it's like dead quiet. Like no one's talking to one another, and that's like a bad thing. Like when a meeting's about to happen and no one's even asking like, how are your kids or whatever, like it's just, it's not good. And so, and there's a lot of like murmuring and stuff, and you're like, oh, this is not good. And so what it was there was a specific disagreement about the position of a sensor on a spacecraft. I won't say which one, it doesn't matter. But, and the problem with this, the issue is the sensor in some situations could be too close to the ground. And when it's too close to the ground, we all have cars, or we all have bicycles or skateboards, you scrape the bottom, which is really what you don't want to do with a very fancy spacecraft. So there was a disagreement, but like moving this sensor, right, could and probably would alter the type of science data you could collect because you moved it, right? Like, so it's typically these things are positioned very precisely in order for you to capture the data you need. But if you have to move it a little bit, it creates a big stir. So there was a big disagreement about whether this move was necessary. So we come in, and we're going there, and everyone's sort of there, and talking begins, but it's still kind of quiet. And then all of a sudden, this person who I didn't know at the time, but is actually a lead scientist on the mission, like leaps on the ground, like leapt on the ground, and like laid on his back, and then like shimmied under the like augmented reality version of the spacecraft on his back, and like looked up, and was like, okay, I get it, okay, fine. And in 1 second, he went from like this email chain of disagreement that had happened for a week to laying on his back, rolling around on the carpet, seeing the instrument and being like, okay, that's definitely going to hit. I see your point. Let's figure it out. And then everyone jumps up and starts like trying to figure out how to move it, in X amount of time. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I do a thing that matters. So that's my story. But it was really powerful, and just like also like so simple, right? It's not like you don't need a super fancy tool to do that. You just need to be able to load the model in AR and get people to agree that by doing this experience, they can come to some kind of agreement. And it worked out. So, and I can see actually this spacecraft is being assembled right now. And if you go to, they have webcams so the public can see the assembly. And I can see the instrument in the webcam, and I'm always very psyched. I'm like, there it is, it moved. And it moved because the Protospace, the tool I work on, helped them come to an agreement that it should be moved. So it's nice. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Susan, any thoughts on edutainment and how immersive technology, actually technology beyond analog, could help build support for the kind of work you're interested in, space exploration?
Absolutely. I think the word edutainment, education mixed with, entertainment is a new word, and I'd like to use because it's kind of like the hybrid and mixing of the two. And in our analog missions, we bring in people who are non-medical. So we focus on this. We bring in a very diverse, multidisciplinary teams, right? But in our Mars Medic, in our medical missions, we bring in, of course, the medically trained, and we mix them with people who have very minimum or no medical background. And then this is really interesting and fascinating because then using the technology, whether we're using AR or VR, we try to give them that immersive experience and training. And we've been doing this in our tele-anesthesia and telesurgery project for the last 3-4 years. And the data we have so far show that they're absolutely, with the VR and the AR training and having that immersive experience, there really is not that much of a difference in terms of the acquisition of skills and the learning, the learning curve for the non-medical versus the medical. Now I'm talking about people, not in a specialized, field in medicine. I'm talking general practitioners, right, who have very, just very kind of, yes, they've gone through surgery at some point in their medical school, medical training, but it's not their specialty. So there's still, the whole saying is, if you don't use it, you lose it. And so it's really interesting to see that the implementation and integration of these technology, of course, VR is, it's immersive, but when you're talking, you bring in the next layer of extended reality, right, which is the HoloLens, Magic Leap, spatial computing. That adds a more deeper immersion, and that, to me, is fascinating in terms of, with the feedback you can get from the non-medical people. It's like, wow, I really, testing the acquisition of knowledge and the skill sets and the retention is interesting. And what's fascinating is that they enjoy it. So this whole learning process is the whole paradigm of learning, your traditional, 20th century, sitting in a classroom reading books. It's like, no, that's the old paradigm. The new paradigm of education and learning, and we're testing these simulations, is it's fun. Because if you don't have fun doing what you're not going to learn, it's going to be harder to learn. So this whole experiential learning with these exponential technology, I think, is the future new paradigm of edutainment, as I would say.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was actually, as you were saying, I was imagining this engineer or this scientist crawling on his back. I mean, that sounds like a fun meeting. Like that meeting just got fun watching this guy do that.
Yeah,
so.
I'm really glad he did that, because it was kind of funny, because you think like, that went amazing, my tool's awesome, like, but what if he hadn't have done that? And everyone would just could have stood around and been like, wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
So part of it also is us feeling like we're creating this is a strange word maybe, but like a safe space, a place where a person could lay on their back and roll around on the ground and do stuff. And I think that gets also into the idea of fun, or just like this idea of like creating these curiosity encouraging experiences or moments, right, where someone can just feel like they can accelerate into their thinking, as opposed to feeling like they're always having to hold back.
But I'm going to put in the other side of why, when we deploy to austere environments, are extremely dangerous, right? If you're going to go to Everest, you're going to go to these really dangerous environments, you have to put safety in as number one priority. And so, we use the technology for pre-sim training, pre-simulation training. In other words, before we deploy the crews to these environments, they train, using the technology, and it expedites the training process. They get familiar with the protocols, and then they have that, and they work together, and then we deploy them to, because you're not going to have them put on the technology when they're in the austere environments. It's just it's dangerous already, and that just adds another layer of stress, and things can happen. So in terms of the technology, there's advantages and there's disadvantages. What we found as a disadvantage is that it's for those who have no background in technology and how to use it, they find it very difficult. So like if you're an engineer, you're a designer, that's great. Okay, you get to play with it. But there are people that we've encountered have no experience, never even put on a Google Cardboard, a VR, and it's like, okay, now here's the technology, they have no idea how to use it. So that's a huge challenge, to onboard people who are the lay people to use it.
Interesting. Yeah. I want to move on to our next topic, because it's a very interesting one, which is immersive technology as mission enabler. So we've talked a bit about remote real-time operation. Your X Prize is the Avatar X Prize, so that's about remote operation, multimodality, haptics, visual, audio, being there, and of course, space robots, planetary robots have the same set of issues. How does immersive technology play into that? Start with whoever wants to.
Well, if you stay to the next panel, it's actually, we are going to go a deep dive with the team, with our Avatar Medic, which is, as David say, we are an official team for the $10 million Anna Avatar X Prize competition. And the whole idea of Avatar Medic is really, trying to, and this is the Mars shot vision, right? Mars shot, Moon and Earth. The Mars shot eventually is to actually create a solar system-wide medical platform that will offer real-time remote relief. In other words, and converging all the current exponential technologies like XR, which is spatial computing, with AI, with robotics, with blockchain, because we're working in healthcare, so the blockchain actually would eventually play an important aspect to that whole vision. But that's really what we're trying to create with Avatar Medic, right? Where you're able to eventually bring in, experts. And in this case, because it's Avatar Medic, we're focusing on medicine, we're bringing in medical experts in real time, remotely, to be able to help, bring them in full immersion, right? Like the whole sensorium, the human being, with all the haptics and the sensors and all this, and then with the, spatial computing, bring them in, and then they work together to support, consult, train the on-site, first responder or, the medical providers that are there at the injury site. So the injury site could be a disaster area, it could be a military war zone, it could be on the surface of the moon or Mars. So that's kind of really where we're going with Avatar Medic. And I see where this convergence of all these technology actually really could benefit and, save lives. And that's kind of where we're heading.
Rob.
Geez, yeah, this is a big topic. So I have a background as an artist, installation artist, a visual artist. I work with many people who have a STEM education, but I say I have a flower education because I have an education in the arts. I suppose history and writers maybe are the roots. I'm not sure what part of the plant they might be. But so immersive experiences is something I've thought about through various channels or through various platforms, whether they be made out of bits or made out of atoms. And it was interesting to think about education through that lens as well, about like how people, I think technology, when it works best, it disappears, right? Like it allows people to do something together that they wouldn't normally do. So I think of it as an enabler, which is what you call it, which I thought was really interesting. And I think of mission. I mean, the JPL, mission is kind of a capital M word. It's like mission. Like,
we're on the mission.
But I think we all have missions that we live through, whether they're a startup or whether they're an education platform or raising a kid or doing whatever it is that we do. And I think it's funny. I mean, I was just listening on the way here. Like I feel like half of my podcast feed is full of people reviewing the new 16-inch MacBook Pro. And like that's great, and I kind of want one. But it's also like I don't think like if it like what's going to move the needle in my life, and it's probably actually like things I would do with the computer, which is like kind of an old school Apple concept, right? It's like it sort of allows you to be your best creative self. And so I think immersive technology, this idea of like getting beyond the device and getting into shared experience and stuff is super interesting. And it's like the thing that like really makes me wake up every day is just being like, oh, like I think we are in this era of like the self-centered technology realm, whether that's through social media or something like that, where we're just like spewing ourselves into the digital space all the time. And I think it's much more interesting and maybe much more socially positive to figure out, to again refocus on that connectivity and that kind of interaction with people. I was just visiting a school group, a class at Scripps, which is in part of the Claremont colleges. In Claremont, California, and it was really interesting because I think of like, you think of like millennials or like Gen Z folks as like being so digitally enabled and stuff, but like I let them try out the HoloLens and stuff, and like they get to share the same thing, and they were so like into it as as a social thing, like they were moving things around, and like a person was jumping over this like augmented reality, it's like a little, it's a unicorn is what it is. But I was like, how do you say that on it's a unicorn. So they had this I had this inflatable unicorn in augmented reality, and we were like making them jump over one another, and then they were jumping over them together, and it's because they can all see the same thing, right? And it's it's a gaming experience, quote unquote, but like in physical space together. And that like really made me happy, because I was just like, oh, like even though I think of all those students as being extremely digitally savvy, they're still not so jaded that they can have fun through like a shared digital experience. And so that type of enlightened moment in their lives, I really want to bring to space missions at JPL, to let people to make the promise of technology alive, like to be like, oh, I had this technological moment that made me do this amazing thing. Like that's like the script that we have like for like marketing departments about technology. And like I think if we can take things like AR and XR and those kinds of platforms and actually create those moments, that's a win, right? If we let it just feed ads to our brains all the time, we've lost. So like that to me is like a really important part of the technology, and I really hope that as VR and AR continues to grow, that those moments don't slip away, and that we don't just fall back into, again, an immersive experience that's completely antisocial as opposed to one that's social. So I'm trying.
Yeah, I think immersive technology is good for some aspect, but if it improves the quality of your life and other people that has meaning to you, I think it will be adopted a lot easier, right? Onboarding of people to use it. If it has negative, experience, then you're going to have a challenge, right? To onboard people to use. Maybe they're on board and then they get like, oh, this is not for me. They find it boring. Mm-hmm. They don't have. Hey, go back to the word joy, right? Fun. It's just our human nature. If we don't enjoy something and we don't feel happy about it and it doesn't make us feel uplifted, we're not going to do it. We're not going to use it. So I think that's a huge challenge right now, because even I have to say sometimes I'm going, this is kind of boring, I go to so it has I could see the potential. We're still at the very early phase of this technology. We're like the innovators, yourself and David, we're innovators, we're pioneers, and visionaries, and so it's still very early days. It has a lot of potential, I think, for improving quality of life. I see the potential there, this immersive experience. I
mean, the best is when you can find a use case where it's just absolutely essential, right? I mean, you can think about, let's say, radio communications, where, at first it was used as a utility to ship-to-ship communication, military. Eventually, somebody figured out a business model around broadcasting, which was a new word. No one had ever thought you're just speaking to nobody in particular and just throwing it out there, and you're going to sell an appliance to pick up the waves. Like, that was a crazy idea. I think his name was David Sarnoff, RCA. And so I'm thinking about mission enablement, right? So it's like, the rest of this conference is concerned with immersive media applications to entertainment and enterprise, but space to me is like a really clear-cut case of being like, it's a mission enabler. Like, if we don't have high enough levels of immersion for an avatar medic, then this moon mission will not happen, because the safety is just not a solved problem. Like, you know what I mean? Until you have a high enough level of presence that if somebody has a medical issue, they can be tended to by a remote surgeon, for example.
Yeah, like exactly.
It could be that those are the types of, like, space is the killer app.
Oh, absolutely.
That causes immersive technology to be just a given. Like, it's just integrated in. And with people's jobs. Yeah.
Just the whole idea. Space is, I think, for immersive technology and for future astronauts even now in the ISS, but that's low Earth orbit. But if you're going to go deep space, not to the moon, I'm talking about going to Mars. I think the whole idea of integrating the immersive technology into the spacecraft, or when future settlers on into the base, the base colony itself. I don't like using that word, settlement itself. Then you don't need to be tethered. You don't need to be reliant on mission control or remote teams to be able to give you that support, right? So that's kind of where I see space is where, to open that real portal to really manifest the vision of us becoming a multiplanetary species. I see the potential of immersive technology to enable that, because ultimately, if we are going to achieve that vision, we need to be autonomous. We need to be totally untethered to Earth or to the moon, or to any kind of gateway. We need to be totally independent as space travelers or settlers, in deep space missions or on the planetary surface, Mars and beyond.
Yeah, and we were talking about how it's really the speed of light that dictates that independence.
At this moment, I'm going to say.
Oh yeah, we have an argument about that, but okay. Yeah, Rob, you were
I
nodding your
think
head.
This idea of immersive technology is really interesting, and I think it's important. So I've recently, only since working on Protospace, become, I would call myself an AR nerd. I'm a general technology dork, but I think what really made me, the kind of light bulb come on for me about AR is that it recognizes in some way the physical space we're already in, and it makes me think about, like, when I put on an AR headset, that any part of the experience I'm having could be an immersive experience, like I think, for instance, like a 2-year-old, right, like they may think of their favorite stuffed animal as an immersive technology, right, because it makes them, when they hold it or when it's close to them, they feel a certain way, or they have a certain calmness to them, or they have a certain kind of sense of well-being, and that's a technology, right, like in the kind of lowercase t version of the word. And I think, any humans thinking of going to deep space are going to need to be tethered in a way to their humanity, right? And like, if we approach immersive technology as a kind of, through like a kind of libertarian ideology, that it's a self-standing, self-supporting entity separate from the world that it's in, I don't think it's going to be successful, right? Because like we have to keep the technology platform tethered to the world that it's in, right, and to the people that are using it, through physical objects or through memories or through fictional narrative storytelling, like film does. Like these tendrils we have to keep out into the other parts of human experience, because it's just going to feel as fake as it feels now, right? Like, if it's just sort of standing on its own. And so I think the deep space challenge is particularly interesting in difficult problems area to try to keep that going.
Absolutely, but it forces you to be innovative.
Right.
I mean, that's what the space, when you put the space factor into your equation, you as developers, as engineers, as visionaries, as creators, you're forced to think very out of the box, because space is the unknown. And, secretly, I just feel like we want to develop the holodeck. I'm sorry. But that is where the full immersion is going to happen. And the holodeck is, this Star Trek holodeck. For those who don't follow Star Trek, I'm a Star Trek geek.
Well, but wait, that's a really interesting point, because that was it served as a mechanism in that story to be able to do different types of episodes, but it was also serving this goal of tethering people to their humanity and their history, even though they were in this totally alien environment.
But the key thing is that it's so seamless. You wouldn't. It's like going into a matrix, but you won't know you're going to matrix. And when you're immersed in it, but you can pick your matrix, and then when you're in it, you're so immersed in it, you forget that you're in a matrix, that it's pre-programmed. That to me is, where this full immersion technology, the innovation of where we can go, and the convergence of these technology is eventually build a holodeck. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, maybe it's maybe 50 years in the future, but we're going to head that way. We will. I'm very optimistic here.
That's a very nice close, actually. Does anybody have any questions? We have about 5 minutes for questions.
Be brave.
Yeah. None at all. You have one. Go ahead.
How do you both see more wider society? Right now you're talking about things that are they're in a special setting, they're in a zone, they're in a holodeck. But what's this like when every pair of glasses in the entire world has holograms in them? Everybody's spectacles, every wall, everything. Because once you build this stuff, it's pretty cheap to just roll it out everywhere. But so what's the society look like when language and words can turn into holograms that you can share together in space? Like, what do you see as, not just as a technology, but as a social? Like, what's the language look like in the future? I don't know. I'm just inviting you, like,
Just to, first of all, I'm going to say that if we replicate the disaster model of Earth, where it's Earth with lots of borders, and I'm talking about borders of psychological border, physical border, geographic borders, financial borders. If that's the society of the future that we create using these immersive technology, it's going to be disastrous. It's going to be replicated and duplicated, but in this virtual world, in this immersive world. So I think before we even answer that question, we have to ask ourselves, can we change? Do we want to change the whole way that we live our life on Earth? So that's how I'm going to answer it, because I don't see us as humanity, as a species, right now, where we're heading, to build this model that you're saying, to have everyone be in an immersive environment wearing the, whatever that whatever that technology is, and we all enter into that matrix. We're just going to be experiencing everything that we're experiencing now. So why do you want to go in there? So my question is, I'm going to ask everyone out there is like, where do we go from here? Do we change? Do we want to change? How do we change? Those are the questions I think we should answer first.
I had a slightly horrifying image after your question, where I was like, I've been having, I'm learning Spanish, and I'm not very good, but I'm learning, and because I have a new friend in my social circle who speaks, very fluent Spanish, but not very fluent English, and this is a person who I'd like to have more conversations with. But it made me think, like, we've all seen the, like, I see you're using an ad blocker. It made me think, like, I'm just going to see that in more and more experiences. Like, I'm going to, like, go to try to download my Google Interpreter so I can have a conversation with someone. It's going to be like, I see you're using an ad blocker. so I was just like, oh, no, like, how do we fix that? Or how do we... I think in some ways curate our own worlds and needs, right, in order to be able to tune in what we need from immersive environments, and also figure out how to get them for ourselves, right? And that feels very weird and dangerous, because it just feels like it's going to come at us whether we like it or not, and it's going to be kind of up to us to figure out what our relationship to that is. So I think it's in some ways it's going to have to force us to be more selective about how we choose, like what we pick and choose, right, to enter our realm of experience. That said, I'm also super excited about it, and also I would love to have an immersive language interpreter for myself, because like this person's an amazing artist, a super creative thinker, and I just feel like my conversations with them are extremely basic, and it's like really. I feel it's quite tragic, really, just to be like, oh, I would love to pick this person's brain about X, and I know what I'm going to get is like, it's cold outside, because that's the conversation we can have, right? And so hopefully, I would like to see a future where I can actually just have an amazing conversation with this person, assisted through immersive experience, but we'll see if it happens.
I just also want to give a perspective from haptics, because because what I see happening now is, so I think we're coming to terms with the fact that we made a lot of mistakes with digital technology so far with regards to privacy and data and opting into experiences. The stakes were lower because if you get an annoying email, it stresses you out in some micro way, but it doesn't affect your life. But if you can reach out and touch anyone without their permission, that's like a huge problem, right? Think about haptic spam.
Yep.
And you can affect people's behavior through haptics and emotions without their conscious awareness. Actually, you can do this with Facebook feeds as well. Like that's why there's so many scandals around, psychological studies done by people being exposed to certain types of information and then seeing how their behavior changes. And then that's taken to the next level with immersive technology. So I think, from my perspective, that this is going to be a key issue is getting it right. Learning from our mistakes, being like, we're not going to do that again. We can't build the same models that are just purely funded by advertising. We can't let people expect that everything's free as long as they opt into ads. I mean, when I say we, there's no entity that can do this. It's basically individuals need to take control out of their own experiences and flip those switches, make good choices about what they expose themselves to. So, yeah.
Great. Yeah. Yeah.
Very proprietary what you can experience in their domain or their metaverse, their layers and stacks in this metaverse, right? So what I'm also seeing is that there's been a long history in the mixed reality world where you've had mad rush and different points through VR and AR that people rush in and then they churn out and only a small handful stay. I see that happening right now as well. So
Yeah.
Information and being touched in a way that we don't really want to be touched.
Right.
Yeah. No, yeah, but that's exactly it, right? So it's about individuals educating themselves and deciding what they do and do not want to participate in ultimately, right? I mean, you're not going to restrain people from making offers, right? You have to, from a very young age. There's actually this new term, I learned it because my wife works in this field of technology education, of digital citizenship. And like from a very early age, kids are learning digital citizenship, and it's a core part of what they're at school to learn. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're cautious, and then you're made aware. You're like, if something is being offered to you, like advertising is fine, right? But you need to understand that you're participating in something. Somebody's trying to get your money, and if you want to, you can give them your money and your attention. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. And here are your first principles to work from, about like whether or not this is worth your time and attention. We didn't have that education. We walked blindly into this situation because we didn't need to learn it because there was no reference point for it, right? But now we have this reference point. So hopefully we're not going to make the same mistake, but we'll see.
I think for XR or the immersive technology, for its biggest impact right now, the vertical industry is healthcare and medicine. I feel that, back to earlier what I said at the beginning of this panel, is that, if it benefits yourself, if it improves the quality of your life and others that you care about, you're going to use it, you're going to engage in it. See, so I feel like that is where I think with this technology of XR the convergence of, the haptics and the AI is healthcare. It's really transforming that industry, and for the better, I hope, right? And when it comes to ethics, of course, medicine, especially in the United States, it's very, there's a lot of ethical issues. There's a lot, there's very stringent rules and things. So that's definitely going to be integrated into, this vertical using these technologies. So, I feel like that in terms of this technology, the biggest disruptor of the vertical industry is healthcare, and everyone needs healthcare. Everyone needs medical care. So I think that is an exception to the rule of what we're saying, right? This your question, right? Where does that ethical borderline for someone touching you or entering into your space? Well, if you're sick, if you have an injury, if you want to be saved, you're going to have someone to touch you. You're going to have an intervention. So I think that would be a model. I think that would be the first proof of concept using this technology to address those issues. And blockchain could possibly be a way to address some of those issues, right?
Why? Because it's de-anonymized?
Yeah, decentralized, right? And blockchain is kind of like a sexy word everyone likes to throw in, right? But, it has its issues. But I'm saying the concept of that being integrated into the healthcare paradigm has potential, right? Because of patient confidentiality and privacy and all these things, right?
I do think it touched blockchain in your comment about this sort of pulling back of investment in AR, VR, and XR companies. I think the means is important. Like to your point about like the funding, I think. A lot of that funding has dried up because of people's new skepticism about platform capitalism, right? Like is every AR, VR company going to create the next Facebook, right? That's just ridiculous, like honestly. But and it's not something I want in my life really either. And so I think it's kind of slept on things like community-based currencies, and I'll use Patreon as a proper noun version of that, like maybe people who are most invested, who have rallied together around a need or have an investment in the success of a project or company, could actually be a very motivating and powerful way to fund something and to make something come to life that doesn't need to be a publicly traded company or something like that. It could be a publicly traded company. That's kind of the original premise of the stock market, but I think those areas are rich areas to investigate, and also difficult areas to investigate, but important in that how you get to a altruistic technology experience through AR, VR, or XR kind of needs to be thought about at the beginning. Like your first PowerPoint deck should wonder how are we going to get there, and how we get there is important. And I think to sort of rely purely on the current VC model feels very difficult.
Facebook, I feel, is one of the biggest sort of tester experiences on society, or this lab for this kind of immersive world that we're entering over society, and how they're dealing with their algorithms, and they're dealing with their ads, and how they're dealing with their moderation, and the tool sets that they give people. A lot of what they do on their platform is very geared towards a certain group of people that utilize the platform. It doesn't take a lot of other people into account.
Right.
It's becoming very evident.
That's a great point. Yeah.
And very obvious.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but they're trying to make that metaversal experience as a gateway that everybody has spatial experiences through their Facebook. And so the point of people trying to make a new Facebook, maybe we do need to make a Facebook.
Right.
Around, that learns lessons from the current Facebook.
Yeah, sure. Right. Yep.
I really like what you just mentioned, building the altruistic technology. That is.
Maybe we can do it. I don't know.
In the holodeck?
We've been trying for so long.
We're actually out of time. We have 6 minutes till the next panel.
Okay.
So thanks. Let's thank our panelists.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you, everyone. So stay for Avatar Medic
Yeah, I
and the
think
X Prize.
Susan is the
panel.
next moderator,
I'll
so-
moderate this one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. part of the team of the Anna X Prize $10 million competition. And what is X Prize? Well, you could see the definition of the Anna X Prize, but ultimately, the X Prize, as founded by Dr. Peter Diamandis, is really trying to incentivize individuals to form teams to solve major challenges, right? So the Anna Avatar X Prize is the latest competition that we're part of, and really this competition is trying to solve the whole idea of trying to bring in a full sensorium of a human being into a robot and bring that robot into a remote area to be able to do some multiple tasks. And this is really where the fruition or the manifestation of Avatar Medic comes in. So, now I'm just going to spend some time for everyone. They've got a minute to introduce themselves. So you already met me, but for those who've just come in, I'm Dr. Susan Jewell, and I'm the president of Mars Academy USA. This is a company that actually offers experiential learning with exponential technology, and we deploy full immersion, real-time people as analog astronauts in austere environments to be able to conduct our R&D technology, human factors, and behavioral studies to be able to actually, support the vision of one day becoming a multiplanetary species, but at the same time to improve life on Earth. And the other company is Avatar Medic, and I'm going to, as a good segue for me to then introduce John Hanasek, who is the CEO of Avatar Medic.
Hello, I'm John Hanachek, the CEO of Avatar Medic, which is a startup company working on next generation first response training and medical intervention technologies specifically for austere remote environments, but with applicability to any disaster scenario, rural settings, and space, which is why we're doing it for space. And I know that the previous panel touched on some of the cool aspects of designing for space. For us, it's also designing for it has to work the first time every time because we're saving lives with it. So in the earlier days, we'll start off the training side, but we're moving it into it will instruct you what to do if someone's having a problem, and then it will actually physically intervene. So big vision to uplift the first response capability for humans in the future.
Thank you. And then next to John is wonderful, my good friend and co-principal investigator for our psychiatry, trying to build a new specialty of psychiatry, astropsychiatry. So we have Dr. Maria Harney.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Maria Harney. My specialty is in psychiatry. You said it all. My current interest is within the research in the field of biology, and I can say that I'm an analog astronaut because I joined analog missions on 6 occasions. 3 of them were in the crew mission itself, and 3 times as a remote medical team. And I'm going to be sharing my thoughts today on the human factors in space flight and psychiatry, psychology. And of course, because it's digital Hollywood, we're going to be talking on the countermeasures and the digital tools that we have right now.
Thank you, Maria. Next to Maria, we have the wonderful Helen McGill, who is going to introduce herself.
Of course. I'm Helena McGill. I'm the head of product at Avatar Medic. I'm a creative technologist and sonic engineer and have been working in the immersive tech space for the last 3 to 4 years. Coming from a film background, so digital Hollywood is very exciting to see all of these different mediums and technologies converging. And I'm going to be speaking a little bit on our history in hackathons and taking a concept and involving subject matter experts to really evolve it and be able to create a training platform that can reach not only medical professionals but non-medical as well, and bridging that gap.
Thank you, Helena. And next to Helena is Anna. And Anna, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name is Anna Woznovich. I am the Chief Operations Officer at Avatar Medic. I have a background in audio engineering, starting off in the entertainment space, but moving more into the immersive tech space, as well as team building and project management. And so my approach for the purposes of this panel, I'm going to be looking at a lot of the auditory applications of disaster relief and in these types of environments, specifically when utilizing XR technologies.
Thanks, Anna. And then last but not least, of course, we have wonderful Dolce. Dolce?
Hi, my name is Dulce Baerga, and I was brought on to Avatar Medic to help guide the spatial aspect of the connectivity with the drone and with people on the ground. I have over 20 years experience in the digital world. I've been dealing with immersive technologies now for over 10 years. Met Helena at hackathons, so it's fun to hear her talk about the hackathons. And I'm just very excited about the prospects of this technology and how it can really help society. And my topics that I'm going to be focusing on are the different latency and UI, UX issues that we could potentially face when dealing with these kinds of technologies.
Thanks, everybody. So you can see we actually have a very, very multidisciplinary team here working on this challenge of how do we keep humans alive, astronauts alive in deep space on a planetary surface, and of course translate anything that we've discovered or created to be able to also improve life on Earth, which is actually the strongest connection of the two. You know, when people say, oh, why do you want to go into space? Why do you want to go to Moon, Mars? You know, when there's so many issues with regards to, you know, medical care, this is where innovation comes in. This is where the technology, as I had mentioned earlier in the previous panel, where I think the technology would be the biggest disruptor and transform our current medical healthcare system. So with that said, I want to just talk a little bit about the background of where we're going to take Avatar Medic. You know, Avatar Medic is this whole convergent system platform of, you know, the future, but we bring it back to what are we doing now. So with my company, Mars Academy USA, we actually deploy to these austere environments you can see in this slide. And we form these crews and, oops, sorry, that is that the slide? Yeah. So we form these crews, and you can see these are crews called analog astronauts. And why are we analog astronauts? Because we're not in space. We're not in a different gravity zone. We're under 1G. So we're analog astronauts, but we live, work together, and we do R&D technology, human studies, you know, as a crew team. We deploy for a certain duration of time, and during that time, it's a full mission, just like a, you know, NASA mission with the astronauts and the ISS. But we're here in analog settings that are similar to Mars or Moon, and there are areas on Earth that are designated scientific locations that are kind of analog of Mars. So here we go. Here you can see we're at 15,000 feet. It's in Nepal, 10 to 15,000 feet in Nepal, and we're conducting medical EVAs, or medical extravehicular activities. Basically, what we're trying to do in this mission is to test the ideas, develop protocols, or we call SOPs, standard operation procedures, and then we try to, you know, integrate the technology. We're also developing concurrently and try to see, can we now translate what we're doing in real time in a full immersion? Remember I said these are like external laboratories in these austere environments, and then translate what we do, what we've, you know, developed, whether it's a protocol, a procedure, and then put that into the XR, you know, platform, or using the technologies, and then using that to train before we deploy the crew. So that's ultimately, you know, where we want to go and why we deploy these missions, because these are the real time, you know, you have the humans actually doing the work, and they give you the feedback so that you can then be able to, you know, develop the tech, you know, integrate that program into using the technology. So this is kind of the background work of why we deploy in this mission. So now I'm going to let John talk a little bit more about how we translate what we do in these analog missions into the Avatar Medic vision.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of the analog missions give you this great double-edged kind of thing where you can simulate space, but you're also in an actually dangerous environment, right? So, you know, the mantra is safety first, simulation second. So there's remote medical teams involved in these missions for two reasons. One is just because you need that, and the other is then you can do simulations with it. But this brings up, you know, this has a deep background for the Avatar Medic possibility space, where you say, look, we have all these technologies now, these new technologies. Particularly exciting are things like the XR headsets, like your HoloLens 2s and your Magic Leaps, because for the first time you've got a computer that's something you can use your hands. And medicine and doing stuff out in the field, you need your bloody hands. I'm not going to hold my Samsung Galaxy whatever in front of my face while I try and save someone's life. I need the computer to physically get out of my way probably on my head, and we're going to go take it for a ride. And what's fascinating about the analog missions is that they also highlight this truth that I think, people who ask about why is space worth it kind of are forgetting, which is that the Earth is situated within space, right? So all these things, like the diagram here of that's a Mars diagram of the satellites and co-locating, locating an astronaut and tasking out. And these are all the protocols we designed for. But the reality is there are satellites all around Earth, right? There's austere remote environments on Earth where the same principles and protocols can apply. So we see it as like just integrally woven together, but our task at the Avatar Medic the company is to say, we have all these technologies, let's create something that's coherent, integrated, and a full, end-to-end solution using all the latest technologies to support what are golden standards of care. Our goal is that if we could get the knowledge, right, that a skilled medical professional has, a special forces soldier, and get that onto the head of anyone, well then that's a radical upgrade, right? That's a new level of knowledge. It's not about the app, right? It's about the knowledge. And then we mix in a robot to that, and all of a sudden you're out in the middle of nowhere and something can come find you and help you. Or if you're rendering aid, you need additional assistance, you can come grab an assistant, it'll just fly out of midair. We're trying to, right, use our real world experience and then do visioneering type of work to situate it in a different place to give ourselves that space and perspective to be able to create a genuinely new paradigm that's going to support existing work. So it's this really cool way to bridge the future, the existing gold standards, and then in this setting of, everywhere is space, right? If we thrive in space, we thrive everywhere.
So John, can you tell the audience, like, first of all, let's go back one slide, so you're move it forward too fast. So what is this teleanesthesia?
Yeah, so already, without using any kind of fancy technology, right? Just using existing telecommunications, 2D screens, the Mars Academy missions under the Project NEME have been doing telesurgery, teleanesthesia consultation. So these are crews out in the simulation, they're out in an austere environment, and they may have, varying degrees of medical knowledge. And they are being coached in real time through how to do the procedure on, in this case, a simulated dummy, right? But this is all teeing it up for being able to do this with, real situations where, again, the crew might have whatever amount of medical knowledge, and they need to do something specific like anesthesia or surgery, so they need that expert. So we start here, and then we move into, okay, how do we support that? What do we make a multimodal, multi-user, interactive system that would enable many different perspectives to all coalesce around one patient anywhere they are at any time, and close that gap, that bandwidth gap, where instead of, you need to be in a room with a laptop, you can be out in the middle of nowhere as long as you've got the headset, right? This is part of the initial vision. And to be able to see, you're with the patient and surrounded by different avatars that represent different doctors that can just point things out to you. So no more like, look over there near the posterior, whatever. I don't know what the posterior whatever is, just show it to me. Oh, it's right there. A new possibility is opened up by this technology for direct human scale kind of instruction that was never possible before, even with the video screens, right? Because the video screen is not contextual. And then you add in the fact that the XR stuff, these holograms, are the perfect interface for robotics, right? Because now you can make a robot, like this is a concept for our X Prize entry, where those little arms there in front of the robot, you've got a drone that can land, it can power itself with solar energy. It has its own telemedicine capability, a little tablet on the top, right? Something simple. But if you've got, and then of course it's got the arms, right? This is the kind of secret sauce, is that you've got the ability to use these end effectors, these robotic arms, to do different kinds of direct medical intervention, either piloting the robot does it fully autonomously, or you're on site with the robot and you use the XR technology to be able to look at someone's lower leg bleed, point and say, go put pressure there, and that robot will roll up and go to your spot you're looking. That's seamless, right? That's not, I didn't have to like get out my phone and do the marker and say, no, I'm focused primarily on patient care, and I can let all this other stuff around me orchestrate and help me. So we are really excited about, it's the two-sided thing that kind of meets in the middle with the XRs, that totally remote operations, total teleoperation, total robotics, and then also that merger where it's the person augmented with other people, with a robot, and to the point where we don't care. It's going to get all mixed up and it's going to all be supported so that you have exactly what you need to solve any given problem that you might face when it comes to someone's life.
Thanks, John. So we'd like to now, the title of this theme is like space medicine and, disaster relief. And we all know that if we're subjected to lots of stresses in a very extreme, dangerous environment, there's a lot of psychological issues, right? Those arises for sure, especially in these analog missions. And this is kind of another reason why we do these simulation missions with people and not robots or in a virtual world, because we want their real experience and their feedback. So with that, the psychological issue is an important aspect to address. And this is where we bring in the technologies, to be able to find some of the solutions, right? To be able to, can we use these technologies to maintain mental health and wellness and the well-being of the individuals in these what we call ICE conditions, which stands for isolated confined environment. So we're going to have Dr. Maria Harney, because this is her specialty, and she's a veteran analog astronaut, and she's actually experienced a lot of this technology and working with us to develop it. So Maria?
Thank you, Susan. Veteran analog astronaut sounded really cool. My first mission was in 2017, and my journey started with the call to Dr. Jewel. And she learned a little bit about my background, and she asked me if I would like to join the mission and become an analog astronaut. Mm-hmm. And I thought, oh my God, this is so cool. I want to be an analog astronaut. Why not? Do we have any analog astronauts in the room?
Me.
Not you guys. We actually multidisciplinary team. We can go to space right now. That's what they usually are, multicultural, multi-language. So no analog astronauts. So just a few words. It's usually breaking down, and you go to austere, isolated environments. You live for a certain amount of time. Your missions are break down into 3 sections. You can break them down in pre-sim, pre-simulation, simulation itself, and post-simulation. So we need to address, unless this full merger with the robotics and all the technology happens, we have to address the human factor, whether we want it or not. Just a quick story. I go to my first mission, and I thought it's going to be so easy. It's a 5-day mission, low fidelity, low duration, here in California, Vasquez Rocks. I've done hiking, it should be easy for me. The first day, the temperature in the desert drops, isolated environment, cold, it triggers my headaches. And I'm starting to have back thoughts, why am I doing this analog mission at all? It's just a simple example of a human factor. Now imagine we're flying for 3 years, shoved in a can, with 5 people we end up loving or hating, one of the two. So anyhow, human factor is the biggest risk factor in a space exploration, especially if we're talking about the long duration space flight, which is very hard to predict our human behavior in such a long period of times. Are we going to run into emergencies? What do you guys think about 900 days? Are we going to run into emergencies? You kind of see the list of emergencies, what can happen, cardiovascular problems, urological problems, dental emergencies, you name it, you got it. NASA report estimated at least one serious medical emergency on a flight to Mars, and we're talking about the crew of 5 to 6 people. Now let's think about the commercial sector of space flight for a second. All right. So human factor, what that is, what contributes to that. On the right side of the slide, you see what can contribute to that. Physical and environment factor, microgravity, radiation, we're all aware of that. The second one is habitability. And the space that you're going to be designated to go to Mars is really, really small. If you get up and stretch your arms and extend a little bit more, that's what you get for the space traveling to Mars, about 25 cubic meters, I'm sorry. The next factor is interpersonal relationship. What if you don't get along with your peers? And psychological, of course. A lot of the problems that contribute to psychological problems is boredom, workload is really, really high. Even if you go to analog missions, you'll see that you have to fill in the log, and your schedule is very, very tied to it every day, because you have to perform a lot of research, you have to collect a lot of data. So That being said, I wanted to mention that on long-duration flight, even though right now we expect about 2% of behavioral issues, I think that number will grow dramatically. And when we go to analog, when we research and read the reports from the analog environments that's taken from the submarines and Antarctic research, we see that they're reporting about 5% of the behavioral issues, and I'm talking big psychiatry, like psychotic episodes, schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, etc. All right, so what we shall do about that? On the moon, we're kind of close. We have live chats with relatives or friends. No problem. We go to Mars. We run into the Earth out of view phenomena. We don't see Earth. Really bad for us. How do we? What countermeasures do we use? To mitigate those psychological risks that we discussed? We employed the exponential technologies. What I mean by that is it can be anything: 3D printing. It can be synthetic biology. It can be artificial intelligence, advanced robotics, drones, etc. So in those slides, you see a couple of examples of what we have implemented in our missions. The first one is the body mapping art therapy using VR Google Tilt Brush. It's basically a VR technology that allows astronauts to build their own avatar and paint it. And we use it as a snapshot to see how astronaut feels, what emotional status he or she is in. It basically captures the snapshot of the body and mind status at this particular time. But we also can collect those images and create a pattern to observe a pattern and deduct some conclusions out of it. The second example that we're implementing using VR technologies is Burning Mars Love VR project. All it is a conflict resolution simulation training for the astronauts in austere environments, austere isolated environments. And what that is, you go through a scenario that allows you to see how this conflict can be resolved. You have multiple scenarios, and this is a wonderful technology because you can use it for the medical emergencies as well. You can use VR to train astronauts pre-simulation, in simulation, and post-sim to adapt back on their earthly lives. So those are just a few examples of the technologies that we use. There are many others, like we have a green hub where we have grown plants. We're thinking about implementing some tools from the synthetic biology and also CRISPR technology, CRISPR kits. We had implemented a meditation and music therapy with the sonic frequencies in our missions. Why is that all important? Because it keeps you sane. If you basically feel you feel the workload, enormous workload even during the analog missions. So you have to implement some sort of a tools to keep the balance between work and rest, and also you use it as an identifier of certain risks. For example, in the body mapping, if you see something falls out of the pattern, you can see that might be an issue there, and then you do an interview and a conversation with the person, with the crew member, and this is where the astropsychiatry discipline is emerging right now. So there are a lot of cool progressive technologies, exponential technologies we're implementing. That being said, those tools are used by us, by humans. So I think that's important thing to mention and to remember, because unless this full merge happens, we're still dealing with us. We're human beings, and it still will remain the same. We're not sending robots on Mars or other planets. We're sending us, human beings. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So before I move to Helena and her slide and her talk, when you look at these images, can someone tell me what is the common denominator in these images? Which actually is an advantage for crews in isolation confinement? Can somebody take a stab? What is common thread between all those images? Sorry? Headset? No. Something more human. No?
Human. What's the first letter?
So, if you really look at it, from a human side, take away the technology, which actually the technology enables the crews to do, is to be social. They are always together, working together, enjoying the time together, learning together. That is the key. Using the technology to be able to increase crew cohesion and bonding, and to be social. So yes, you can use the technology to have your own isolation in that virtual experience, but at the same time, in these analog missions, it's vitally important that you maintain crew cohesion and increase bonding. And these are the social activities that are not the technical, per se, the engineering or this, that allows the crew to build that bond and that gel. That's so important. So with that said, let's now move on to Helena, and she's going to give you her topic that she's going to discuss.
Yeah, and I think building off of that social aspect, that's so important. Our internal team, we actually have met over the course of the past 2 years at several different hackathons. So that started at MIT. We did one with the AT&T 5G hack as well. And I think coming into these and realizing that you need an interdisciplinary team. So back in January, Susan and I were able to meet. We ended up building a project that was called Higher Ground, that was a dual-facing application. We took the HoloLens and we used Esri data mapping of the Boston area and basically simulated what a flooding scenario would look like, because that area is very prone to such weather events. And so, just even thinking about how I started building that team, we had a core group of engineers, and practically a miracle overnight, we ended up onboarding Susan and another individual to our team, and it completely changed the course of our product that we built in that 48 hours. And so I think that really hits on the first point that was up there is, when building a product that is not only, it is technology first, that's what often a lot of people think of, but in this case, it's medical. So we're taking a lot of knowledge that is already existing, and we're saying to ourselves, all right, how do we connect the technologists, the engineers, with the subject matter experts who have knowledge of current protocols? So my job with the Avatar Medic team and in building this product is, how are we translating current medical protocol and transporting that into an XR experience? And so I have to assume that people going into this have never used this technology before. So what's going to be the quickest way for an individual who maybe even is in an austere environment, who has never interfaced with this before? How can I get them to put on a headset and be able to get right in there in 30 seconds even or less, to know all of the holistic, hand signals and commands, and be able to communicate a life-saving measure? And so I think with our product, we're starting with the XR training space, because that's something that we can productize and obviously help fund our moonshots of our company. But the biggest thing being, when we put on that headset, how can we instantly connect someone with a subject matter expert and provide an experience, or provide something that is easy to understand, that transcends language, that transcends any of those barriers? And so internally, I'm really looking at duplicating or replicating, more so, that hackathon style of being able to rapidly prototype parts of our product, but not stopping there. Taking that and being able to put it right into the field. And our first vertical is going to be with MAU, with Mars Academy USA, and being able to get our scenarios or our training modules into the hands of people who are already on a medical mission. And so we get direct feedback, not only design-wise, but also content-wise. And so we'll be able to take those, go back to the drawing board, and keep going from there. And so I think that's something that a lot of tech companies are missing, is that holistic human component of getting direct feedback from your customers, from your customer base. And really being able to go to a market and see what's going to fit best with them already, and seamlessly integrate into pre-existing protocols instead of forcing a product into a market and making people reinvent the wheel.
Helena, just can you tell us just briefly, like each of these?
Each of our products?
Yeah,
Projects?
what actually, what technology are we using, and how does it apply to disaster relief?
Definitely, yeah. So the first one on the list here, Higher Ground, that was MIT's XR hackathon back in January. And so this was a dual-facing platform. We kind of had a mission control scenario, and this will be duplicated across some of our projects, in which you have a HoloLens headset on. You're able to visualize the entire city, click in, zoom in, using satellite data of where certain victims may be. But the important part here is that our other side of the solution was to create a mobile application or something that is Gen Pop facing, so that individuals can also help themselves or be proactive in a scenario. So being a SoCal native, I'm immediately brought to a wildfire scenario, and how even to this day, it blows my mind that Twitter is the information source that most people go to for up-to-date, minute-to-minute information on life-threatening emergencies. We finally got the earthquake app in Los Angeles as well. I'm blanking on the name, but that was just released, I want to say, in the last 6 to 8 months. There was an update a month ago or so. But that was actually, I think, one of the first public-facing mobile apps that was funded by a local government specifically for disasters that are relevant to the area. And so I think that's a big step forward. But as we can see, we're severely lacking in many of these other categories. And that segues me to Avatar Rescue. So what Avatar Rescue was looking to do was to augment that experience. So we used IBM Watson, which is an AI chatbot. So we used that to basically build an intelligent chatbot for individuals on the ground who are faced with a medical emergency, and how to be in conversation with that. And so if an individual is experiencing a medical emergency, in the time between emergency personnel are called and when they arrived, kind of utilizing that Samaritan law of how can we provide any sort of life-saving measure that could extend that golden hour of life-saving measures. And then the final one, SAR 5G, which is Search and Rescue 5G. So this was actually a really fun project that we all worked on, and I think this is what brought most of our current team members together as well. So what we were able to do is create a scenario that had the mission control facing side and then also the scout facing side, or the individual that's on the ground. And we were able to create a persistent augmented reality application that streamed large amounts of data cross-platform. So we were using, I think, Samsung's phones because it was sponsored. So we were definitely bottlenecked by what was provided for that specific hack. But what we were able to accomplish is, in real time, have a map, omniscient perspective, and we were able to see individuals moving around that map in real time and leaving data markers behind. And also being able to build in SOS or kind of a digital flare almost. So being able to beam back GPS coordinates to mission control in the instance that additional help needs to be called, or being able to tag a victim and get that victim out of that scenario. So I think overall, with these 3 different projects that have spanned over the past year, we've used it as a way to prototype and rapidly kind of pull together different pieces of technology and different components that we're basically going to take and reintegrate into the Avatar Medic platform.
Thanks, Helena. Let me just ask a question about the 5G, John. So what was so unique about this SAR 5G working with the AT&T hackathon?
You want me to speak on this?
Just the 5G.
Yeah,
what is 5G?
Set up so 5G, you've heard about it a million times, probably, but you probably don't know what it is because they're still figuring it out. It's millimeter waves, so it's extremely, you got a radio wave, it's long, it's like the size of this room, the peak. The millimeter waves are tiny, they're millimeter size. So what this lets you do is pack a lot more information inside the the cellular connection. You have to have a lot more towers, and it's a lot more spread out. We don't need to go in there now. But the point is they set up actual 5G towers. And the 5G bandwidth, it's two things with the 5G that are mainly important. It's the well, it's actually three things. It's Verizon has 8 things, but I don't have time for that. 3 things that mainly matter. It's the bandwidth, right? You can get a lot of material, a lot of data through the tube, as it were. And it's the latency is number 2. It's a big one. It changes the game. When you ping something on your phone, you ask the server for something, it can take like 114 milliseconds, which in computer terms is forever, because that adds up. In 5G land, you're like 10 milliseconds. You can be like sub 10 millisecond. So that lets things go out and come back, orders of magnitude more quickly. And then the amount of concurrent data streams, so the amount of times you can do this is multiplied by, I think it's another order of magnitude. So when you put it all together, what we saw in our brief little time with the 5G is it is different. It lets you stream, for example, you could stream 1080p video from the phones without any concern or regard for bandwidth. You don't have to care about this stuff anymore. You just focus more about the design of, like in our case, we're like, we want every phone to stream video all the time. Okay, great, you can do that. You can't do that as easily with the other networks. So having this new affordance, this new technology, don't let AT&T trick you by putting 5G in your phone today. You don't probably have 5G in your phone right now, but as it comes online, it represents a new, much higher bandwidth method for basically getting us away. You plug the computer in, no more. Now the quality of the 5G is good enough to where some researchers in China, for example, have already done a wireless surgery in real time on a pig. They remotely piloted a Da Vinci laparoscopic surgical robot from, I think it was like 10, 15 kilometers away over only 5G. So wireless is now at the same quality as a wired connection, and this is going to change quite a lot of things. So you get to design with kind of infinite bandwidth, as it were, which is really cool.
Right, and so obviously latency and broad bandwidth is very important when you're talking about trying to bring in medical help and support remotely, right? So that could be a possible solution for some of the current challenges. And so we're now, we're going to move to Anna, and we have 5 senses, and we tend to neglect the auditory. I think that's just as important as all the other senses. So I want to have Anna talk about the auditory aspect of, using technology.
Yeah. So like Susan said, I mean, we're such visual humans, and everything we do is so visual, but audio is such an important piece of that equation, and a lot of what we see actually comes from what we're hearing, and so you can fill in a lot of gaps through the auditory sense. And so when designing audio for XR, for training or for use in the field, there's a lot of psychoacoustic concepts to keep in mind with that, and that determines, how easily a sound is located, whether it's behind you or in front of you. Like John mentioned, you have X amount of time to save a life, and there's no room for error. You have to get it right on the first time. And so audio can really be an asset in that, rather than being overlooked as this thing you don't need, as and having an entertainment background tends to be the case a lot more in that sense. So in designing for real-time use, for example, a headset in the field in a search and rescue setting, things like alarm systems, you want to maintain fidelity of those alarm systems that are being used in existing situations. So current search and rescue teams, or responders in hospitals or anywhere, all the medical professions have established systems of what those alarms sound like. And so you don't want to be reinventing the wheel, tacking on all these new protocols. You want to build on existing protocols and have something as minor as your alarm system existing in that space that has been predetermined. And going along with that, you have a sense of urgency. So certain alarms obviously convey a bigger sense of urgency versus others may seem less important. And so speaking to something like SAR 5G, which we built for the hackathon, if you're laying down waypoints, if you're a scout on the ground and you're laying down a waypoint of here's a point of interest, that's less important than here's a victim and we need to save this person right now. And so not only does that tell you where to look and how to react to that, it goes along with wayfinding, which is essentially helping you navigate through a space. In going back to that example again of the SAR 5G app, Wayfinding can be done through sound, especially if your visual sense is obscured. So say if you're in a burning building and you can't really see anything, well, through sound, you can actually navigate that space entirely. And if you have people speaking to you or directing you through audio, you can locate your victims, your points of interest, etc. Another thing that audio is useful for in this case is remote assistance, and so offering real-time remote assistance where there is an existing noise floor in a space, and you also want to offer some kind of remote expert or perhaps remote guidance, some sort of call-in. You need to be able to not only combat that noise floor, keep in mind the context of where you are, but also deliver that information in a way that's meaningful and doesn't cause information overload. And so with a lot of these mixed reality headsets, your visual sense in a similar way is you're seeing the real world, but you're also seeing a digital overlay. And so from an auditory standpoint, you really want to come at it with an approach that's, here are the most important sounds you need to hear, and here are sort of the less important ones. And picking and choosing how you're going to deliver that information is critical in when you are in a disaster scenario. And one final component from the auditory side is simulating haptics through audio cues. So, when you're in a digital world, this is more applicable to training settings. But when you're in a digital sense and you're reaching out to touch things, you might not actually have something in front of you to touch. And so using audio cues, specifically low-end audio frequencies, makes you feel like you are actually touching a button or picking up an object, and simulating those haptics through the use of sound is actually very effective in tricking our brains into thinking that we are actually, in fact, touching something in front of us.
Yes, so auditory is very important for search and rescue and disaster relief. So thanks, Anna. So now we're going to move to Dolce. And Dolce actually is going to talk about how do we, we've got all this technology, then how do we then, with, like we said, the first sort of our concept of Avtomatic is this, flying Da Vinci robotic surgeon. So using drone, using telepresence, then all these technology, how do you converge it all together to actually realize that vision? So Dolce?
Yes, so most of the UX aspects of what we're trying to achieve here were touched on by everybody on this panel, and they're very broad concepts and principles that have to be condensed down into this small Da Vinci robotic drone. And how does that robotic drone engage with the user and give all of this information to the user that we're trying to engage? And UX and UI is very important, especially in the sense that this is not a traditional device with traditional mechanics on dealing with it, on engaging with it. And then when you add audio, when you add spatial computing, you now have this whole new paradigm of interaction that is not necessarily familiar initially, but once somebody gets into it, it becomes natural for them, and they naturally fall in line. So the challenge really is figuring out how best to create this interface that people can easily easily turn it on and get started without necessarily having any kind of learning curve or any kind of friction, especially since people are going to potentially be in a panic, be in a situation where they're not thinking in their right mind, and they really need some kind of guidance, right? So I believe that machine learning and artificial intelligence play a key role in the very beginning of upstarting a device like this, especially since it will most likely be in remote situations or in situations where infrastructure is completely shut down and there's no way to communicate with rescue teams or with other people around you. So this device would have to be a completely built-in telepresence, telecommunication, telelink to wherever it needs to go or wherever it needs to connect to, creating it in a way that takes into account mesh networking communication, satellite communication, as well as bringing in the machine learning to bridge people in the remote part of the world to the person that's sitting in front of the device. You know, when you think about UI and UX, most of the time you think of it in a very 2D way. We have, you know, menus on our television, we have menus on our internet experiences that we have on our devices. They come in tabs and menu screens and whatnot. That isn't necessarily the way that we should be thinking about spatialized interactions. Having the ability to really give that telepresence with an avatar that maybe initially is initiated by an AI and then taken over by a human once things are set up. What does that look like? You know, how do we guide people through? When do things change? And how much information are we going to pre-install into this device to get people up and running relatively quickly without any friction? So those are all really exciting prospects for something like this to really work on and to focus on, because it's never been done before, and it's a lot of learnings that we can take from years of spatial computing development, also years of people spending time in metaversal environments where they are communicating remotely with each other, represented as avatars. I know that a lot of these simulators that simulate medical training are now starting to roll out, and there's quite a few that are going into the consumer world, and I've actually had the pleasure of trying one when I was at the last OC6, and there's a visceral thing about working with a medical mindset on an avatar in a virtual space, and it almost feels as if that's a real person there, right? So, you know, that's another part of the UX that we're really considering, is making all of our tool set that we provide to the people on the other end in the disaster scenario, making sure that that tool set is compact, it's neat, it's not too many things that they have to deal with, but it gives them everything that they would potentially need to solve the issues that they're facing at the moment. So not overloading it with a bunch of different types of devices or simulated materials that they would have to then deal with in the real life. We can now bring all of that into a spatialized way and have, you know, if they need to figure out how to CPR a dummy, we now have a holographic dummy that will pop up on the table and give them that training so that they could be better prepared to do it on a real person. So those are all really challenging things that we have to solve, and one of the main things that I'm very passionate about is the infrastructure to serve all of this up. We don't have that in place. I know that 5G is something that the telecoms are really working on, trying to get it out, but they're thinking top up instead of bottom up, or top down instead of bottom up, and they're trying to, you know, put this cast of 5G over to work on these 5G phone devices. But in reality, I think we really need to focus on laying down the foundation of standards and how different kinds of devices would definitely work within this infrastructure. And they all have to be standardized, you know. So when she was mentioning about, Anna was mentioning about audio cues, you know, there are a set of standard emergency audio cues out there that people are aware of. How do we integrate those standards from all these different industries and disciplines into this base spatial computing layout or framework that every device can log into? It could be agnostic for every device and give people the ability to engage with it however they feel most comfortable. So that's a very exciting prospect, and doing it for medical, because, you know, medical's an emergency situation. There's an imperative need to get it done and get it done right, because lives are on the line. So it's not done for the sake of entertainment. It's done for the sake of actually helping society. It's done for the sake of actually pushing us forward to really have a cohesive spatialized experience across the board. And then, you know, the limitations of 5G networks and our telepresence right now, that's a very challenging and fun prospect to try to solve, because telepresence, when you have latency in an emergency situation, people get hurt and die. And you know, if that information is taking 30 seconds to get to me or 15 seconds to get to me, and I really need it right now, that's a problem. So, you know, figuring that out is going to be an interesting thing.
That's why right now, currently, we can't do surgery even on the International Space Station, right? Well, because of, you know, other issues, but latency, and then of course the whole challenge of like Mars. If you want to go to Mars, it's like a 5-minute to 20-minute delay, right? Depending on the alignment of the, you know, Mars to the Moon and Earth. So, yeah, latency is a huge problem. So thank you so much. I think what we're going to do is, because I am a scientist and also I like to be very interactive, I'm going to throw the whole talking of the panel with the audience. And thank you everyone for staying here and be part of this experience with us, okay? The panel doesn't even know I'm doing this. I'm just thinking about it. So what I'd like to do is I would like each of the panel to throw a question out to the audience versus the normal traditional way, right? And I would like to be brave, have an experience. There's no right or wrong answer. You know, engage with us. We want to engage with you. So I would like for the panel to think of a question to throw out to the audience that pertains to the theme of this discussion, and be brave and, you know, answer. Anybody can answer, and if nobody, you know, wants to answer, we'll then defer back to the panel experts. But I want to try this as an experiment, and I want, you know, us to be very interactive. So maybe John.
Yeah,
do you have a question you throw out to the audience?
I have a very mundane question that I'm just curious about that we can start this off with, which is, how many of you have experienced avatars yourself? Like, I don't talk about seeing it on video or hearing about it, but how many of you have stood face to face in one of these immersive technologies with an avatar? And first of all, how many of you have? I just want to get a sense of, like, but really, let's drop the facade about the avatar. A 3D model, right, of a person, humanoid type thing, or a stand-in of some kind, a three-dimensional representation of a person or entity's presence in immersive technology. How many of you
Put your hands up.
So this is interesting, right? So I think for the people who have done it, what were your impressions like about it? Like, what's one of the first things that struck you about it?
What was your experience with it?
Because the reason I'm doing this is because I want to help those of you who have bridge it for those who haven't. Because from my experience, it is freaking way different than a video. It's really not something you can be. It's like that quote in The Matrix, right? No one can tell you what an avatar is. You have to see it for yourself. It really is like that, because I've done them a few times now and talked to people all around the world with this tech. So what are your like impressions? I want to, you know.
Somebody be brave. Come on,
You're
interact
brave.
with us.
Just go.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Jail, one of those jail cars, right? Going to jail, and a men's jail. I'm not a fan. And you know, I know, like if you know, men's jail is probably really hard. So I'm in this thing, and I'm like at Digital Hollywood in one of their kind of rooms, and I'm like, I like kind of walk around, you know, and I felt someone, and I was like, oh, so I actually screamed in real life, you know, and I kind of hold on to this
That's so interesting. So can I ask you, did that experience allow you to be onboarded to continue using the technology?
The thing is I know I can at any time go like this and I'm in reality. If that was to ever happen as a real scenario, I can't go like this. It kind of maybe prepares you for that scenario, you know, or prepares you for a different scenario.
Yeah.
Did you feel like, maybe the question first, and please everyone as well after, but I'm curious, like, do you feel it's the immersion of it, you were, I guess maybe the question I'm really after is, how did you remember that? Did you remember that as a piece of content or an experience you had?
I felt like it wasn't even a movie, because you can look around in a movie. It was like, it was me, it was happening to me, they were directing it at me. And it was right here, so my brain just, I was whoever they captured.
You'll always remember that experience.
Yeah.
So I just want, because we haven't got much time, thank you so much. I want to move, because I want to give everyone a chance to ask the question to the audience. So Maria?
Sure.
She's ready.
I would just love to know if you folks would love to go on one-way trip to Mars. Who would go one way?
He's going.
One way one? Who would go back and forth?
I would go
Back and forth.
Back and forth.
Can you tell
All
us
right.
why you would go one way, and those who say they go, if they can come back, why? So maybe who was the one who put the hands up for one way? Why would you go one way? I mean, there's no right or wrong. They're absolutely, it's just interesting to hear.
Well, I'm old, so who the hell
Sure.
That's a good answer, but there is now research in, longevity and anti-aging. Would you then go?
I'm not leaving small kids behind.
Just the
Sure.
new experience, just try it out.
And those who would, if there's a chance to come back, they come back, would you go? Could you tell us why you would go?
Anyone? Yes.
Sure. Thanks. Helena?
My question would be, how many individuals would confidently feel prepared to perform CPR at this moment in time right now?
Put your hands up.
That's a good
Hands
one.
up. Okay, quick, someone have a heart attack.
And
Test
then
it.
how was your training performed? In what setting did you have that training?
I have a bachelor's in psychology, I have a medical assisting degree, I went to nursing school.
Brilliant.
So let's modify that question. Those who have no medical training, if you had the ability to use Avatar Medic to help you in a life-threatening emergency, would you use it?
Yes.
Why?
Liabilities on you.
Well, no,
No
because
liability.
the Avatar
No,
Medic
no.
would be used during, like with the Samaritan Law. It's an emergency tool where there's no other resources on board or around you. So you are being a Samaritan to be able to at least do some intervention to prolong what we call the golden hour before you get support.
Well, this is a good point, though, is maybe how many of you, to hijack questions for 2 seconds, is how many of you would feel it's the support, like the Avatar Medic is like your comfort blanket here of like, you say liability, but it's like the goal of the system is it'll tell you what to do. So even if you did know, it would remind you. And would something like this help you feel more confident? Like right now, I guess what I'm asking, what's the barriers of entry for you to try to help someone if you saw them fall over, right? I mean, is it because you don't know? Is it because you're not confident in the skills?
Might be sued.
Yeah, is it really the suit thing?
I mean, if I don't know what the heck I'm doing, I'd go, is there a doctor with me?
Yeah.
If there's
Right.
no doctor and it tells me what to do, love thy neighbor, you do it.
Yeah.
No, and I think that's the goal too is, I remember learning CPR and whatnot way back when during like a babysitting course or whatever, and it was very antiquated. It was like that scene in The Office, where they put the dummy on the ground and everyone's like, it's not breathing, and it's just, there's someone in the corner like yelling commands at you, and it's like, it's so not a real world scenario that the retention rates are abysmal.
And then the dummy's broken, it doesn't work. And
So the real goal with this and a real passion of mine is to not only be able to onboard everyday individuals to acquire life-saving skills, but then to retain those and be able to to educate the masses and to I think the percentage-wise now of an individual that's able to perform CPR like in the general public is like in the tens or 20s of percentage-wise. So I would love to get that number up so that in any given scenario, there might be, up to maybe 5 doctors on a plane or a commercial flight that will be able to jump in any sort of scenario.
Yeah, that's a really
it's not necessarily
interesting
going to be 5 doctors on a spacecraft. Your doctor might be dead for as far as we're concerned.
Or injured.
Yeah, and then it was interesting. It's only one person who medically trained, who has specialty training, raised their hand. But legality is a really good question. But anyhow, yes, and Avatar Medic and VR technologies is exactly for that. The training tool. Like you said, I felt that it was a scenario that's playing out. That's exactly that. It's a training tool playing the scenarios. Yeah.
Okay, Anna, what's your question for our wonderful audience? And they're really staying with us, so I really let's give them a hand of applause. Yay! Okay, Anna, what's your question?
Yeah, well, my question relates to onboarding. With any new piece of technology, there is a certain process of onboarding and a certain amount of time that takes. What has been a positive experience of onboarding that you guys have experienced, whether it's VR, cell phone, computers? We can go as far back as we want to, but what's been a good experience of onboarding to that new technology?
Yeah, first contact.
Yeah, first contact.
Yeah.
It's appropriately prescriptive, but also allowing you to play and explore. So it's kind of like a really good balance. You can operate it, but also kind of be very open-ended.
Cool.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so Doce, what's your question?
So my question is, how do you feel about being guided by an AI potentially being represented as a human? Would that freak you out if you were talking to an avatar that comes off as a human and feels like human, but it's really an AI?
But you have Siri now, isn't that kind of like
Yeah,
that
but Siri's not an AI.
But it's
Siri's a web browsing bot.
But the point is that you can have a very crude interaction conversation
well, let's see.
with him.
What do they think?
Yeah.
This is related to the first question I think about relating to Avatar. So I see a lot of attempts to solve problems with uncanny valleys in VR right now with avatars. Me and a colleague at work decided that we're going to try to hold meetings in VR once a month, and he looks like a robot anime thing in there, which is fine, but there's something about standing in front of an avatar that is immediately raises your hackles. It's immediately like a social experience that you're not necessarily prepared for.
What that is, you think?
What's that?
What's that? Why is that?
It just feels like you're standing near somebody.
Yeah.
And we have our kinesphere, our awareness of our personal bubble is very strong, and VR avatars don't account for that.
Right.
And so whether they're NPCs or real people, in both cases, you feel like you're standing near somebody, and it kind of.
Well, are you speaking to they can clip through you and do things that are kind of jarring?
They're standing in front of me. I used an app that was like a nightclub. I was on this dance floor, and there's this person dancing near me, and I just felt bizarre about it.
So to touch on that, the telepresence aspect of being connected or being that live electrical connection going on, that is an actual real thing that happens in metaversal experiences. And on the simple level, 2 people putting iPads on the table and just having the iPad on, and the other person in the other place having their iPad on, hearing the hum, hearing things going on in the background, you still get this sense that you're there with that person and there's that connection. So the uncanny valley with an avatar, I ask this question because I do get that repulsion as well. I get repulsed being around an avatar that's in my face. I want to run away from it because I feel that energy, and I just wonder, how do we solve that? And how does that make you guys feel?
Repulsion for me that's based on the fact that it's not real. It's about social context. It's like I don't know this person well enough to be locking eyes with them as much as I am, or this is a work person, so I shouldn't be standing that close. I don't know. That kind of thing starts to become an issue. So I think it's a solvable problem. It's just
constant use of it is there, you become familiar. It's, the human experience. The more you experience it, the more you like it, you want to be part of it. I think then that will solve that personal space.
The avatar medic is the same avatar that you went through CPR training with.
Yeah.
Right? You know that by name, and you've been.
Right, you have a personal connection. Well, I do one to this point of if you're taking instruction from telepresence is one thing, but it's an AI, or let's say it's a computer software, it's an artificial intelligence. Would you be more likely to take its suggestions seriously if it was like a floating orb, or if it was like a person-looking thing, right? Like, what are the form factors that are going to make you trust it?
So I really like Alexa. I can ask her this thing and she'll sing me a song. She has this really great song called "Cool and Old Doggy." It's about how she loves doggies.
Oh my goodness.
So it depends on AI. It's because I think the human mind is afraid of an AI like hurting another human. Because they're powerful. They're made of things that we don't know. They're made of something that we can't break easily if it lashes out on us. That's a thing. But if they're fun like Alexa and I, then maybe. But it's the fact that they can harm. That's the fear.
That's always there also in our humanity, right? There's that dipolar, like, the yin and yang, the black and dark. So, but okay, so let's put a scenario. I'd like to hear some other people there, up here. If you were faced with a life-threatening emergency of a loved one right there, having a heart attack or something, you had the ability to have Avatar Medic or something like Avatar Medic there on board in your cell phone or using the technology, would you use it? If you see, hello?
We said, okay, let's do two scenarios. They said your mom, right? Was that what you said? So now, okay, now it's a random person. You're walking around the corner here, Skirble, and there's someone on the ground. They're laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Would you use it?
Could you put your hands up so we can see? Who would you use this if it's your loved one that is there in front of you, is, for example, having a cardiac arrest? Would you use it? Put your hands up.
Only if it's convenient.
For your mom?
Yeah, no. So that touches on the friction.
Sorry, Ma.
If there's
it wasn't convenient.
If there's a layer of friction,
it's just call 911. Well, no, okay, but this is valid. This is a valid thing. It's that you would just call 911, right? You would say.
We're going to take away.
Right.
But
yeah.
But no, I'm saying if the manifestation of the vision is there, we overcome all these issues of latency, and you have no immediate support, right? You can't call 911. You're there and it's happening. You now have this capability. Would you use it? That's kind of the scenario we're throwing. And put your hands up.
Yep.
And what is it? Okay, now I'm going to move on because we're going to end soon. So I want to throw it back to the traditional way, is that please throw us questions to the panel. We got like few
We're free flow here.
Free.
You can give us questions, or you can answer questions you didn't get a chance to answer. It's fine.
This is my question, mostly for Chelsea, but I guess for everyone. So it's interesting, you're talking about using AI to for engaging the system, and maybe even the way I understood it, like setting up a bunch of presets or kind of using AI and contextual awareness to set the whole system in the right mode so that there's really nothing you have to do before it starts providing you with relevant information.
Right.
And then, so that's a really interesting UX principle, but the flip side of that is that if it's wrong, or if it makes wrong assumptions, or if the situation that you're faced with somehow requires like creativity or lateral thinking or whatever, then it's extremely constraining to the point that it's worse than useless. It puts you in a...
So what's your question?
So my question is how do you balance that? Sort of like the Oculus Quest thing, where it's like you have a structure, but then you also have the ability to get out of the structure as much as you
Who wants to take
So I think really the kits that are made for Avatar Medic have to take an account to where they're going to land or where they're going to end up in. You're going to have different climates, different terrains that it's going to have to traverse, and depending on that, that's how that device is packed. Usually when an emergency situation happens, now we're thinking about things that we're deploying out, so these things don't exist there at the moments of it happening. Let's say an earthquake happens, right? And it's in a remote town in the hills, and people are cut off completely. And they may have some medical devices there and medical kits there, but they have very specific needs that they need to solve. So this is something we deploy out. So we're going to make sure that whatever we deploy out takes in consideration where they are, what their needs are, and how to solve that. But then again, when you're in a Mars mission, you can't necessarily deploy that out. You kind of have to build every scenario in ahead of time, even scenarios that you probably don't even think about. You got to be very creative ahead of time. And then we're going to have user testing or user ability going on at the same time, where people are going to be doing drills in these scenarios. If they're traveling, they're going to have to do drills, and in case something happens, and then they'll be practicing and they'll think of things while they're out there, and then they'll relay that back to us so that we could then program that in to make sure that it takes that into account.
And I would say too that the AI can be wrong, right? We want to design the system so that you could tell the AI, like, no, that's not what you said the wrong thing, AI. The best opportunity about these kinds of computers, it's your helper brain. You're wearing the computer on your head. So now what we're going to do is take the computer out there into reality. We haven't seen good general artificial intelligence because it's inside all day. Yeah. You can't get good general intelligence as a human sitting inside all day, right? You need to go outside and do things. So with our design principle is we try and scope it as much as we can. But if you get in that situation and the AI is flat wrong, well, that's an opportunity, a learning opportunity for the AI, right? And that lets us be able to spend the next, realistically, 5 to 10 years just having that interaction go on, where at some point this avatar medic AI will have been trained through real interaction. We're not trying to front load everything, right? It's a balance, as you say, to bring up that it's a great question we aren't really actively thinking about, but I just, as from my background is design, and I see every system fail in the same way. It's just that they try to make it be one way or the other. It either tells me what to do or I tell it what to do. But in reality, the best conversation you ever have with a person or a team is both, right? So that's the kind of system we're going to build.
Yeah. So maybe suggestion could be, instead of calling it artificial intelligence, we should be saying building the general authentic intelligence.
Helpful intelligence.
So I would like to end this panel, and thank you all, is for each person in the panel to just summarize one sentence how they feel about this discussion of integrating technology to be able to help disaster relief and medical access and service in the future. Say within the next 10, 20 years. Dolce? One sentence.
So, me as a spatial computing technologist, I am very excited to figure out the systems that will help people in the future and give more agency over how they interact with technology.
And Dolce, for those who want to interact and connect with Dolce, what's your email?
Dulce@dulce.com is the easiest one to send me a message, and I'm also Dulce303 on Twitter and Facebook.
Great. Anna, what's your one sentence? Summarize.
Yeah, I think a multidisciplinary approach is key, and with emerging technologies, you're seeing a lot more of not just developers and designers and all these individual components working together, or working individually. It's coming together as teams using disciplines that have not previously worked together and creating new solutions.
And if people want to connect with you?
You may reach me at Anna@avatarmedic.space.
Helena. I would love to see a holistic and compassionate design framework in order to create a positive feedback loop from not only individuals in the field, but then translating that back into an experience that can save lives. And I'm Helena at avatarmedic.space.
there's so many things emerging and will be emerging, so it will be wonderful to find a mechanism how to regulate it. And in terms of going to space, it's still a one sentence. In terms of going to space, I think all the technologies that we're developing, we need to bring to Earth to make our life better. You can reach me at drmarieharney@gmail.com.
As you can see, we also have fun. That's so good. So, John, what's your one sentence?
We deserve this. Okay? We all deserve this. We have been in a paradigm for a while where things aren't as best as they could be, and we deserve to upgrade our ability to care for one another. Currently, there are 5 billion people who don't have access to surgery. Are we going to solve that problem by building more hospitals, or are we going to build the iPhone of surgery?
Whoa. And how do people connect with you?
John@avatarmedic.space.
Oh.
That's it.
Thank you so much. So I just want to
No.
end and say thank you all for participating.
From Avatar.
I see.
It was very enjoyable, and I want to end with this inspirational saying is that, yeah, it's inevitable. It's our human evolution and our journey outward. We will become a multiplanetary species. And with the onboarding, eventually, of all these technology that's converging and integrated into who we are as our species, not only will we become a multiplanetary species, we'll be able to also help save planet Earth. So with that, thank you so much.
And thank you all
Thank
for
you,
your
guys.
interaction.